This massive continent, a land of ancient ruins and untold power, is split into 4 major powers. First up, the meritorious family, absolute legends in martial arts and swordsmanship. Next, the mighty Great Lion family. A force of nobles and knights who live and die by tradition, their power forged through generations of unwavering loyalty. And don't forget the mysterious Protestant alliance. A covert information network made up of countless families, always lurking in the shadows. These are the forces that rule the land. The continent was a powder keg, its power carved up by factions like the imposing Inspection Bureau. And the ancient Magic Tower, a force that had dominated for over a millennium. But lurking in the shadows, behind the very Magic Tower itself, was the clandestine Protestant alliance, a shadowy cabal of mages. And then there was the Melvinger family, a name that once struck fear into the hearts of many. A decade ago, when the brutal war with the demons erupted, the meritorious family stepped into the spotlight. They were the heroes who crushed the demons and won the war, but most of the family was wiped out. By the time Elric was just 8 years old, his father, broken by the war, was gone too. And then, his mother, his very own magic teacher, also passed away. Only Elric and his older sister were left, and even the loyal vassal families abandoned them. The flashback hits hard, showing a young Elric at the massive gates of his family's home, the crushing weight of betrayal screaming in his head, all betrayed us. He swore right then and there that he'd become a legendary magician and bring his family back from the brink. That was the dream, but the sheer, soul-crushing disgrace of the Melvinger family hit harder than any spell. The whispers of their collapse, the brutal taunts, how could the Melvinger family fall so far? A grandson who can't even cast a basic spell. They tore at his mind, day and night. He was cursed, utterly unable to use magic, and the dream of restoring his family shattered, replaced by a desperate, all-consuming madness that took over his entire world. He pushed himself to the absolute limit, grinding away, desperate to find a cure for the blockage disease that had stolen his magic. But no matter what he did, no matter how hard he fought, there was no way out. God damn it, he roared into the void, but then, a spark ignited. As the very ground rumbled and cracked beneath him, a new, desperate path began to open up. He's wondering if his desperate wish actually worked, as a massive bolt of electric blue lightning just slams into a swirling vortex of pure crimson energy. The raw power just keeps surging. And from the depths of that crimson storm, a colossal crystalline dragon starts to take shape, and he realizes this is his only shot. He just met a dragon. Its majestic head, forged from pure crystal, solidifies, a beacon of hope for his shattered family, a chance to bring them back from the brink. His emerald eye reflects the creature's brilliant light, and he just knows this incredible power is right there, in front of him. But just as fast as it appeared, the crystalline form starts to crack and shatter. Huge fragments just dissolving into the chaotic red energy. The dragon's majestic form just disintegrating before his very eyes. Until nothing but residual energy remains. It's dead. No, it's you. Suddenly, a violent burst of crimson energy explodes forth. And from its depths, a terrifying, horned demon emerges, its voice booming with an ominous decree, the one who will fate me to become a true devil. Become one with me. A truly malevolent grin stretches across its monstrous face. As it triumphantly declares Elric its new vessel, the crimson energy surging violently around him. The entity extends a chilling offer, proposing they take over the world, human. Elric's face twists in sheer agony, a horrifying pulling sensation tearing through him. He's completely swallowed by the roaring, crimson energy. Gagging and fighting against the invisible force, a desperate curse ripped from his throat. His body convulses violently, choked, ragged sounds tearing through the oppressive void. He's fighting for his life, a terrifying thought screaming through his mind. If he'd known this was a demonic will test, he would have been ready. Red-eyed shadows close in, their grip like a spreading sickness, but he screams internally, he would never have let this disease take hold. The demonic force surges, its fiery eyes piercing his very being. But then, a spark ignites, a defiant roar in his mind, but I, Elric Melvinger. His emerald eyes blaze with electric green power, a massive surge of magic exploding from his very being. As a blinding blue-white aura detonates, blasting back the encroaching shadows and asserting his absolute dominance. His resolve hardens, a powerful declaration against the demonic entity, will not be devoured like this. Elric's signature emerald eye, usually blazing with magic, now just flickers. The dude's got a problem, and it's staring him right in the face. He gets it, normal folks can't do magic, but his normal is a battle against a rare disease that's literally eating his mana. This isn't just a cold, it's a rare disease that sucks mana and eventually kills. No wonder he's at the Royal Magic Hospital, desperate for a fix. Then, a voice snaps him back to reality, demanding, "Dude, you can't use magic. Are you even listening to me? Hello?" With a defeated look, he mumbles, sorry. What was that again?" Fast forward to Uston Academy, and the same conversation is still going down, with someone pressing him about his doctors and if he needs more cash. A stern-faced man with dark brown hair cuts in, declaring, "Look, I'm not you, so chill out. I'll be cured from this disease soon enough." He's got his sister on his mind, the only family he's got left, even as his friends are calling out to him. Then, a sharp beep cuts through the air, and he just lets out a quiet, "Ha." He just can't bring himself to tell her the truth, the crushing truth that he might never make it back home. Suddenly, his mind snaps to his grades, exploding in frustration about a professor and that D grade, even though he's never been late. Uston Academy, a colossal Gothic masterpiece, looms large, its spires piercing the clouds. Checking out the final exam results, Elric Mervinger's name pops up, rocking A+S in Elemental Magic Management and Theory, but then, AD in Akashic Geometry. Inside the academy, two figures are chatting, one's like, "Seriously, how are their grades so consistent?" and the other fires back, "Look at your own grades. You're always so gloomy." Meanwhile, a crowd of students is packed into the hall, all eyes glued to the massive screen showing off those final exam results. A heavy sigh escapes him. And just like that, it was the same crushing result, again. His final report card was a brutal assault on his hopes, F in total magic spells, F in barrier construction, F in practical offensive magic, and a giant fail screaming from the page for not passing the required classes. This was his fourth strike, and the academy's rules were crystal clear, for failures meant one devastating outcome. Expulsion. If he got kicked out, he couldn't even go back home to his family. But he had given it his all, pushed himself to the limit just to stay here, studying harder than anyone else. He'd surpassed every genius, grasping the theory like no other, and beyond that, he knew exactly what to do with mana. He was special, unlike anyone else, not just intelligent. But his raw talent for detecting and utilizing mana was leagues beyond anyone else. For a magician, these were the ultimate, most crucial traits to possess. Elric, still reeling from his epic fail, can't stop thinking about mana absorption. How are you supposed to just catch all that raw power in your heart? He's totally baffled by the concept of a circle, like, doesn't his insane mana-absorbing talent make all that basic stuff obsolete? But here's the kicker, with all that raw power, he's still the only one getting absolutely wrecked in the academy. Flashback. Some old hag from his past told a younger Elric to just quit magic and become a nerd, even offering to pull strings with the headmaster. Back to reality, Elric is fuming about his brokage disease, a cursed condition that literally stops him from absorbing mana, making even a simple magic circle impossible. But there's no way he's going home a loser with an expulsion letter. His determination is absolutely unbreakable. His mind races to his legendary grandfather, a powerful elder seen looking up, staff ready for action. This isn't just any old man, this is the freaking hero of the Great Demon War, a name that sends shivers down your spine. And then, a terrifying vision, a dark, pulsating void, surrounded by a swarm of shadowy demons, hinting at a power far beyond comprehension. A terrifying vortex of crimson and violet energy rages, with countless hands clawing their way out from the abyss. But then, a single hand bursts forth, clutching a small, intensely glowing orb, the ultimate power for a magician of the stars. Suddenly, the scene explodes into chaotic, brilliant light, as countless figures are swept up in a powerful, ascending torrent. This dazzling, overwhelming display of magic and motion engulfs a colossal, ancient structure. Then, the legendary name flashes across the void, revealing the true source, Uston Melvinger. Elric's gaze is razor-sharp, his emerald eye blazing with an inner, golden light, as if channeling the raw power of his legendary ancestor. He stares intently at the colossal building, the legendary Uston Academy itself, a magic school forged in his family's name. A crushing thought slams into him, getting expelled from here would be a total disgrace, obliterating the Melvinger family's name with his own two hands. The bitter irony stings him, to think that he, the only grandson of the legendary first magician, is in this mess. He's locked in thought, the crushing weight of his family's legacy bearing down. A bitter thought escapes him, a raw confession, he's the disgrace of the Merving family. But a sharp voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding to know just how far a magic royal family could actually plummet. They stride across the manicured grounds. The massive academy building dominating the horizon, their intense conversation shows no sign of stopping. She snaps, "You guys," with a cutting thrust. Her eyes narrow, sizing him up, muttering about some reckless idiot friend, before declaring, "Let's see." Stunned by her audacity and knowing gaze, he finally blurts out, "What's your name?" Ignoring his question entirely, she simply stands over him as he kneels, coolly stating, "Let me take a look." Still on his knees, he's absolutely seething, thinking there's no way he can take Sean's relentless pressure for another second. Above him, the cloaked figure snarls, "Damn you, seriously." Later, a storm of emotion crosses Elric's face. As his mind flashes back to his grandfather and a younger him, both lost in thought. He agonizes, even if his dad were still here, he'd still fail, crushed by the sheer weight of his family's name. But then, a fierce resolve ignites, a brilliant blue aura exploding around him as he shouts, I will solve this. Later, a quiet street, then a soft click and a sudden, surprised, oh. Elric is now deep into a document, wondering if this is the Academia's first report, a dark thought about his shattered honor flashing through his mind. His emerald eye glints, reflecting the text, a new path forward suddenly clear. Whoosh! A blinding, lightning-fast strike rips through the air. And then, bam! A red-haired powerhouse, eyes blazing orange, unleashes a devastating blow, his hands surging with electric blue power. Quang! The force of the impact explodes. Elric, completely caught off guard, is left trembling and speechless from the sudden attack. But that shock quickly morphs into pure rage. Fuck. Who? He screams, AHFUCK. What did you just say? It's Sean Mervinger, a Hyde son of the Mervinger family, and he's not happy. Have you been using my name as your own again? He snarls. Elric, absolutely fuming, fires back with a sarcastic, look who it is. Isn't it the great and friendly Sean Mervinger? The tension is thick as they sit down. Sean, clearly annoyed, mutters, fine. I got it. Apparently, it's perfect. Let me get you something to drink. But Elric just snaps, fuck you, I'd rather not even do that. Sean, still pushing, demands, get close to me for ASEC. Elric, fed up, retorts, that's why I told you to never come near me again. Sean Nemister, a powerhouse from one of the 6 royal hexagram families, just dropped a verbal bomb, calling the other guy, the pup of the Mervinger family. Talk about a power move. Ever since the Mervinger family fell, the hexagram, these 6 royal families, have been running the magic tower, and Sean. He's a top-tier player from one of them. This guy's no joke, he's a full-blown professor, an elite among elites. But Elric's mind drifts, thinking, yeah, he's always been on a totally different wavelength, but somehow, he's always been there for me. And now, face to face, Sean slides a document over, dropping the question, with you? The document screams, Diamond Dragon, Shineake Exploration Plan, and Sean just can't help but add, you're grossing me out. Elric grabs the papers, his eyes scanning the text, muttering, what's? It's the Diamond Dragon, Shineake Exploration Plan, straight from Uston Academy's Elemental Magic Department. Elric stares at Sean, totally baffled, why are you giving this to me? He's poring over this ancient species map, realizing that even with all the recent discoveries, only a handful are truly ancient. But then, Sean drops a bombshell, demanding he join the expedition crew. The document, a Diamond Dragon, Shineake Exploration Plan, from Uston Academy's Elemental Magic Department, is laid bare, hinting at something absolutely massive. Then he sees it, ancient dragon species. His eyes practically pop out of his head. Sean's eyes blaze green as he drops the bomb, they've found a dragon species, the actual origin of all magic. Elric's mind races, but Sean's not done, casually mentioning that if he dies, the Academy will blame Elric. Clutching the document, Elric's mind is blown, realizing this isn't just some expedition, it's huge. He's wrestling with the fact that Sean, his rival, is always there, questioning if this is fate or just another one of Sean's twisted schemes. His hand slammed down on the document, Elric Mervinger's mind racing, realizing the true nature of the challenge before him, the Demon King's test. Frustration exploding, he slammed his hand down, making Sean Nemister demand, dude, why are you hitting the table like that? His face contorted in a furious grimace. Then, with a wild glint in his eyes, he roared, proclaiming this a gift from the heavens, this is my chance. The heavens are giving it to me. Ha! Ha! His voice escalating into a full-blown, unhinged roar, he screamed, ha 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 ha. Sean flinched back, completely stunned by the sudden, explosive display, stammering, what? This crazy bastard, what are you even doing? Then, with laser-like focus, Elric's finger stabbed down onto a precise spot on the map. Right here. He declared, his entire being radiating fierce determination for the journey ahead. The very map Elric had just slammed his finger onto screams a chilling revelation, there is no nest. The stakes are high as they discuss the nest. Sean's face is etched with worry, staring at the map across from Elric, a single, desperate word escaping his lips. But Elric's eyes burn with fierce determination, locked onto the map, already charting his course through the very core of the nest. Sean can only grimace, a cold sweat breaking out, Elric's sheer audacity hitting him hard. Elric just smirks, a silent chuckle escaping him, knowing full well this conversation is strictly between them. Sean practically lunges across the table, his voice a furious hiss, demanding Elric watch his mouth, reminding him of the sheer power arrayed against them, and screaming that he's challenging all the big shots at once. But Elric just stands up, turning his back, his parting shot a chilling question, leaving Sean absolutely stunned by the brutal truth. Sean Nemister's eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them as he processes Elric's insane declaration. A dark chuckle escapes him. Seriously, would I have to use the head again, my friend? Get it together. The Nemister family, my friend. LOL. But the amusement quickly fades, replaced by a chillingly serious demeanor. Elsewhere, Elric makes his move, his hand igniting a dazzling, intricate magical interface. A holographic world map springs to life, pulsating with raw arcane power. Elric, silhouetted against the city's gloom, stares intently at the glowing map, a single, ominous word flashing across it, test. He'd unleashed something colossal. Floating alongside Sean in the heart of the cosmos. Reality itself began to fracture, massive cracks ripping through space and time. And an insane amount of mana exploded forth. Glowing particles swirled everywhere, a dazzling display of unleashed power. Sean, witnessing the chaos, couldn't help but comment that he knew Elric would pull another genius move tonight, but what was the deal with all this mana gushing from the cracks? Elric, now on solid ground, shot back, asking if Sean was finally asking for his input, then declared that of course, his professor needed his brilliant mind for these kinds of situations. Sean's expression hardened, his voice dropping from a high, almost mocking tone, to a low, serious one. Just as an absolutely massive, wide beam of light erupted. He's trapped in a space too narrow. A landscape violently shifting from scorching hot to freezing cold, as Elric stares up in disbelief. Icy spires loom around him, a frozen labyrinth. From high above, Sean reveals the shocking truth, the prince's files claimed this was the dragon's nest. But that's all wrong now. Pointing to the fractured planet, he reveals magma now courses through its cracks, making it impossible for mana, or dragons, to exist there. Sean's jaw drops, the shocking truth hitting him hard. No, it can't be. Below, a colossal volcano explodes with raw, untamed power. The terrifying Akron volcano. The truth of the Akron volcano hit, and Elric could only affirm, yeah, that's it. Sean laid it all out, revealing that the Akron volcano's magma actually courses through the entire continent. Elric, remembering the intel, shot back, but we picked up dragon mana signatures right here. Sean, clearly stumped, muttered, so why isn't there? Elric's expression shifted from confusion to a sudden, shocking understanding, as the truth slammed into him. Then, with absolute certainty, he declared, there is a nest, no doubt about it. Sean's hand slammed down on the map, pinpointing the exact spot. He dropped the bombshell, right here, in the Akron cave. The Akron cave itself appeared, a mind-bending labyrinth of glowing, crystalline formations, pulsating with raw, alien power. The Akron cave, the real dragon's nest, is an absolute spectacle. A colossal crystalline chamber, absolutely overflowing with glittering treasures and ancient knowledge, and Elric just knows something huge is waiting here. Gems and gold are just everywhere, blinding anyone who dares to look. The sheer, mind-boggling scale of these riches is insane, a silent, glittering monument to unimaginable power. Back in the real world, Elric is pacing through a massive, empty hall, muttering "shit" to himself, totally stumped on how to break this news to everyone else. He grabs a door handle, the "shk" sound cutting through the tension. Across town, Sean is absolutely writhing in pain, cursing himself for not charging out sooner if he knew it would hurt this much. But then, if Elric's right, that bastard is behind all of this. Elric just keeps moving, his face set with a grim determination. Sean, slumped on the floor, stares down in utter despair, whispering, Elric, as he knows, deep down, he has to go back. He clutches his head as a wave of recovering damage hits him, making him grit his teeth and just scream, damn, in frustration. He thinks to himself, that son of a bitch shouldn't be able to cure the wizard. If he can't cure him himself, then he has to help him. Meanwhile, in another location, a voice states, what you're saying is true. The older man with the mustache reads from a newspaper, the headline screaming, Auden Academy Evan Barracks. As Sean responds, it's not that, but. The older man clarifies that he was just hoping to get an opinion, since there was a possibility. Sean, though he doesn't know how the man came to that conclusion, warns that if he doesn't manage to convince him, the conversation takes a dark, ominous turn. He stands firm, eyes locked on the older man, a fierce resolve burning within him. Meanwhile, the older man clutches a mysterious artifact, his eyes blazing with a sinister purple glow, hinting at his own terrifying strength. Sean's resolve solidifies, his hand igniting with a raw, potent energy, a chilling reminder of the sheer power wielded by a former magician. Then, without warning, the very fabric of reality rips apart, a violent, explosive rupture. And through the gaping rift, Elric Mervinger explodes into the chamber, arms wide, a blinding, golden energy surging from him. The older man's jaw drops, his eyes bulging in utter shock, barely able to gasp out Elric's name. The room is a wreck, furniture smashed and debris everywhere, as Sean whirls on the new arrival, furious, demanding to know what madness possessed him to burst in like this. Elric, clutching a small, glowing artifact, casts his gaze downward, a subdued apology for his explosive, uninvited arrival. The older man's eyes narrow, a calculating glint in his gaze, intrigued by the unexpected arrival of the young mage. The older man keeps pressing, demanding to know if the assistant professor's read on Elric Mervinger was truly his own take. Without hesitation, he confirms, absolutely, that's spot on. A smirk spreads across his face as he drops the bombshell. Doesn't this mean Elric Mervinger is a total genius, or is it just a wild guess? A shocked, what, rips through the silence. Elric, soaking it all in with a confident, almost cocky grin, just casually acknowledges the praise, oh, you were. His emerald eyes practically sparkle with pure, unadulterated satisfaction. But deep down, Elric's inner voice is already firing off, is this old man seriously trying to taunt me right now? Sean Nemister, on the other hand, is absolutely seething, his face a mask of pure rage as he tries to spit out his fury, barely managing a basic truth before his words just explode into a raw, unfiltered curse. His hand clenches into a white-knuckled fist, veins practically bursting, as he screams his utter speechlessness, declaring that only maniacal laughter can possibly escape him now. The professor's face contorts in disgust, lambasting some unknown as a pathetic flunker who can't even condense mana. But Elric, with an audacious smirk, fires back, daring to ask if the professor's judgment is flawed. The older man's eyes narrow, a calculating look crossing his features. As he concedes that geniuses like Elric are a rare breed, even with a touch of fortune. Elric, meanwhile, seethes, wishing his rival would just vanish to another realm. A low hum escapes the professor, before he declares that, as an academic, he simply cannot ignore the collective voice of his students. Elric, catching his drift, affirms the professor's cunning words. Then, with a glint in his eye, the professor throws down a challenge, won't you make a bet with me? Elric, with a tense Sean Nemister looming nearby, coolly asks what kind of gamble the professor has in mind. The professor lays down the law, offering Elric Mervinger everything he needs to form an exploration team, but with a chilling warning, failure means everything. The gravity of the situation hangs in the air. Elric Mervinger's mind races, soaring through a cosmic void as he questions, why doesn't the professor just grab that heirloom himself? The thought burns, a silent challenge to the professor's entire game. The city buzzes with life, a carriage rolling through the chaos, but one voice screams above it all, demanding to know. Aren't you angry? Elric, chillingly calm, just holds his book, while Sean, clearly stressed, practically begs him to keep it. But Elric just shrugs it off, coolly stating, it's fine. They said that they were not going to be able to find it in the dragon's nest. He shoves the book away, a sharp, dismissive motion. Sean, now practically in his face, warns him about the item, spitting out, it. Hex. It has getting something. If you take that. His voice rising, he practically shouts, what if you can't find it? If your predictions are wrong. Sean explodes, his face a mask of fury, your family name is going to be disgraced. Do you get it? But Elric, unfazed, zeroes in on one thing, muttering, that pendant. The Mervinger family pendant, a symbol of power and legacy, shines with an ancient light. And it's only passed down to the Mervinger family head. But Elric just shrugs it off, saying he'll keep it, not sell it. Sean, totally fed up, snaps back, a dragon's nest is not the place for a hex, is it? At least. Elric flashes a cocky grin, declaring Sean's loyalty is with him until the bitter end. Sean, clutching his head in pure exasperation, knows it's game over once the professor finds that nest. He practically yells, so now what are your plans? He then challenges Elric, do you really think I, Sean, am so petty I'd bet everything just for a little help? Elric looks up, genuinely shocked, asking what he's talking about. Sean's mind races, realizing the sheer weight of it, if Elric actually dared to bet the Mervinger family name on this. Sean's eyes narrow, thinking, he should have bet. His life as the principal, along with it. His gaze burns with an unyielding resolve. He'd totally forgotten that this guy had two nicknames, one of them being the shame of the Mervinger family. And the other one was the absolute worst of the Mervinger family, period. Suddenly, on some epic stairs, a red-haired dude glares up at Elric, letting out a frustrated, har. Elric's face twitches in annoyance, and Sean's right there with him, thinking, ugh, he's at it again. Sean's getting seriously ticked off, remembering the whole deal, it was right at the start when I was given as a principal. Then, out of nowhere, a totally different scene. A dark-haired guy is screaming his head off, surrounded by insane impact effects. Flashback to years ago. A young Elric is showing off his awesome golems, but some older dude is totally throwing shade, asking about their size. That's Elric, way back when, just a kid, chilling alone on some steps, probably plotting his next big move. Even back then, the pressure was real, with some unseen voice straight up questioning if he was even a Mervinger. This snarky mentor, rocking some serious specs, was totally roasting him, like, seriously, the amazing Mervingen can't even do this? The dude just cackled, a super harsh laugh, bragging that he always knew the Mervingen were just the best of the streets. Ouch. Elric just stared at the ground, a silent, crushing thought in his head, did I not? Those words hit hard, leaving him back on those steps, feeling totally crushed. A faint red glow pulsed from his hand, as he finally admitted, yeah, I felt bad. That emotional explosion just manifested, shattering some nearby construct into a million glowing pieces. He's absolutely tearing through the shadows with that electric blue blade, pure grit on his face. If he'd only known that Demon King's test was this. He would have been ready for the sheer audacity of guys like this one, who's just sneering down and spitting, for those idiots. Rivern. Wake up. The scene flashes back to a fancy committee room, where Sean is just laying it all out, complaining that some punk kid from a Viscount family actually had the nerve to disrespect him, the big shot from a Duke family. He's telling the Eisen Academy Disciplinary Committee, straight up, that he totally punished that guy by the book, according to Academy rules. He even throws a defiant look at the professor, practically daring him with, got a problem with that, huh? The whole room is buzzing as Sean just smirks, the professor looks totally stressed, and Elric's emerald eyes burn with the raw pain of that memory. Yeah, Elric got disciplined, because the Academy's rules were all about equality, but after that day, everything shifted. Sean just strutted through the halls, and everyone gave him a wide berth, because nobody dared to mess with him ever again. He lets out a massive sigh, burying his face in his hand, clearly at his wit's end. His eyes narrow, a clear sign of his rising irritation, and you can practically feel the tension building. He just can't take it anymore. Sean explodes, yelling, "Hey! Are you crazy? I told you to stop breathing. You'll get high blood pressure if you keep going." But Elric? He's totally chill, just engrossed in some book called Factors on Physical Enhancement, making Sean practically scream, "What the hell are you reading?" Elric just smirks, looking right at him, and drops the bomb, "Yeah, it is. And if I'm right, your blood pressure is probably way higher than mine." Sean's face turns beet red with rage, his fist crashing onto the table again, but Elric? Still cool as a cucumber, just holding his book. Then, Elric gets serious, asking, "So, what's your big plan with the Beast King's breathing arts, anyway?" His emerald eyes suddenly flare with a soft, green glow, showing just how intensely he's thinking. And then he drops another bombshell, wondering aloud, "I just wondered if it could be used to treat blockage disease." The blockage disease Elric mentioned. It's brutal. Once mana gets blocked, it's like a dam with its gates slammed shut. No external energy can get in, so the body just can't recover. Eventually, the body just dies. Unless the Beast King's breathing arts can blast through the blocked mana and open those gates, because if it's already too late, the soul is gone for good. Sean, still reeling from Elric's bombshell, can only echo his words in utter disbelief, "I've discovered it. It gives me an idea how to apply it to my body." His jaw drops, eyes bugging out as he tries to wrap his head around the sheer nerve of it, shouting, What? You've discovered it?" Throwing his hands up in total exasperation, he finally gives in, "I'm getting tired of getting shocked. Alright Elric, do whatever you want." Then, a sudden, sharp sound. Leaving Sean totally bewildered, as he glances down, muttering, Suddenly, a squad of students rolls up, and a voice booms, "Yo, Elric. Long time no see." Elric's face twists in pure shock and annoyance, like, he seriously did not expect to see them here. One of the girls immediately demands, "Why are you even here?" But Sean, ever the smooth talker, just grins and says he's here to help his fellow classmates. Elric is absolutely fuming, surrounded by this crew, cursing under his breath while one of the new guys is like, what's up with him?" Sean, totally owning the moment, steps up and drops the bombshell, "The headmaster literally sent us to help you." Elric's eyes practically pop out, glowing with pure shock, while Sean just smirks, totally enjoying the show. Elric's mind is racing, thinking, "Oh, how nice of the headmaster, even though he literally told them he didn't need help." Sean, totally reading Elric, then throws down the gauntlet, asking if he picked up on how many of them were hiding their power, declaring this is the kind of challenge he was actually looking for. Elric's hand clenches into a tight fist, a silent, fierce promise to himself, "Don't worry." He knew he should have been ready for anything, especially after that last showdown. The mustached man's face contorts in anger, he practically snarls, "Get these." His voice practically explodes with disbelief, the man shouts, "How did you even get Gehenna's breath and Azure Sky Lord in there?" He slams his hand down, absolutely furious, yelling, "You crazy bastard. You seriously think it's okay to give a student gear that can wipe out an entire town? And to him of all people." But Elric just shrugs it off, coolly replying, "I will, but will you help him as much as he helps me? The mustached man's glare intensifies. Later, the mustached man pores over a document, his mind racing with the potential disaster. If this got out, they'd be in serious trouble. He then asserts, his voice firm, hold on. The mustached man just laughs, totally writing off Elric's chances of ever finding the paradox's nest. But then, a sly smirk creeps onto his face as he admits, okay, not bad, I guess you really can't fool blood. His mind immediately jumps to his incompetent team, thinking, seriously, I need to fire this whole research team. They call themselves experts but don't even know what a student does. A chilling thought hits him, a quiet, bitter whisper, no, no. It's all thanks to those idiots. His eyes shut, a single, burning desire filling his mind, I'm gonna get that magic pendant. As long as I get the magic pendant, everything changes. His hand tightens into a fist, a fierce, unshakable resolve burning within him, this is it. I'm guaranteed to become the next prime minister. A faint, ominous purple glow starts to pulse from his clenched fist, as he grudgingly admits, fine, you won the bet. The aura explodes, consuming him in a blinding, crackling purple energy, his eyes burning with raw, unbridled ambition. But here's the kicker, victory only counts if you actually survive. Elric is absolutely buried in an ancient book, mumbling about the Demon King test, totally absorbed in its secrets. Later, Sean Nemister and the professor are with him, and Sean is just baffled, asking if Elric seriously thinks he can ace this test. With a fierce glint in his emerald eyes, Elric's answer is simple, he has to. Next thing you know, Elric is in a town square, kicking off a mana search, and this insane golden aura just explodes from him, washing over everyone. The light just keeps getting brighter, pulling everyone's eyes skyward, as a massive golden column of energy blasts into the heavens. The ground in front of him is practically glowing with this crazy energy, pulling him straight to where all that magic is coming from. He stares up at this colossal, glowing structure that just popped up, a total beacon of the insane mana he just found. Sean's jaw drops. He can't believe it, Elric was right all along. The professor just nods, but Sean is already muttering, so, it really came here. I knew it. The mana surge is undeniable. But Elric isn't waiting around. His face is pure focus, and he unleashes a booming command, Expedition Team. He's got one goal, we need to secure the pillar of mana before it runs out. He screams, hold on, as he charges forward. Then, a flash of blue energy. Elric is a blur, moving at impossible speeds, leaving everyone else in the dust. The expedition team is absolutely stunned, their own mana flaring in surprise, as they watch Elric vanish in a streak of blue. Hey, hey. What about us? One of the team members yells, completely bewildered by Elric's solo charge. He's still blazing forward, leaving his crew in the dust, a colossal, radiant mana pillar practically screaming for attention in the background. Sean's mind is blown by the energy spike, asking the professor what's up, and the old man's just as stumped by this crazy pillar. The professor's already dreading it, muttering about how mana pillars are always bad news, and Sean can't believe this insane power source is just out in the open. But Elric's not hearing any of that, he's locked in, totally focused on locking down that pillar before its power vanishes. Elsewhere, some slick guy in glasses is grinning, hinting he's down to help, but only if the payout is massive. Back at the pillar, Sean's totally blindsided, his jaw dropping as he spots something completely out of left field. His face twists into a snarl, eyes blazing with furious yellow energy, daring the unseen threat to step up and get a taste of his power. Then, with an explosive surge, Sean rips open a swirling, circular portal of pure, unadulterated power, its intense yellow energy exploding outwards. He unleashes a torrent of raw power, a swirling vortex of orange and yellow energy erupting from his outstretched hand. The force flares outward, a blinding burst of light and sound that rips through the air. It intensifies, tearing through the surroundings with an explosive roar that shatters everything in its path. A massive explosion engulfs the area, sending debris flying in every direction as the very ground trembles. The concentrated energy then strikes its target, a focused impact ripping through the air with devastating force. Multiple figures are violently thrown back, overwhelmed by the blinding, crushing force of the attack. The radiant energy continues to burst outwards, consuming the space in a brilliant, destructive wave that leaves nothing but devastation. If he'd only known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, everything would have changed. But now, trapped in a colossal cavern, Elric and Sean stared up at an insane, blinding light ripping through the ceiling. Elric could only gasp, his brain short-circuiting at the sheer impossibility of it all. Could a dragon actually be real? His mind was blown, utterly lost in the chaos. Then, a colossal pillar of pure, vibrant blue energy exploded upwards, bathing the entire cavern in its blinding light. The raw power was mind-bending, a deafening roar tearing through the air as it surged. Elric could feel the raw mana pulsing from it, a sensation that left him absolutely speechless. But Sean, cool as ice, just raised a hand, his palm facing down the insane energy surge. He calmly told Elric to hold steady, revealing it was just super dense mana forming the barrier they were building. Elric's eyes narrow, a fierce resolve burning within him. A blinding light erupts above, cutting through the gloom, and he remembers the frantic scramble of everyone else, each person instinctively grabbing something from their gear. Footsteps crunching, they push deeper, Sean and Elric leading the charge into the abyss. The chill bites deep, making him shiver and exclaim, "Man, why is it freezing in here? Maybe a quick spell could warm things up a bit." The other students trail behind, and Elric, still clueless, blurts out, "What?" as Sean coolly retorts, "Can't you tell?" Shaking his head, he confesses, "Nah, just got a sudden shiver," and Sean, ever the pragmatist, deadpants, "You're cold." They press on, a small convoy against the cavern's immensity, their path illuminated only by their own light. With a sigh, Elric finally gives in, "Yeah, I guess you're right." A terrifying, horned shadow emerges from the abyss, its presence chilling the very air. With eyes burning like hellfire, it stares out from the black, a chilling voice booming, "You're here." The air crackles with anticipation, as the entity's voice drops to a sinister whisper, "At last." But back with the students, Elric and the crew are absolutely stunned, jaws practically on the floor, as one of them just manages to choke out, "WOAH." It's not just a wall, it's a colossal, glowing door, etched with an epic dragon design, and someone can barely believe it, asking, Is this a door?" A spiky-haired student, full of bravado, pumps himself up, shouting, "Everyone strong, gather around." The group starts to huddle, and the spiky-haired guy is all, "Let's just push it," but another student immediately shouts back, "Nah, magic it open." Elric, watching the madness unfold, can only scoff, "What are you even talking about, seriously?" He's clearly fed up, glancing at the others, who are just standing there, totally clueless about the door's crazy patterns. Sean, picking up on Elric's annoyance, gestures wildly at the glowing door, yelling, "This door, can't you see the dragon seal on it?" Elric, meanwhile, just mentally facepalms, thinking, "These idiots." Standing before the epic golden door, the students are on edge, knowing one wrong move could unleash chaos. But Sean? He just brushes off the warnings with a chill, yeah, I get it." He's always trying to one-up Elric, the other student thinks, guessing Sean wants to bait him into stopping them, so he can swoop in and take all the glory. Elric's mind races, weighing the risk of missing out on being first, while Sean, totally clueless, keeps chatting up the other student about his dating preferences, ignoring the real danger. Then, Sean finally gets serious, telling everyone to chill and not do anything stupid, reminding them that this door is a total wild card. He gets down low, checking out the door's crazy details, muttering, "Is this thing gold? What even is it?" Out of nowhere, Elric freaks out, eyes bugging, screaming at him to not touch it. Sean flinches back, totally caught off guard by the shout, just managing a bewildered, "What?" And just like that, as if reacting to their argument, the ancient door starts to blaze with an insane, blinding golden energy. The ancient door explodes with a blinding golden light, sending Sean flying backward in a violent, fiery blast. What? Sean screams, crashing hard to the ground, as Elric's eyes go wide with shock and recognition. "Isn't that the door?" he mutters, then screams a desperate warning, "Be careful. It's a trap." But it's too late. Another golden blast slams into Sean, who's still struggling to get up. The energy expands rapidly, forcing Elric to scream, "Everyone, block!" As the entire area is engulfed in a massive, searing golden explosion. Amidst the chaos, he quickly conjures a hexagonal barrier, shielding himself and those nearby from the devastating impact. "What are we going to do now?" a panicked voice cries out, "Do something." With grim determination, Elric focuses on a glowing device, declaring. While around him, other students scream in terror, "I don't want to die," and "Save us." Amidst the swirling, dangerous runes, he forces himself to be calm. This isn't a crisis, he decides, it's a test problem, ignoring the insidious whisper to just give up. Gripping his decryption device, Elric declares he'll solve it, no matter the cost, even as the relentless golden energy continues to batter Sean. His eyes blaze with an unyielding fire, a fierce promise. The golden blast absolutely rocks Sean, tearing a scream from his throat. His arm takes the full impact, but Elric's hexagonal shield flares, holding back the devastating power. Sean is completely overwhelmed, screaming, Save me." But Elric is locked in, his mind racing through the glowing symbols, knowing he has to hold on, just wait a bit longer, as long as I don't do anything wrong. And then, a flash of insight. Gotcha. I understand. If he'd only known this was the Demon King's test, things would have gone down differently. Now, stuck in this dark abyss, Elric is screaming for it to stop. His hand is shaking, face twisted in pure agony, as the desperate plea rips from his throat. Eyes shut tight, he screams it again, a raw, desperate cry tearing through the darkness. The shadowy figures close in, menacing and indistinct, as a deep, guttural roar shakes the very air. Then, just like that, the pressure vanishes. Elric's on the ground, staring up at two familiar faces. He gasps, "I thought I was going to die." Sean Nemister is leaning over him, face etched with concern, shouting his name. The professor's right there as Sean reassures him, "Just hold on, it'll be over soon. That should help my lifespan. Elric, you're okay." A smirk plays on Sean's face, a taunt in his tone as he declares, "You're quite something." His face contorts in fury, a raw declaration of dominance erupting, "This is my power, you bastard." The sheer scale of the desolate battlefield is revealed, teeming with countless, shadowy forms. Elric's eyes narrow, a steely resolve hardening his features as he takes it all in. Then, a cataclysmic, brilliant blue energy burst explodes, swallowing everything in its path. Sean, now a beacon of raw power, stands at the epicenter, absolutely crackling with swirling, radiant blue energy. A brutal, unseen force slams into Elric, sending him flying back in a shower of blood. Sean's face twists in pure shock and confusion, his voice raw with disbelief, "Hey, are you okay? What just happened? What kind of power is this?" A pulsating, glowing blue orb of raw energy now throbs ominously nearby. Elric Mervinger is absolutely rocked, plummeting through the shattered ice as Sean's raw blue energy slams into him. But as Elric falls, a gigantic pillar of that same blue energy explodes from the ground, with Sean Nemister right at its core, the undeniable source of this wild, untamed power. The sheer, unadulterated power of the blast sends shockwaves ripping through the air, and everyone nearby is absolutely freaking out, scrambling back in pure terror. Even Sean is utterly stunned, a look of pure disbelief and rage contorting his features, as he realizes his power has gone completely berserk, again. Meanwhile, some unseen observer is furiously scribbling down notes, logging Elric Mervinger and the terrifying words, "Mana Rampage," into a journal, specifically detailing the physical mutation due to Mana Rampage. Back in the thick of it, Elric is now totally consumed by a swirling, electric blue energy, with a frantic cry of, "Hurry," screaming through the chaos. His eyes ignite with an insane, other-dimensional blue glow, and a thunderous, rhythmic thumping pounds like a monstrous heartbeat. That deep, pounding thrum of the heartbeat just consumes the darkness. As his eyes absolutely blaze with an even more potent, almost blinding blue intensity. The blue energy explodes around Elric Mervinger's hand, and a shocking realization hits him like a truck, this isn't just power, it's something ancient. He's not just feeling it, he's seeing it, the very origin of magic, manifesting as a swirling, epic blue vortex. This isn't some basic spell, this is a dragon's tongue magic, a legendary, game-changing power. His eyes blaze with electric blue as he screams out, a name tearing from his throat as the power surges. Then, in a flash, he's gone. A blue streak of pure speed, screaming, haste, as the magic propels him forward. The blue energy wraps around his arm, forging a glowing, spectral gauntlet right before our eyes. But then, a searing, brutal pain rips through him, making him scream and clutch his arm. This power comes with a cost, and it's official. Through the pain, the transformation finishes, his entire body now encased in a dazzling, golden blue armament of raw power. Sean Nemister stares, his face a mask of pure shock and regret, muttering to himself that he should have seen this coming, that he should have known. He explodes forward, a blinding azure aura erupting around him as the Azure Sky Lord armor materializes in a storm of dark energy. His movements a mere blur of impossible speed, leaving nothing but pure kinetic energy in his wake. Nemister, utterly stunned, can only think one thing, how does that bastard have that? Oblivious to the shock he's causing, Elric's hand shoots out, a golden hexagonal shield snapping into existence to intercept an attack. Nemister's face twists into a snarl of pure determination, a chilling vow escaping his lips, this time, for sure. Elric holds his ground, a dazzling array of golden shields shimmering around him, shattering incoming attacks with effortless grace as blue energy arcs wildly. Red energy smashes against his azure defenses, igniting a spectacular, explosive clash. His eyes, now blazing with an intense, electric blue, are a direct reflection of the raw, untamed power surging within. He absolutely demolishes the crystalline barrier, sending ice shards flying everywhere with an explosive crack. But beyond it, a complex magical trap shimmers into existence, its intricate runes pulsing with faint energy. But just as quickly, the trap vanishes, replaced by a small, glowing orb in his hand. He can only think, "I'm gonna die." Gasping for air, he locks his gaze forward, a fierce determination burning in his emerald eyes. Then, a blinding golden light explodes, revealing a colossal, ancient gate, pulsing with glowing runes, flinging open to an unknown realm. Beyond that shimmering portal, a vast, desolate landscape, stretching into infinity under an alien sky. And now, a lone figure, he sits amidst that barren expanse, a tiny silhouette against the immense, new world he's entered. Suddenly, a voice booms from somewhere unseen, barking orders for an exploration team to help the injured and get inside. He stares, eyes blown wide, absolutely speechless at the insane new world before him. A gasp rips from his throat as the sheer impossibility hits him, he can't even process if this is real or just some wild hallucination. Before them, a massive, glowing expanse unfolds, a literal treasure chest of ancient knowledge, packed with untold books and artifacts. Golden light bathes an alien landscape of impossible structures, a gigantic, ship-like fortress just chilling amidst the shimmering dust. The exploration team is absolutely losing it, taking in their insane surroundings. One shouts about the sheer amount of magic tools, while another freaks out over dragon-scale armor. The professor, totally blown away, can't believe the perfectly preserved ancient books stacked on every shelf. He turns to his student, hyping him up for pulling off such an insane feat. But Elric's totally zoned out, his face a complete blank, like he's still stuck on something way bigger than all these treasures. Catching his weird silence, Sean Nemister immediately demands to know what's up with Elric. Sean snaps him out of it, his voice cutting through the protagonist's intense thoughts. But a chilling question hits Elric: was this entire journey just a test? An ominous sensation grips him, a feeling of being dragged into a destiny he never chose. Sean pushes again, what's on your mind? Elric can only manage a confused "huh" before his words die in his throat. You should be hyped on a day like this. Sean exclaims, trying to pump him up. Let's go. The professor's ready, and the protocols are almost set. Sean urges, pushing him forward. But Elric's face still betrays a deep, unsettling worry. He grips his cloak, the internal struggle raging within him. Even though it's still eating at him, he decides to just ride the wave and enjoy the moment. He clutches at his golden hair, a silent, agonizing struggle etched across his face. But his newfound freedom, it's no liberation, it's a crushing burden, a test he never saw coming. An ominous vision, a cloaked figure amidst a mountain of gold, bathed in a sinister glow, sears through his thoughts, revealing the grim truth of his situation. His gaze hardens, a faint, pulsing purple aura erupting around him as he battles these terrifying revelations. Then, a sharp voice shatters his trance, calling out with desperate urgency. Sean Nemister, right there, explodes with frustration, pointing out Elric's total distraction, even as leader, and questions if he should be the one in command. Elric, barely present, just mutters, okay. Sean's eyes snap wide open in shock, demanding to know about a D-Dragon and shouting Elric's name with pure exasperation. A tense silence hangs heavy, Sean torn between concern and annoyance, while Elric remains utterly lost in his own mind. Finally, Sean turns away, a firm resolve in his voice as he declares Elric will catch up later. Snapping out of his trance, he's ready to go. Whoa! They step into an epic, glowing chamber, ancient and massive. A massive dragon skull. Sean's mind races, is this a Dragon King rank? The professor confirms, this place is ancient, over 4,000 years old. Out of nowhere, Elric gets launched. He slams into the ground, surrounded by shadowy figures, letting out a pained cry as they swarm him. His eyes flare green with rage. He curses himself for letting his guard down. Sean, watching the chaos, tells the professor, this wasn't part of the plan. We like him, but... Still on the ground, Elric is left to ponder his fate. The colossal dragon skull dominates the void, and a terrifying realization hits, this was the Demon King's ultimate test. Did that thing just move? The tension is unbearable. His gaze snaps around, a frantic cry tearing from his throat, where are the others? A chilling, unseen laugh echoes, proclaiming his allies are now enslaved. But then, a sudden, terrifying jolt for Elric, what? Where is it? Too late. A devastating blow lands, erupting in a crimson splash. No mercy. A vice-like grip chokes him, stealing his air. Pain and betrayal flash across his face, a single, crushing thought, should never have trusted anyone. He crashes down, but a golden inferno ignites around him, a desperate, raw power exploding from his core. He came all this way for this. Expire, he roars. A desperate, guttural scream rips through the air, a warning for everyone to flee. Then, a choked, bewildered sound, what? His eyes lock onto something above, his entire form now crackling with a fierce blue energy, his power absolutely exploding. His eyes snap open, a raw, primal shock seizing him as the impossible unfolds. A hand, crackling with electric blue energy, shoots forward, a voice screaming, what the hell is this? The intense blue energy pulses violently around him. When his eyes lock onto a monstrous form, a name tearing from his throat, T the Dragon. He and Sean bolt, pure terror driving them forward as a desperate cry for help rips through the chaos. From the crushing darkness, the skeletal dragon erupts, a nightmare made real. Its colossal, bone-chilling form looming over the desperate, fleeing duo. Elric's face twists, a raw cocktail of terror and desperate resolve etched into his features. As a single, guttural curse rips from his soul. A terrifying thought flashes through his mind, a chilling realization, if he had only known this was the real, Demon King's test. Elric is left standing amidst absolute devastation, the very air crackling with residual power. A furious "damn it" rips from his lips, his frustration boiling over. He bursts into motion, a brilliant blue aura erupting around him as he tears through the collapsing landscape. His eyes lock onto something above, a chilling truth hitting him as his power surges. What the hell is this? He demands, realizing this impossible gauntlet is just another brutal test. But then, the scene shifts. Sean Nemister, radiating fierce determination, leads his allies forward, vowing to uncover and exploit every single weakness. His eyes blaze with an unholy green light, his mind laser-focused on one terrifying command: survive the dragon. He locks eyes with the monstrous, glowing blue skull, a single, desperate question burning in his mind: is it still standing? The devastated world around him screams of the ultimate test, a chilling voice echoing the brutal truth: a dragon and countless other horrors await the sage. This isn't a fight he can win in one shot, the sheer scale of the challenge hits him with full force. He needs to buy himself some precious preparation time. Elsewhere, Sean unleashes a furious command, rallying his squad, screaming for them to get it together and charge the front line. Go, go, go. Elric, meanwhile, unleashes his own power, a brilliant golden, hexagonal shield erupting around him with a surge of raw energy. The monstrous skull roars, a terrifying blue energy blast erupting as it charges forward, the cry of, "It's coming," echoing through the air. A devastating impact rips through the air, icy power exploding from the beast, as Sean's voice cuts through the pandemonium, ordering everyone to their battle stations. The dragon's icy breath just absolutely decimates the hexagonal barrier, sending shockwaves of blue and white energy everywhere. This frigid assault just keeps getting more intense, exploding outwards in a blinding flash of light and raw, untamed power. Hexagonal patterns of ice and energy just keep on expanding, a relentless wave threatening to engulf everything in its path. With his emerald eyes blazing, Elric Mervinger stares down the onslaught, realizing this breath attack has already lasted 20 seconds, that's huge. Meanwhile, in another location, Sean Nemister is absolutely grinding against the same overwhelming force, shouting for his companions to hold on, even if it's just for a few more seconds. The icy assault just keeps up its relentless pressure, the air absolutely screaming with the sound of shattering energy. Back with Elric, his barrier is starting to crack, the strain clear on his face as he realizes the shield is about to give out. The blue and white energy of the attack just surges forward, a torrent of pure destructive power. With a final, deafening impact, the shield is questioned, its integrity seemingly compromised. The dragon's icy blast just keeps coming, slamming into a group of desperate figures. But Sean Nemister isn't giving up, his voice cutting through the chaos, shouting a desperate command. The skeletal dragon is still on their tails, blasting freezing breath, and the group is in full panic mode, screaming to run. Sean glances back at the monster, cursing their luck and realizing they're totally screwed. Elric Mervinger is booking it, but a quick look back tells him everything: they're in deep trouble if they keep this up. His jaw clenches, pure determination burning in his gaze. Then, in a flash, he moves with insane speed. His glowing hand shooting out to block something, but it's too late, the hit rocks him hard. He's sent flying, blood erupting from his mouth as pure agony twists his face. The air crackles with a dark, splattered energy, a chilling echo of the brutal attack that just unfolded. But before anyone can process the chaos, Sean Nemister's voice cuts through the tension, a desperate plea for Elric. Suddenly, with a bone-chilling "Kwang," skeletal figures burst from the frozen earth, their piercing blue eyes locking onto Elric, who's caught completely off guard. Another "Kwang" rips through the air as these terrifying skeletal forms surge forward, their relentless march a chilling spectacle. Elric's eyes widen in horror as the truth hits him: these aren't just monsters, they're the legendary being who protected the dragon. This is a whole new level of threat. A colossal skeletal guardian, its blue eyes blazing with an eerie glow, towers over him, a terrifying manifestation of the dragon's power. Elric gasps, a name tearing from his lips as he recognizes the legendary threat, the Spartan. But Elric isn't backing down. With a determined snarl, he summons a blazing orb of fire, a powerful "poo" echoing as it ignites in his hand. And then, with a roar, he unleashes it. A devastating torrent of flames erupts, incinerating the skeletal horde in a blinding explosion. Elric! Get it together! Sean's desperate shout pierces the air, but his hand is already sparking with nascent power. He knows he has to figure this out, the pressure mounting with every passing second. Ack! Please save me! Sean's terrified plea echoes, but his resolve hardens. He knows he's the only one who can pull this off. The skeletal Spartans surge forward, their glowing forms a terrifying wave, and Elric stands his ground, ready to unleash hell. Then, a flash of insight, a solution ignites in his mind. A complex, glowing symbol erupts into existence, humming with raw, untamed power. His eyes snap wide, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him as the symbol locks into place. Ugh. What? A bewildered gasp tears from his throat, his emerald eyes blazing with confusion at the unfolding magic. He's engulfed in a shimmering green aura, his vision exploding with intricate, glowing lines and patterns, like the universe just glitched and showed him its code. But amidst this insane new vision, he suddenly realizes Sean Nemister's voice, the one that was always in his head, is gone. Then, a sudden, primal thought screams in his head, dodge. And just as that thought hits, a massive skeletal minion lunges from above, claws out, making him gasp in pure shock. But before it can even touch him, he instinctively shifts, a blue energy blur, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. The monster's attack just slices through empty air. He looks back, totally stunned. Still moving with insane speed, he's like, wait, what? I dodged? His emerald eyes blaze with an intense green light as it all clicks, this isn't a dream. He can literally see the monster's next move, predicting its attack and his perfect dodge. With this insane new power, he's ready for the next hit, knowing exactly where it's coming from. He watches the skeletal figures move ahead, a decision forming in his mind, then resolves to follow them. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his face, wondering if this path might lead him into a trap. Suddenly, a human cries out in pain as a skeletal minion strikes, its attack swift and brutal. Another human, refusing to yield, engages a skeletal foe, vowing to take it down with them if necessary. Seeing the struggle, Elric unleashes a burst of brilliant blue energy, striking a skeletal minion with decisive force. He then turns to the other survivors, his voice ringing out with newfound authority, urging them to follow his lead. As he moves, a young man named Riven grabs his arm, pleading to be taken along. Without hesitation, Elric pulls him along, leading the charge deeper into the fray. He plunges into the heart of the skeletal horde, a whirlwind of glowing energy and precise strikes, fighting with fierce determination. He's still leading the charge, a blazing blue aura around him as he smashes through skeletons, yelling orders to push through the chaos. He ducks a bone-shattering blow, then screams for everyone to duck and jump, keeping the momentum going. But the horde's relentless pressure is too much, and he's sent tumbling, disoriented, his vision going dark. He's free-falling through a vortex of dark energy, the abyss swallowing him whole. Then, a blinding, ethereal light explodes into existence, revealing a gateway, a desperate chance for escape. They burst into a massive, shadowy chamber, and he and Riven push on, his mind screaming with doubt, is this even going to work? They finally make it through, landing in a new, safe zone, and a guy named Nick shouts in pure relief, they're out. But the threat isn't over yet. A desperate cry for help screams from the portal, and a hand shoots out, trying to stop someone from going back in. Elric hits the ground, utterly spent, the adrenaline finally crashing as Nick stares back at the closing portal. He's reliving the nightmare, the ultimate challenge, a trial so brutal it could only be from the freaking Demon King. But even with everything on the line, he knew he couldn't back down. Suddenly, a monstrous gargoyle with terrifying glowing blue eyes strikes with deadly claws, sending Elric reeling from the sheer force of the attack. But a desperate voice screams through the chaos, absolutely refusing to let him die. Then, like a flash, a new hero with fiery orange hair blasts into the battle. Their voice ripping through the air with an urgent, desperate cry for the struggling mage. Out of nowhere, a massive, glowing blue-eyed gargoyle monster drops from the sky, ready to unleash chaos. Elric and his ally can only stare up in pure terror, completely frozen by the monstrous threat looming over them. The monster's eerie blue light washes over Elric's face, his expression a raw mix of fear and disbelief. Then, a crushing blow. Elric lets out a desperate cry, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated panic. The gargoyle monster keeps up its brutal attack, overwhelming the students, who can only scream, "It's too strong," as they're pushed back. After the chaos, Elric lies defeated and injured on the ground, while Sean looms over him, furious, yelling, "Elric! Are you insane?" But Elric, still defiant despite his injuries, snaps back, "It's his fault I'm weak. Why are you blaming me?" Even after that brutal gargoyle attack, he's got this nagging feeling, like something's just not right. And he's totally baffled why these things couldn't just bail out of here. Then, it hits Elric like a truck. He remembers the subtle damage he saw at the dragon's lair entrance. And now he's wondering if someone else was already here. But his thoughts get absolutely rocked. As a colossal, skeletal dragon, eyes blazing red, just explodes into view. The raw power blasting off this thing is just insane. And Elric can only brace for impact as a massive explosion sends everything flying. The tension is palpable as Elric, his face contorted in pure terror, unleashes a desperate scream, "The Spartoi are coming over." A torrent of glowing blue particles erupts, and a panicked shout rips through the chaos, "Run! Blasted back by an invisible force, he reels, a terrified gasp tearing from him as he desperately wonders where they even are. Elric hits the dirt, dazed, but the orange-haired ally is already barking orders, just run. Elsewhere, Sean Nemister's eyes are wide with alarm, his expression a raw testament to the chaos. Elric, fueled by pure adrenaline, bolts towards a searingly bright portal, his only hope for escape. A quick look over his shoulder confirms his allies are right behind him, all of them pushing past their limits to escape. Sean's voice rips through the chaos, a desperate, guttural shout for his friend, Elric. With everything on the line, Elric plunges into the blinding light, leaving the nightmare in his wake. He's falling through the void, a desperate voice urging him, go on ahead. Scrambling for his life, he bursts through a glowing, narrow opening. The light explodes as he breaks free, a frantic shout of Elric echoing behind him. Elsewhere, the orange-haired ally is fuming, demanding to know why this escape route isn't for Elric. Sean Nemister observes the unfolding disaster, a deep worry etched onto his face. Fast forward 7 years. After a mysterious suspension, everything changes. A grown Sean Nemister reaches out to Elric, introducing himself and asking, "Wanna be friends?" But Elric's response is brutal and to the point, "Fuck OFF." Elric's mind races, a chilling realization dawning on him about the Demon King's ultimate test. Sean, ever persistent, reaches out, trying to bridge the chasm between them. With a forced smile, he pushes for friendship, but it's a losing battle. Elric explodes, his furious, "Fuck OFF," ripping through the air, leaving no room for doubt. He storms away, his rejection a final, brutal blow. Sean is utterly stunned, completely silenced by the raw hostility. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A booming voice lays down the law for aspiring magicians, only the most tenacious will survive, and speed is everything. But there's a catch, a massive twist, no magic allowed. Then, the electrifying command, begin. And with that, a horde of challengers erupts, sprinting into the unknown. If he had known this was the Demon King's test, maybe he would have thought twice. But no, Sean Nemister is free-falling through the air, a blazing streak of blue energy ripping behind him as he drops like a stone. His hand reaches out. Before he finally slams down onto a wooden platform, taking in the icy, mountainous landscape and muttering, "Whoa, looks like the middle of the mountain." He stands there, a thought nagging at him, seriously, should I have just said no to being Elric Mervinger's ally? He looks up, a worried frown etched on his face. Then, a massive crack rips through the air below him, and he shouts, "Huh," as the ice platform beneath his feet starts to splinter. The entire crystalline surface explodes into glowing fragments. And his outstretched hand flares to life with an intense blue energy. He's free-falling through the abyss, a choked gasp tearing from his throat as the freezing wind screams past him. His mind is screaming, one thought piercing the darkness, is anyone out there? He needs help, now. Blood trickles from his lips, the brutal fall already tearing him apart. A memory, sharp and cutting, flashes through his mind, the older man's voice, dripping with disdain, "Just use your magic to get up. What are you whining about?" Now, sprawled and broken on the freezing ground, he can't even remember the last time he felt his own power, his mana completely gone. The brutal truth hits him, he could die here. Even a tiny spark of mana should have remained. Just as despair threatens to swallow him whole, a faint, electric blue glow erupts from his hand, a sudden, impossible surge of power. The chasm yawns endlessly below. And with a surge of pure defiance, he clenches his glowing fist, a single, furious curse tearing from his throat. A desperate cry rips through the air as he plummets, his hand outstretched, a faint blue energy flickering around him. But then, powerful hands snatch him from the brink, hauling him up the sheer cliff face, and a voice, laced with urgency, shouts his name. He grits his teeth, muscles screaming with the strain, as the voices above demand he hold on for dear life. Finally, he's dragged to safety, collapsing onto the ground, utterly spent, while Sean drops beside him, a look of intense worry etched on his features. But that concern vanishes in an instant as Sean looms over him, his voice cutting like a knife, ordering him to move on, declaring him left behind. His eyes fall to his own feet, a crushing silence confirming his perceived failure. With a forceful grunt, Sean hauls him upright, demanding to know what he's doing and why he's not following orders to push forward. Eye to eye, Sean's face hardens, throwing his own words back at him, questioning his commitment to becoming stronger. Elric stares back, a tempest of shame and defiance swirling in his eyes, as Sean's cutting words echo in the tense silence. He's thinking, if only I knew this was the Demon King's test, as dark, jagged magenta energy erupts around him. But then, a sudden shift. Sean Nemister is back, barking orders, "Forget that, hand me some of the artifacts you have in your house." His mind is racing, a golden glow surrounding him as he seethes, this bastard, who's trying to protect who here? Through a sun-drenched forest, a cloaked figure retreats, and Sean, ever the pragmatist, declares, "I'm a sucker for the money. I'll even give you a reward." The thought echoes, this bastard. Suddenly, the orange-haired ally gasps, his face contorted in pure panic. A hand, blazing with electric blue energy, is slammed by a crushing impact. The orange-haired ally screams in desperation, I'll call the elders, or at least, your father. A blinding, explosive burst of energy rips through the air. He's absolutely crackling with raw, blue energy, enduring a brutal transformation. If he'd only known this was the Demon King's test from the jump. He might have flinched, but a desperate shout rips through the air, a voice screaming, don't. While some unseen force roars, die, Elric's eyes blaze with pure determination, a quick nod to Sean as he shouts his readiness. Across the blasted landscape, his orange-haired ally is absolutely booking it, his face a mask of worry, refusing to let Elric take on this danger by himself. Then, a blinding flash, a colossal energy burst rips through everything. Out of the chaos, a skeletal dragon bursts forth, its ancient frame now absolutely glowing with Elric's signature blue energy. Then, from the glowing earth, a shadow army erupts, their dark forms cloaked in menace, eyes blazing with evil red light. Standing over his newly summoned legion, a cloaked figure is silhouetted against the glowing abyss, the silent master of this terrifying power. His orange-haired ally just stares up at the insane spectacle, a defiant roar tearing from his throat, who do you think I am? A scorching heat erupts from his hand as Elric Mervinger unleashes an insane amount of power, knowing this artifact usually demands mana he just doesn't have. Until with a blinding crimson flash, his eye ignites, and the artifact's true, terrifying power unlocks. Engulfed in a raging inferno, he makes the ultimate sacrifice, his very lifespan will fuel this power, not mana. The raw energy explodes around him, a tempest of fire and pure, unadulterated power. With a primal scream, he unleashes the inferno, incinerating the encroaching shadow soldiers. His hand still burning bright, he realizes this whole nightmare is just the Demon King's test. A brilliant blue blade ignites in his hand, and he carves through a shadow soldier with one devastating strike. Then, a colossal wave of azure energy explodes from him, annihilating the remaining spectral foes. He bursts into action, a golden aura blazing around him. The power, he realizes, was inside him all along. A monstrous, glowing red claw descends, a terrifying challenge. Surrounded by raging fire, he knows this is the Demon King's ultimate test. This massive structure, he thinks, holds the key and the answer to everything. If his sacred power is the only way to win, he won't back down. His resolve is ironclad, because he's an exorcist. With a crash, more shadowy figures burst from the darkness, ready for battle. If he had known this was the real, Demon King's test, maybe he would have braced himself, but the shadowy forms swirling around him screamed that the true challenge was just getting started. Then, bam. A blinding burst of blue energy exploded, ripping through the suffocating shadows. The raw magic pulsed, crackling with power, lighting up everything with an otherworldly glow. Only one word ripped from his throat, a choked, disbelieving gasp. His head snapped up, face frozen in shock and a terrifying realization as a deep, guttural rumble shook the very air. Emerald eyes blown wide with disbelief, he could only stare, utterly bewildered by the unfolding nightmare. Then, from the fiery, storm-racked sky, a colossal bolt of blue lightning crashed down, hitting with earth-shattering force. And within that crackling energy, a monstrous, shadowy form began to take shape, a terrifying dragon emerging as the very ground groaned and trembled. He stood his ground, back to the viewer, as the ominous presence continued to manifest before him. From the swirling energy, the crystalline head of the dragon emerged fully, its eyes burning with a malevolent red light. Still facing the monstrous entity, Elric's own small red horns became visible, a subtle sign of his awakening power. He questioned the sudden appearance, a single word escaping his lips, who? But his attention was abruptly drawn by a new, sinister presence, a man with long dark hair and glowing red eyes, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Elric's eyes widened in shock, realizing the new figure had noticed him. He looked at me. As if in response to the direct gaze, Elric's body began to surge with intense blue and red energy, his form distorting under the raw power. The menacing man stood amidst a swirling aura of dark, shadowy energy, his gaze fixed downward, observing Elric's transformation. Elric's power-up culminated in a blinding flash, his entire being engulfed in brilliant blue and white energy, ready to face the new threats. Suddenly, a blinding white light rips through the sky, followed by a devastating crimson beam that slams into the earth with explosive force. Its raw power warping reality itself. From the heart of that swirling red energy, sinister shadow figures begin to materialize. Their eyes burning with malevolent crimson light. A razor-sharp shadow claw lashes out from the depths of the crimson aura, slamming into the crystalline dragon with explosive force, as Elric is simultaneously consumed by a brilliant blue and white magical energy. A complex, geometric symbol of pure light erupts around him. And Elric stares in wide-eyed shock, the sheer magnitude of his newfound power dawning on him. He gasps, an 8th circle mage? The shadow soldiers, unleashed from the crimson beam, explode into action, their dark forms crackling with malevolent energy. Their target, the skeletal dragon, lets out a guttural, pained roar as the relentless assault begins. Elric, feeling the surge of his newfound power, can only gasp, even higher, as he comprehends the sheer magnitude of his transformation. The dragon's ancient, glowing eye begins to crack under the relentless barrage, its very essence shattering from the impact. A torrent of dark, viscous fluid erupts from its body, a gruesome testament to the shadow soldier's brutal efficiency. One of the shadowy figures lunges, its red eyes burning with pure, predatory intent, relentlessly pressing the attack. But before they can land another blow, a sudden, explosive burst of fiery energy erupts, engulfing the attacking shadows in a blinding inferno. A brilliant, blinding light follows, pushing back the encroaching darkness with immense, overwhelming force. The chaotic red and black energies of the shadow soldiers are violently dispersed, their forms scattering into nothingness under the sheer power. Out of the blood-red chaos, a monstrous, clawed hand erupts, and a shocked gasp escapes the air. The skeletal dragon, engulfed in the same terrifying aura, screams a primal roar as the crimson power explodes around its head. Then, a thunderous crash. The very earth explodes, sending shrapnel and dust flying through the blazing red energy. Elric Mervinger stares, a cold dread washing over him as he realizes, this thing, this monster, is the one who's been empowering the dragon. Suddenly, a voice, ancient and powerful, booms through the chaos, speaking directly to him. The entity's words drip with sinister intent, declaring its freedom from a treacherous seal. And then, the Demon King fully manifests. A towering, horned figure with blazing red eyes and a smile that promises pure evil. His burning gaze locks onto Elric, declaring him his new vessel. With a terrifying grin, the Demon King commands, "Now, become one with me." He's frozen, absolutely stunned, as the voice booms, demanding he just hand over the entire world. A guttural growl rips through the silence, its blazing red eyes locking onto him, the sheer pressure making his blood run cold. Then, from its hand, a blinding torrent of electric blue energy explodes outwards, crackling with raw power. The Demon King Mephistopheles is here, fully manifested, its terrifying form cloaked in a wicked red aura and surging blue magic, unleashing a power that makes reality itself tremble. With a flick of its glowing hand, it makes its chilling demand, "You will become one with me." The words slam into Elric like a freight train, his mind screaming as the horrifying truth dawns on him, it's the freaking Demon King. The Demon King looms, a terrifying silhouette, a vortex of dark power against the chaotic blue and red energies. Elric can only stammer, "What?" as the Demon King drops another bombshell, "It's been sealed here with him for 1,000 years." That bombshell hits Elric hard, his face contorting as the terrifying truth of the Demon King's words finally clicks. The shadowy overlord booms, announcing that a truly magnificent vessel has finally appeared before him. And Elric is instantly hit with an agonizing, unseen force, his body seizing up as a desperate, choked scream tears from his throat. Gasping for air, the terrifying truth slams into him, this isn't some trial, it's a full-blown Demon King's trap. And just to twist the knife, a colossal skeletal dragon, crackling with sinister blue energy, materializes right over him. Crushed by the immense power, Elric's mind screams, is this really how it ends? Will he die here? His body keeps twisting and breaking under the relentless assault. As dark, skeletal corruption starts to consume his very being, a terrifying sign of the Demon King's absolute control. The Demon King's voice booms with maniacal laughter, declaring that Shanix's mana is finally surging and growing stronger within Elric's very core. With one last, desperate burst of defiance, Elric screams a curse at his cruel fate. Lost in the cosmic abyss, he floats through an endless sea of stars and shadows. His mind races, flashing back to a brutal past. His grandfather and loyal knights, all gone, sacrificed to push back the Demon King in the Great Demon War. And then, the crushing blow, even his parents fell, consumed by the relentless march of extinction. Leaving only him and his little sister, the last remnants, utterly alone. But as his world shattered, the true faces of everyone around him emerged, their hidden, monstrous desires finally unleashed. Even the one he trusted above all, the one he leaned on, the one who should have been his rock. Turned into a viper, trying to snatch everything that was rightfully theirs. The sheer agony of that betrayal tears through his very soul. His hand shoots out, a desperate, broken plea tearing from his throat, "Uncle, please." The memory hits him like a truck, that desolate, empty landscape, the crushing realization that they were just, abandoned. But what could he have done, a helpless kid against that level of betrayal? He stood there, before those massive gates, a silent, burning vow igniting deep inside him. A raw, guttural curse ripped from him, a promise he swore to himself. No matter what it took, he'd get his revenge, he'd bring his family back from the brink. His eyes blazing with a furious, crimson light, he'd make every single person who betrayed them pay. But the crushing weight of his present reality slams him back, a frantic, pounding rhythm in his chest. No. This can't be happening. It absolutely cannot end like this, his heart screaming the desperate plea. A thunderous, primal beat pounds. And the name, Melvinger, screams through the darkness. Ancient, glowing runes ignite. As a furious roar erupts from within, I won't be devoured by you. You fucking bastard. The magical script explodes with power, engulfing Elric in a blinding, emerald aura. A chilling vow is sworn, dependents will pay in the future someday. Pure, unbridled magic detonates in a chaotic burst of red and green, revealing Elric, transformed. His eyes blaze crimson, fangs bared, as he grapples with this terrifying new power. An insane, chaotic burst of green energy explodes, tearing through the air with crimson streaks. Right at the heart of it all, Elric's spiky blonde hair and entire body are just glowing with raw power, as if a voice from nowhere confirms his exact location. His hand reaches out, absolutely engulfed in that green energy in a wicked red glow, and then, out of nowhere, a voice booms, declaring the first test is officially over. But then, the energy changes. He's now standing in a swirling blue vortex, his hand blasting out brilliant blue light, all while a giant, watchful eye looms behind him. Then, out of nowhere, shadowy figures burst from the darkness, bringing with them a sinister red glow, and he just screams, "No!" Even more of these shadowy monsters flood the space, their red aura and blurred movements completely overwhelming everything, and he can only manage a shocked, "The hell?" That powerful green energy that was just blasting from him is now getting shoved back, completely overwhelmed by the invading darkness and those endless shadowy forms. But with a sudden, defiant surge of will, he slams his hand up again, unleashing a powerful burst of blue energy, ready to absolutely destroy this new challenge. He hangs there, suspended in the air, his dark clothes whipping around him, a living testament to the sheer, untamed power he now commands. The evolution surges forward, as electrifying blue patterns ignite across his arm, radiating an intense, untamed magical power. Elric unleashes a torrent of vibrant green energy, a powerful aura exploding around him as he makes his declaration. In this very place, he proclaims, hand outstretched, I will swallow the first demon, bending it to my absolute will. The green energy explodes into a blinding, crackling blue aura, completely engulfing him, a raw display of overwhelming power. Suddenly, a blinding, disorienting blur of motion rips through reality, leaving intricate blue energy patterns swirling around his arm, a testament to the raw power he just wielded. As his senses slowly return, a single, desperate question rips through his mind, where? He stares at his hands, now pulsating with an alien orange and red energy, the question echoing, am I? Lost in a swirling vortex of clouds, he's hit with a wave of confusion, a single, urgent question ripping through his thoughts. But then, an unseen force starts to stir, and he's instantly on guard, demanding answers. Suddenly, a mystical, glowing book materializes, its ancient script hitting him with a jolt of recognition, making him question why these words feel so deeply familiar. The voice booms, declaring itself the very foundation of scholars who pioneered the secrets of magic doctors, a voice that feels ancient and powerful. He wonders if these are the legendary original families, just as the serene clouds shatter, revealing a terrifying, blood-red sun, a chilling omen of what's to come. The voice drops a bombshell, revealing that those who chased a forbidden, evil power were utterly destroyed, their very essence twisted by the blinding force they craved. The crimson orb throbs with dark energy, but the voice insists not everyone fell, some managed to break free. These brave few dared to challenge the corrupting power, and from their defiance, a powerful clan was born to safeguard their legacy. Then, a mysterious figure with blazing eyes emerges, embodying this ancient bloodline, as the voice declares, that in this world, their epic saga truly began. The chilling realization hits, this was the Demon King's ultimate test. A resounding "No" reverberates through the void. This was the terrifying realm of the demon god, a colossal, clawed hand descending with overwhelming power. But from the depths, a new power rose. A clan forged to tear the demons out by their roots, a brilliant blue hand surging with defiant energy. Kwang! The blue power erupted, shattering the crimson darkness. Kurururum! The Demon King's monstrous form let out a guttural growl, its terrifying silhouette tearing through the red mist. Suek! The resolve was clear, wiping out every demon was the clan's sacred mission. But the brutal reality was undeniable, demons would never stop, always returning to sow fear, a crimson hand descending upon the growling menace. Kurururum! The Demon King's growl intensified, its form a swirling vortex of primal evil, teeth and claws ready to strike. Kuyuk! The clan's eternal vow echoed, they must consume them, relentlessly, again and again, because until that cycle shattered, the clan would stand eternal. He stands, a blinding beacon, against an endless tide of shadowy, red-eyed horrors erupting from the abyss. His hand drops, a single finger pointing down, as if to command the very fabric of reality. A silent, absolute declaration of power. Into a swirling, crimson void, the chilling prophecy echoing, and that day, in the far future. Then, he rockets skyward, consumed by a blinding, golden radiance. Soaring through a cosmic maelstrom of pure energy. As from the churning darkness beneath, a monstrous, skeletal dragon, a titan of destruction, begins its terrifying ascent. Its ancient, bone-chilling form crackling with raw, ominous purple power. A booming declaration rips through the void, our descendants will inherit our will completely. Then, an explosive burst of blinding light rips through reality. Swallowing everything in a searing, golden inferno. The sheer, raw power of it detonates, sending a disorienting shockwave that screams through existence. Before a terrifying crimson energy pulses outward with overwhelming, crushing might. The radiant red light expands, consuming all. Leaving behind only a profound, gut-wrenching sense of confusion and disbelief. Suddenly, a young man's terrified scream rips through the air, his voice raw with urgency, "Watch out." His hand instinctively shoots out, making desperate contact with a shimmering, ethereal surface. Still reeling from that insane vision, the young man gasps, a raw mix of relief and pure exhaustion washing over him. And right there, next to him, a red-haired guy is just watching, a total smirk on his face. Before he just casually asks if he was crying, then totally roasts him about all the times he's cried before. The young man's face goes beet red with embarrassment, totally hating himself for showing weakness, as the red-haired guy just keeps poking fun. But then, the red-haired guy's voice softens, totally reassuring him, saying it's completely okay to let it all out. He then remembers hearing him from the next room, which gets a super sheepish apology from the young man. Then, a.m. A sudden realization hits. Peering out the window at some epic, distant building, the red-haired guy totally switches gears, asking if the young man actually brought a rescue squad to save him. The young man snaps back with a sharp retort, then genuinely expresses how relieved he is that his buddy is okay. Still reeling, the young man is stuck on the bed while his companion, with a smug grin, looms over him. What a total crybaby, he taunts, a mischievous glint in his gaze. Hold on, he snaps, attempting to shove him off. Seriously, why? Now on his feet, he stares up at his companion, the massive height gap suddenly obvious. Did I seriously get taller? He exclaims, checking his reflection in a mirror. His eyes flash with an eerie green as the vision slams back into his mind, a brutal memory of a Demon King's test, and the dragon. His companion, Jean, pivots away, stating, "Sorry, Jean, but I can't tell you yet." He vows to spill the details when the moment is perfect. Jean's hand reaches out, a comforting grip on Elric's wrist, as he lets out a sigh, clearly seeing Elric's mental exhaustion. But then, a playful memory flashes through his mind, of Elric getting called out for holding back on his buddy. Elric, though, is all business, his eyes locked on the prize as he demands to know what happened to the dragon's nest. Clutching a mysterious, glowing egg-like artifact, he reveals his family is already on site, digging it up. But Jean cuts him off, quick as a flash, dropping the bombshell that legally, the nest belongs to the finder, not just some random family. It's true. The law is crystal clear, finders keepers when it comes to dragon nests, a deal sealed with a powerful, glowing handshake. Back in his room, Elric bolts upright in bed, shocked to learn that even the Mage Tower and Academy are already scrambling to get their hands on the nest. Jean, however, glances away, a telltale blush creeping up his face. Elric, catching his friend's weird look, asks what's up, only to get a surprisingly sincere thanks back. Elric is absolutely fuming. He's complaining about how the nearest, most coveted excavation rights have been totally blocked off for him. And Jean is just loving it, scoffing at his exasperation and calling him cute. Jean just laughs it off, totally enjoying Elric's meltdown, even throwing in a sarcastic "Thanks for the compliment, bitch." What a savage. But then, Elric's face twists in a sudden realization, a curse escaping his lips, as Jean's words finally sink in. He remembers that old geezer who totally blocked him from legally messing with those excavation rights, and now, he's got a plan brewing. His face twists into a furious snarl, pure determination and rage burning in his eyes, he's absolutely locked in. Jean, still relentless, demands to know what kind of crazy stunt Elric is pulling now, calling him out for always getting into trouble and then whining after flashing that smirk. But Elric completely ignores Jean, his eyes locking onto a new face next to him, and he barks out a single name, Sean. Jean, totally caught off guard, hilariously pretends he can't hear a thing, cupping his ears like a drama queen. But Elric is dead serious, giving Sean a direct order, spread the word that he's been seriously wounded. Footsteps hit a glowing blue floor. As a figure in a rich, red and gold uniform approaches. They arrive at the grand gates of the Imperial Magic Hospital, where several other red-robed individuals are already gathered. An official with a neatly trimmed mustache steps forward, his voice firm as he begins to speak. He announces that Cadet Elric Mervinger is comatose from serious dungeon wounds, and politely but firmly asks everyone to leave the premises. Jean, clad in a dark uniform, confronts a pale, white-haired individual, demanding to know why he's being told to leave after coming all this way, and what about the excavation rights. A growing crowd outside the hospital questions why the Nemester family is blocking off the facility, as the red-robed figures stand guard. Jean, now in a casual orange top, scoffs with a dismissive grin, muttering about the idiots around him. The Nemester family's spokesperson, Karl Donitz, is on the scene, giving his report to Elric. A soft click echoes. And footsteps approach from the bright window, revealing the grand doors of the chamber. Elric's jaw tightens, his patience wearing thin. He finally snaps, demanding to know why they keep lying, and how much longer this act will go on. Meanwhile, the Demon King, Mephisto, with his blazing red eyes, glares down, demanding respect from the pathetic fool before him. This is the legendary Demon King, the one who once plunged the entire world into chaos and despair. Under a terrifying blood-red moon, a lone figure stands against a desolate landscape, a chilling testament to the power he wields. The name itself sends shivers down your spine, Mephistopheles. But Elric, ever the pragmatist, just shrugs off the grand title, deciding to call him Feles instead. The Demon King, clearly not amused by the nickname, unleashes a guttural, enraged scream. Elric's inner thoughts are pure gold, casually writing off the terrifying Demon King as just an evil spirit. Meanwhile, the Demon King's inner voice is screaming, "Die," only for Elric to hilariously quip that a cotton ball would give a better massage. A majestic, sprawling estate looms under a pristine sky. But inside, Elric's mind races, his expression etched with deep thought. He clutches his chest, a strange, undeniable energy stirring within him. Then, a brilliant blue light erupts from his hand, confirming his wildest suspicions. This was no illusion. A terrifying memory flashes, the colossal, skeletal remains of a dragon, utterly annihilated by the Demon King's lance. And a chilling question echoes in his mind, did the dragon heart truly merge with him then? Now, the blue energy surges, pulsing with raw power around his hand. And he knows, with absolute certainty, this is something far beyond his initial understanding. He can only remember the terrifying instant the Demon King tried to hijack his very being. And now, confronted by the terrifying entity, a voice booms, "Stop just staring at me and say something." Elric, utterly stunned, can only stammer internally, "How long are you going to?" Before the name bursts into his consciousness, Mephisto. The Demon King, lounging on his throne, cuts him off with a terrifyingly calm retort, "I believe I told you not to call me like that." This was it, the legendary Great Demon King, the very entity who had hurled the world into an abyss of danger and despair. His true, terrifying name was Mephistopheles. All of this unfolded in the ancient era, a time when the gods themselves still held dominion over the world. If he had only known this was just a test from the Demon King, things would have gone down so differently. Just as he's thinking, the Demon King, Mephistopheles, drops the mic, screaming his name again, like, "Yeah, Mephistopheles is my name. I told you, didn't I?" The sheer power radiating from the Demon King makes Elric flinch back, his eyes practically bugging out with terror and a hint of, "I'm not giving up." The Demon King's face gets right up in his space, a terrifying grin stretching across his face as he spits out one word, "You." The Demon King's voice still ringing, Elric's fists tighten, a furious determination blazing in his eyes, vowing to rip the monster apart, even as he couldn't help but be awestruck by its sheer, overwhelming might. But the hooded Demon King, with his menacing, glowing eyes, just sneers, mocking the very idea of stupid Demon Kings. He berates his audience for their ignorance, practically calling them deaf from old age. 1,000 years. Elric, utterly defeated, slumps to the floor, the Demon King's ancient words echoing in his mind, a bitter whisper escaping his lips about the 1,000 years he'd endured, only to have his mana ripped away. He couldn't fathom it being stolen by someone so insignificant, when suddenly, the Demon King's voice thunders, a chilling declaration, "I am the Demon King, Mephistopheles." His imposing silhouette dominates the scene, a stark reminder of his grand ambition, because he was destined to conquer the entire world and crush it beneath his heel. A blood-red moon casts its eerie glow over a sinister, towering castle. The Demon King's voice echoes, cold and absolute, declaring that was the sole purpose of his entire existence. A terrifying, winged shadow unfurls against the blood-red moon, but then, a chilling, however, hangs in the air. The Dragon King lets out a monstrous, earth-shattering roar. But facing down this ancient terror, Shanhak just glares back, his eyes blazing with an infernal red glow. The Dragon King lunges forward, its skeletal frame supercharged and crackling with raw, blue energy. But before it can even land a hit, Shanhak unleashes a lightning-fast, crimson energy strike. His attack absolutely obliterates the Dragon King, erupting in a blinding flash of green energy as he declares, "He stood in my way." The Dragon King staggers back from the devastating hit, its massive jaws wide in a silent, furious scream. Shanhak, momentarily stunned by its sheer toughness, immediately gathers even more potent blue energy around his hands, ready to unleash another devastating blow. But then, a chilling voice cuts through the chaos, as the Demon King, Mephistopheles, booms, "You will be punished for interfering with me." The Dragon King snaps its head back, unleashing a primal, guttural roar of pure, unadulterated rage and defiance at the sudden interruption. If he'd only known it was just a test from the freaking Demon King, he wouldn't have been stuck waiting for a whole millennium, trapped in this desolate, forgotten realm. He just waited, and waited, and waited for his big moment of freedom. Then, the Demon King's voice booms, finally recognizing the arrival of his long-awaited vessel. Meanwhile, in a super-cold, icy cavern, Jean just stares, totally confused. As an inner voice screams that he's the chosen vessel, destined to break some ancient curse. The truth hits him like a truck, a massive blue aura exploding around him as his resolve becomes ironclad. All his old fears just vanish, replaced by this insane, new determination. The Demon King, ever the schemer, remembers a time he was so close to seizing a new vessel. But then, boom! A blinding green energy explodes around Elric, engulfing him in pure, unadulterated power. The Demon King's hand lunges forward, a sinister red aura pulsing, desperate to seize what's slipping away. But every single one of his twisted plans, every single one, just crumbled. A peaceful window, a moment of calm, before the storm truly hits. Now, the Demon King is just a shadow of his former self, a mere fragment of his power and existence. His monstrous form screams in fury, demanding to know who dared to absorb him. A terrifying shadow of the Demon King looms over Elric's bed, snarling, "Stop acting so high and mighty." Elric, still reeling in his bed, finally connects the dots, thinking, if only I knew this was the Demon King's test, I would have played it totally different. His emerald eyes blaze with an intense, otherworldly green, reflecting a profound, shocking realization. A disembodied voice booms, speaking of descendants far in the future. As he clutches a glowing, intricate pendant, a shocking thought forming in his mind. The voice responds, confirming its presence right there, within him. Elric is engulfed in a swirling vortex of vibrant green energy, as the voice declares that according to ancient arrangements, the first demon will be swallowed. A sudden, terrifying realization dawns on him. This, he understands, is the pendant of a fool who became the Demon King. It is a tool designed to devour demons, a truth that leaves him wide-eyed with a mix of shock and determination. He grapples with the revelation, a monstrous, horned shadow towering over his spectral form. If he'd known this was the Demon King's trial, a clash against other Demon Kings, he would have played it so much smarter. The colossal, dark entity, the first demon, seems to echo his very thoughts. Its fiery red eyes burning into his very soul. Hinting at a terrifying lineage, a second, and then a third Demon King to come. Just like that, the terrifying vision vanishes. Elric is back, a wild, almost unhinged grin plastered across his face as he clutches a winning hand of cards, shouting, "What an absolute score of all scores." But a voice cuts through his triumph, warning him not to be a fool, and he snaps back, "What is it, uncle?" But hold on a second. Before any of that, there's something else he needs to handle. A soft, chilling whistle of wind cuts through the air as he grumbles, "Why a hike all of a sudden?" He's trudging through a brutal, snowy mountain pass, a voice from up ahead already taunting him, "You're so slow, trash shot." But he pushes on. His hand instinctively grips the glowing pendant, a burning resolve in his eyes. He knows he can't unravel its full truth until he confirms one crucial thing. Elric, deep in the heart of a serene forest, enters a profound meditative state, focusing his entire being. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant green energy explodes around him, a raw, untamed power manifesting from within. The very air crackles, shimmering with an ethereal glow, as a dazzling cascade of light rains down. Then, a breathtaking luminous blue rose, forged from pure light, materializes, its petals radiating an otherworldly glow. A tiny beetle, unfazed by the magic, crawls delicately across its shimmering, otherworldly surface. And then, a vibrant ladybug joins the scene, a tiny splash of color against the glowing blue. The luminous petals of the rose begin to detach and drift, each one a tiny, glowing beacon as it descends. They float gently through the air, a mesmerizing, serene dance of pure light. Diving even deeper into his mind, Elric can practically feel the rush of air from unseen wings, the smooth wind a tangible presence around him. The air fills with the scent of flowers, and he's suddenly connected to everything, seeing and feeling it all. With a surge of determination, he knows his body is ready, perfectly aligned for what's next. Suddenly, from his open hand, a brilliant green energy explodes outwards, shimmering with raw power. He tightens his grip, the green power flaring even brighter. The power throbs, completely under his command. But then, with a mental command, the green explodes into a fierce, crackling blue, radiating pure frost. Then, with a powerful mental shout to ignite, the blue energy bursts into a torrent of blazing orange and red sparks. His hand is now a blazing inferno, a raw display of his incredible power. If he'd only known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, Elric might have played it cool. But the Demon King himself is watching, and a shockwave of realization hits him as he mutters, "This is dragon magic. The absolute nerve. A human, just a human, is somehow pulling off this impossible feat, a mere human, is using the magic of dragons. But Elric? He's got a message for the unseen observer, loud and clear. And the Demon King is absolutely losing it, even if he's a Melvinger, this is too outrageous." Golden magic particles ignite around him. As Elric holds his determined stare, the magical energy just keeps building. He stands, absolutely radiating with a brilliant golden aura, the raw, untamed power of dragon magic surging around him. A quiet, earth-shattering realization dawns on him, now, he can finally unleash magic. A fierce, determined expression hardens his features as he realizes the excruciating, blockage disease that held him back for so long is finally, completely cured. He remembers the whispers, the sneers, the absolute disdain for the Melvinger family's supposed fall, and the sheer audacity of questioning how someone like him could be the grandson of the first headmaster. They called him a disgrace, a nobody who couldn't even cast a basic spell. Now, with his power unleashed, he thinks of every single person who betrayed the Melvinger family and dared to ignore him, their mocking words still ringing in his ears. Standing on a desolate cliff, silhouetted against a fiery sunset, he faces the horizon with an unshakable, burning purpose, ready to absolutely reclaim his family's honor. Elric's emerald eyes blaze with an unyielding fire, a stark realization hitting him, if he'd only known the true nature of the Demon King's test, things would be different. But now, with his power unleashed, he's ready to make every single one of them pay, to make them regret everything. A hand reaches, clicking and clacking against some hidden tech. Meanwhile, a high-stakes meeting is going down, with everyone freaking out about Elric Mervinger's coma and what it means for the excavation rights. A stone-faced official lays down the law, demanding everyone confirm the written statement. But in the background, that hand is still at it, a quiet squeak now joining the clicks. Then, the official zeroes in on Jean, who's standing there while some poor soul is practically begging on their knees. Jean just brushes off the plea with a smirk, letting out a dry laugh as he complains about all the chaos Elric Mervinger always brings. But the official isn't having any of it, hitting Jean with a serious warning about the magic tower and imperial family getting involved. Now, with an intricate circular device in his hand, Jean remembers Elric's words, realizing he has no choice but to trust him. Elric snaps awake, his mind already racing, contemplating the brutal truth, the higher the stakes, the higher the rewards. Elsewhere, Jean is absolutely losing it, screaming Elric's name and questioning if his uncle even understands the chaos he's unleashed. When pressed for answers, he just shrugs, muttering that Elric vanished on his own. A cryptic note from Elric confirms the escape, "Jean, I'll be off somewhere," sending Jean into a spiral. Where's he going with that attitude? Suddenly, a butler nervously steps forward, calling out, "Young master," with a worried expression. Clutching a stack of papers, the butler drops the bombshell, "There is a problem." Jean pivots, his cloak dramatically flaring. The butler extends a hand, offering a mysterious, wax-sealed letter. That cryptic sealed letter, the one that just landed, sits there, taunting, its blood-red wax seal still perfectly intact. Then, boom! A golden explosion rips through the air, and a crimson-clad figure drops like a meteor, blasting everyone back in a blinding flash. The raw power of that hit sends a shockwave through the entire place, and Jean gets slammed back, his face a mask of pure terror. But as the smoke clears, his shock turns to disbelief, then a stunned realization, as he gasps, "Sister. What the heck are you doing here?" Tasha, her red eyes practically sparkling with mischief, just smirks and asks him, "Seriously, why are you so shocked?" She stands there, absolutely radiating power in her killer red and gold outfit, the one and only Tasha Nestor, totally owning the room. A sly grin spreads across her face as she adds, "What, is it weird for a sister to drop in on her little bro?" But hold up, a secret scroll just dropped some serious lore. The Tower Imperial family is made of 7 houses, packing the most powerful genetics in the whole tower, and out of those, 3 are the 3 stake, the ultimate leaders. She drops another bombshell, revealing the Tower Imperial family once had 3 chosen ones, the 3 new stars, destined to rule. Then, with a smirk, she casually drops that her sister, the youngest Magus ever, is one of them. Jean, clearly fed up, cuts to the chase, "What's your real reason for being here?" With a mischievous grin, she retorts that she heard his friend was sick, and as his savior, she should totally visit the ward. Then she throws shade, asking if he's the only one who can help in this whole room. Panic flashes across his face as her words hit him hard. Tasha keeps pushing, saying she'll send him away fast if she figures things out before anyone else. And Elric? He's totally out of commission. Her smile stretches, a glint of pure mischief in her eyes as she challenges, "Really?" Jean, trying to take charge, orders her to leave the doctors alone and go back, his hand instinctively reaching out. She just stares him down, a smirk playing on her lips, and coolly says, "My brother." Then, with a piercing gaze, she throws down the gauntlet. "Are you ordering me?" Tasha, radiating intense red energy, locks eyes with Jean amidst a dazzling golden, crystalline environment. Jean, visibly agitated, fires back, demanding to know what happened to the nest excavation rights, and if anyone else dared to claim them. But Tasha just casually ponders the nest, a chibi dragon king popping into her mind, as if she'd completely forgotten about its legendary treasure. Her gaze sharpens, as she presses the point, making sure no one else had dared to snatch those rights. Jean's face contorts, a bead of sweat dripping down his temple, his jaw locked in pure frustration. A piercing sound rings out as Jean's eyes snap open, a faint blue aura exploding around him, his face a mask of utter shock. Tasha's stare remains ice-cold, as she drops the bombshell. The final call is Elric's. Jean, trapped in the golden energy, can only throw his hands up, resigning himself to the fact that it's out of his hands, while Tasha's red aura flares even brighter. A hand extends, its fingers delicately brushing against a vibrant, glowing orange surface. A soft glow pulses from Tasha Neuster's hand as she reaches out. Firmly grasping Jean's hand, her voice cutting through the tension, "Contact me the instant your friend wakes up." Later, Jean is seen stewing, a pipe clenched in his jaw, a dark thought brewing, "If I'm not the first one you contact." His face contorts with fierce resolve, a dangerous promise escaping his lips, "I'll give you a beating, my little brother." A guttural growl rips from his throat. His anger exploding as he curses himself, "Hurry up and do something. Damn it." Elsewhere, a hushed voice breathes, watching Elric intently, "Young master." Jean confronts an older man, who shouts with desperate urgency, "K. Carl." This Carl, the heir to a prestigious magic family, is about to shake everything up. The city pulsed with life, street vendors shouting, crowds buzzing about some righteous figure, but a dark whisper cut through it all, "In a coma." But far from the chaos, deep within a silent archive, Elric, shrouded in his cloak, coolly observed that Sean was managing everything perfectly. A slight turn, and his eyes narrowed, a silent question forming, who was this new player on the board? His eyes scanned a newspaper, headlines screaming political intrigue, a wry thought crossing his mind, their dean was quite the righteous one, wasn't he? A calculating look crossed Elric's features, his emerald gaze burning with intense focus on the game ahead. Meanwhile, the formidable Carl Donitz delivered a crisp, formal address, extending his congratulations to the headmaster. In the lavish chamber, Elric stood, a commanding presence, poised to speak to the figure beneath him, implying it was time to unleash their true desires. Carl, ever the strategist, calmly sipped his tea, warning against any rash moves, as the election was far from decided. Elric's eyes blazed with an intense green light, a raw admission escaping him, he had acted too fast, unable to grasp their true intentions, driven only by a desperate need to protect. Carl Donitz, with a sly grin, lays out the high stakes, the academy's future, the new headmaster, it's all on the line. But Elric Mervinger, isolated in his room, is grappling with his own demons, the chilling words echoing in his mind, he's fighting for his life, every single day. Back with Carl, he takes a slow, deliberate sip of tea, a grimace crossing his features, cursing the cruel hand of fate. He weighs the terrifying possibilities, knowing Elric Mervinger's awakening would unleash chaos, and immediately starts planning to bring in mercenaries to contain the fallout. But Elric Mervinger is trapped in a nightmare, a surge of purple power erupting around a desperate, reaching hand, his mind screaming for it to stop. Then, from the abyss, the Demon King itself materializes, its terrifying purple gaze locking onto Elric Mervinger. Elric Mervinger is paralyzed by fear, the words catching in his throat, barely able to utter a sound. The Demon King's colossal hand lunges forward, its voice a deafening roar, a chilling demand for an apology. Snapping back to reality, Carl Donitz calmly sips his tea, his mind already strategizing for the election, and the power vacuum of that empty professor seat. Deep in thought about the Academy's power plays, Carl Donitz admits his own limitations, a dean who knows nothing of the real game happening outside the school's gates. Later, a younger figure, Elric Mervinger, stands before him, head slightly bowed, and Carl Donitz hears the determined promise, "I will not disappoint you." A knowing smirk crosses Carl Donitz's face, revealing a hidden agenda or a victory already secured. He takes a slow drag from his pipe, the smoke swirling as he plots his next power play. The sprawling city lights up the night, a dazzling spectacle under a canvas of endless stars. From a towering window, Carl Donitz surveys the urban jungle, his figure a dark silhouette against the city's electric glow. A wide, confident grin spreads across his face, his eyes shut, lost in thought or savoring a coming triumph. Before a magnificent, imposing structure, he asks himself, "Now, shall I begin?" His eyes blaze with an otherworldly green glow, activating his mind's eye and letting him peer into the other side of the world. Elric Mervinger locks in, a hidden space ripping itself open to his senses as green and blue energy goes absolutely wild. He reaches out, knowing that if he can just find this hidden space, he can jam his mana right into its core. Then, with an explosive surge, blazing red and yellow energy streaks just erupt from him. His emerald eye blazes with an otherworldly glow, as insane blue lightning just rips through the air around him. The sheer, raw power of his magic absolutely demolishes the ground, a blinding light blue energy exploding outwards. His entire body is consumed by the swirling, light blue aura of his unleashed power. A thunderous crack echoes, as a colossal blue energy explosion just detonates, swallowing everything in its path. As the energy fades, a blue magic circle solidifies beneath his foot, a clear sign of his insane new power. He can now cast magic without any complex incantations. He stares down, a vibrant blue aura still crackling around him, realizing this insane power-up is just the beginning. A relieved phew escapes him, but the grind has only just started. Staring out at the epic moonlit horizon, he knows this is just the starting line, the real challenge is yet to come. His mind races with a massive ambition, a burning desire to absolutely demolish the old order and make the world scream the name Mervinger again. He has to get stronger. His emerald eyes blaze with raw power and fierce determination, a blue aura exploding around him as his resolve becomes unbreakable. He locks onto his ultimate goal, a critical deadline. He's got to make it happen before the headmaster election. Elric's body glows with a faint blue aura, the magic feeling ridiculously weak, yet demanding intense, complex calculations. Then, with a decisive step onto a glowing platform, he completes the first stage. A relieved phew escapes his lips, the pressure momentarily lifting. Under a cosmic, star-dusted sky, he stands on the glowing starting line, declaring, "I'm finally on the starting line." But from the shadows, the Demon King sneers, "You can only use this level of magic, even with MY power." He scoffs, "A mere jump? Are you performing tricks?" Elric looks up, a determined glint in his eyes, thinking, right. I need to be faster and stronger than this." The Demon King, absolutely towering over Elric, unleashes a verbal assault, questioning how the young mage even dares to look him in the eye. He reminds Elric that every creature, from humans to dragons, has bowed before his might. But Elric isn't backing down. He starts to channel his power, a golden energy igniting around his hands as he prepares to unleash something big. The golden light explodes from his palm, as he shouts the command to activate his magic. And then, boom! Elric unleashes his spell, a blinding golden aura exploding around him, radiating immense power. The Demon King, who expected nothing, is visibly stunned, a shocked, barely audible as he witnesses the display. Elric's golden magic keeps surging forward. But the Demon King's surprise quickly morphs into pure rage and disbelief, his eyes burning red as he roars, "It can't be." The golden energy slams into its target, exploding in a blinding, concussive blast. The impact rips through the very fabric of reality, leaving a devastating path of destruction. Elric's eyes ignite with emerald fire, unleashing a torrent of green magical energy. As he plunges downward, he's plummeting through a vast, shimmering expanse of blue mana. Continuing his descent, he's just a speck against the cosmic blue of the magical realm. Looking down, he gasps, realizing just how far he still has to fall. His body tumbles through the air, the sheer speed of the fall forcing a cry from him. Meanwhile, from the shadows, the Demon King watches, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, acknowledging Elric's raw, deceptively simple power. Undeterred by the fall, Elric gathers his resolve, a golden yellow aura flaring as he prepares to unleash another spell. He hits the ground with a soft impact, the magical energy cushioning his fall. As the Demon King's gaze intensifies, his eyes now burning crimson, he recognizes the advanced techniques of disassembling and double spell from the young mage. The Demon King's mind races, a chilling realization dawning, if he had only known the true terror of the Demon King's test from the very beginning. He remembers the Mervingers, a bloodline whose very essence was a natural, devastating enemy to all demons, their power erupting in a chaotic, crimson explosion. But even among those monstrous Mervingers, a truly terrifying presence loomed. A figure radiating an insane amount of mana, unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. There was absolutely no one with that level of raw power. Or so he believed, until the chilling truth resurfaced. There was one exception. Yes, there was only one person who could wield such power. A chilling, knowing grin stretches across the Demon King's face as he remembers their progenitor. The sheer, overwhelming power of that memory still resonates. Meanwhile, far below, Elric Mervinger plunges through the cosmic abyss, a shocked gasp tearing from his throat as he thinks, "Oh my god. I almost thought no one thing couldn't have." The Demon King's sinister thoughts persist. He knows he can't waste another second, declaring his intent to seize control and dominate the test. But Elric Mervinger is still free-falling through the mind-bending cosmic void. This soul speech is mind-blowing, he admits, but it's a massive challenge to process all by himself. To unlock true power, he must conquer dragon magic, and he needs a secret-keeping mentor to get him there. He scans the academy, now a military stronghold, and realizes there's no one capable of teaching him what he needs. If only the legendary dragon's progenitor could guide him, he'd unleash the full might of dragon magic. A pang of sorrow hits him, wishing his grandfather was still here to help. He briefly considers his father or uncle, then bam. A shocking thought hits him, leaving him utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the Demon King, still observing his strange sprout, notices something bizarre: it has no feet. He stops, pondering this oddity. With the Demon King still pondering his next move, Elric wastes no time, boldly confronting Mephisto. No hesitation. He immediately demands magic lessons. And he's absolutely right. Who better to learn from than the Demon King himself? The Demon King, reeling from Elric's audacious claim, instantly shuts him down, declaring his current power is absolutely insufficient. But Elric isn't backing down, coolly retorting that with enough power, anything is possible, and he'll forge that new vessel himself. His emerald eyes burn with an unshakable fire, his conviction absolute. The Demon King's gaze sharpens, a calculating glint in his eyes, as he ponders the boy's words, a dark jest about sonship escaping him. Elric, completely unfazed, doubles down on his vow to forge a new vessel, while the Demon King's inner monologue drops a terrifying bombshell: I will devour him. A wicked grin spreads across the Demon King's face, dark magic crackling around him, as he contemplates unleashing black magic on Elric, already savoring the power he'll gain. Elric's sheer will explodes into a blazing red aura, dark tendrils coiling around him, a raw display of his commitment to forge that vessel, even if it means his soul will be devoured by black magic. The Demon King's eyes blaze with dark power, his verdict delivered: he'll devour Elric, but not before making him his disciple. Elric, facing away, seals the deal, fully aware of the Demon King's might and his own destiny to forge that vessel. You ignorant Mervinger, the Demon King roars, his voice laced with pure contempt, forget it, you're not worth my time. A terrifying surge of power slams into him, his eyes flaring crimson as he fights to resist the overwhelming pressure. He clenches his jaw, a raw cry tearing from his throat, the Demon King's chilling voice taunting him: there's a limit to how much you can struggle. But even under this brutal assault, Elric's gaze locks onto the Demon King, a defiant huh, ripping through the air. The mental assault crushes down, a guttural cry of pain erupting from him, his hands clawing at his head as if to tear away the agony. The Demon King unleashes a devastating surge of power, his voice a deafening, furious roar: UF*****INGBA. But Elric, fueled by a defiant blue aura around his clenched fist, screams back: I shut up. The ultimate blow cracks his very being, a raw URPPP, tearing from his throat as his face contorts in agony under the crushing force. Watching the aftermath, the Demon King leans back, a chilling, satisfied smirk spreading across his face: oh, it's working better than I expected. If he'd known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, Elric might have thought twice. But now, the sheer agony forces him to retch, a primal scream tearing from his throat. The Demon King, utterly unfazed, just rolls his eyes, finding Elric suffering more of an annoyance than anything else. With a dismissive flick of his finger, he declares Elric's pained noises are not cute, as the wretched sounds persist. He even conjures a vision of himself as an adorable bunny, reveling in the sheer, twisted irony of the situation. But Elric? He's still absolutely wrecked, clutching his gut, his ears ringing from the sheer, overwhelming pressure. The torment just won't stop. The Demon King, rocking some unexpected bunny ears, hits a super cute pose, even letting out a little cue. But hold up, that cute act vanishes as his eyes blaze with an intense, crimson glow, revealing his terrifying true form. Then, out of nowhere, he recoils, clutching his eyes with a pained groan, like he just saw something absolutely horrific. He whips around to Elric, absolutely fuming about the task he gave him, and snaps that if Elric changes his mind, he better write down every single magic explanation. Still grossed out, the Demon King keeps complaining, telling Elric to be super careful, because he absolutely does not want to see anything that disgusting again. Elric, on the other hand, clutches a worn book, his eyes locked onto its pages. Deep in the forest, Elric gets real with himself, declaring that his power isn't just talent, it's a mind sealed for over 1,000 years finally unleashed. Now, he's ready to use this moment to absolutely grind and train. That very night, the Demon King, radiating pure, dark energy, laid down the law to Elric: serve me, and all is forgiven. The very next day, the Demon King, watching Elric from afar, smugly thought, I was gonna teach him anyway, so he's lucky he gave in. Then, the day after that, as the forest burned with raw magical power, the Demon King kept his eyes on Elric, who was now practically glowing with orange energy. But Elric wasn't giving in. He was battling himself, wondering, what's wrong with me, and the next few days were a total blur of inner turmoil. The Demon King, still rocking that smug grin, was totally convinced he'd won, thinking, I was gonna teach him anyway, so he's lucky he gave in. But Elric wasn't having it. No, I can't lose, he declared, diving headfirst into a book on soul speech magic, ready to unlock its power. With pure grit, Elric pushed his training to the limit, his entire body now blazing with a fiery orange glow. Then, the Demon King's smug face twisted into pure rage, his eyes burning red, as he screamed, "Did you do it? No, I must have done it. No. I am the Demon King Mephistopheles." His fury exploded, engulfing him in a blood-red aura, as he bellowed, "There's no way I'll ever submit." The Demon King glares, utterly flabbergasted, his mind reeling at the audacity of a mere human challenging his will. A beat of pure shock hangs in the air, as he struggles to process this unprecedented challenge. Inside his head, the Demon King is absolutely losing it, screaming about being forced to obey someone else's commands, while Elric just stands there, seemingly questioning everything. But Elric? He's just chilling, deep into his soul speech magic studies, mastering a power so rare, it's literally not in any known book. The Demon King, absolutely fuming, can only scoff at Elric's cooperation, his voice practically oozing with pure disdain. But Elric? He's totally unbothered, mentally throwing shade at the Demon King's demands, thinking, maybe if I write it down, you'll actually pay attention. And then, the Demon King's rage explodes, unleashing a torrent of raw, crackling power that electrifies the air. He lets out a primal roar of pure fury, absolutely baffled by Elric's relentless, in-your-face defiance. But Elric? He just keeps on writing, mentally roasting the Demon King's demands for more effort. The Demon King absolutely loses it, roaring in fury, demanding answers about the sinister black magic he senses within Elric's core. He's dissecting Elric's every thought, every written word, and it's only fueling his rage. He's convinced Elric is mocking him, trying to teach him, treating him like a fool. His rage hits critical mass, a silent, terrifying vow of vengeance screaming through the darkness. Black energy erupts around him as he screams a chilling promise, he'll burn Elric's disrespectful soul to ashes. He snarls, conjuring a terrifying, swirling orb of pure dark magic in his palm, ready to unleash absolute devastation. But Elric? He's completely chill, a subtle blue light sparking around him as he dismisses the Demon King's terrifying attack as just a warm-up. He just muses, the blue energy around him absolutely exploding, hinting at the insane power he's about to unleash with barely any effort. Then, boom! A colossal, shimmering blue ice fortress erupts from the earth, engulfing Elric and showcasing his mind-blowing power. The Demon King's jaw hits the floor. He's absolutely flabbergasted, his mind blown by the sheer, uncorrupted power Elric just unleashed, with zero black magic. The Demon King is still reeling, but Elric isn't letting up. He just stares down the ancient evil, asking about his expression, even calling him Mephisto right to his face. The Demon King's mind is in overdrive, trying to figure out what just happened, because Elric is completely fine, and he's totally lost. He's completely baffled, thinking, did he really fall for my threats, or maybe, did he just give up on me without even a glance? This guy is seriously messing with his head. But Elric just grins, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes, actually thanking the Demon King for finally getting it. Then it clicks for the Demon King, his red eyes burning with pure shock, he finally gets it, Elric knew everything from the start. A frantic thought flashes through his mind, is there anything else this kid is hiding? Elric just points a finger, his face stone cold as he declares, that's it. Nothing more. The Demon King stares up, his face a picture of utter disbelief, still trying to wrap his head around how far ahead Elric was playing him. And then, with a mic drop moment, Elric declares that after dropping all these truth bombs, he literally has nothing left to teach the Demon King. Whoa, check out these ethereal blue particles just floating there. The Demon King gulps, totally on edge, and demands, you're talking about the God of Gods when you say, true species, right? He's still staring Elric down, spitting out, you'll just go completely insane if you even try. The Demon King's mind is racing, hand on his chin, thinking, he's actually telling the truth, what now? Then he drops a truth bomb, magic only gets perfected on the battlefield. Elric, looking absolutely resolute, fires back, that's exactly what you Melvingers have been doing all along. The truth hits, magic can only be perfected on the battlefield, and that's the whole deal with the Melvinger family. An elder Melvinger, looking deep in thought, remembers, my father taught my sister and me the true pride of being a Melvinger, and how they constantly protected this entire continent from danger. This epic history plays out in a desolate, war-torn land, a territory destroyed from the war with the Demon King, with two tiny figures barely visible in the wreckage. The vision of the elder Melvinger and the devastated land lingers, and the narration points out that, though he didn't say anything about the side effects of the war, the sheer gravity of that past hangs heavy between Elric and the Demon King. Elric's mind flashes back, a tranquil memory of his younger self, observing his grandfather, who clearly yearned for his days working the land. Then, a young Elric looks up at his father, eagerly asking, Dad, when can I use awesome magic like you? His father pauses, a slight hesitation in his response. Suddenly, his mother's voice cuts in, Elric. Your mom already told you, didn't she? His father then poses the ultimate question, what does it take to become a powerful magician? The young Elric's response is concise, yet impactful, study. Exactly. Study, his father emphasizes, clarifying that simply wielding magic like him isn't enough, because the Melvinger family has been the continent's shield for ages. His mother, ever protective, cuts in, affectionately calling him dear, and assuring, I'll take good care of him. The memory flickers, revealing a desolate, war-scarred land, a grim reminder of the Melvinger family's unwavering pride in protecting the continent. His father's voice resonates with conviction, stressing that their true place is still on the battlefield, at the end of the day, understand? Finally, his mother sternly commands Elric to never forget the Melvinger family's pride, that the geometrical magic safeguarding the continent is their sacred legacy, then entrusts him to someone named Hayes. Chaos erupts. A child's screams pierce the air as his mother, driven to her limits, tears at her own hair, his father watching, helpless. His mother, exasperated, snaps that studying is fine, but his father's terrible habits are literally making him go bald. With a weary sigh, she looks between them, declaring that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, they're identical. But the emotional toll is too much for young Elric, who breaks down in heart-wrenching sobs. His desperate cries for his father and mother pierce the silence, a heartbreaking sound against the backdrop of their fading hope. Elric's condition deteriorated, forcing his father to make the ultimate sacrifice, pouring his life force into his ailing wife before succumbing himself. Now, his mother, on her last breath, whispers an apology to her departed love, recognizing the incredible man he was. Then, with a fierce determination, she looks at her husband, insisting he not carry the burden of guilt, revealing her plan to send their child away after a crucial meeting. Clasping his hand in hers, she offers a final, heartfelt thank you, granting him peace by declaring she can now rest. In her last moments, Elric's mother reaches out to a mysterious, cloaked figure, a desperate plea of, Hayes, are you there, met with a quiet, affirming, yes. Take care of your little brother, his mother's voice cracks, a final, heartbreaking apology and thank you, Elric. I'm so sorry. But young Elric is inconsolable, racked with guilt, believing his own illness is the cause, desperately crying out, Father. Pure terror grips him as he screams, I'm scared. How can you just abandon us like this? His small voice cracks, a desperate plea, if you leave, what about me and Mama? A hand, warm and reassuring, gently cradles his tear-soaked face. His father's voice, filled with profound emotion, cuts through the grief, looking back on my entire life, compared to my days as a magician on the battlefield. I was much happier as your parent. You don't have to be a magician. I just hope that you will live happily with the rest of your life. And then, with a final, tender touch, the hand begins to dissipate, vanishing into pure light. He's haunted by a chilling, what if only he'd known it was the Demon King's ultimate test. His hand shoots out, a desperate plea tearing from his throat, begging for his father. Tears are streaming down his face. And a raw, anguished scream rips from him, a desperate cry for his father. He's drowning in self-doubt, picturing his father's thoughts, that he doesn't need to be strong. But then, a harsh memory cuts through the grief, a cloaked figure's voice booming through a sunlit forest, if you're not strong, you're just a burden. That's reality. His hand clenches into a determined fist, that harsh truth igniting a fierce resolve, he's going to get stronger, so no one can ever ignore him again. He knows magic's true power is forged only in battle, and he needs battle experience now. Staring at a tranquil stream, one burning question remains, where does he go from here? The Crimson Ghost Forest, a monster-infested nightmare, flashes through his mind. But no, that place is a death trap, far too dangerous. What about the crushing depths of the deep sea? Too many eyes, too many people. Where, then, can he possibly go? Suddenly, a forgotten memory ignites, the ancient continent, the ancestral homeland. Yes, that's the place. A chilling command echoes from the past, Hayes, instructing the formidable Demon King, Mephisto, to advance. The path is set, the declaration made, we're going towards the unknown habitat of something powerful, as raw energy swirls into existence. Elric's mind races, calculating the risks, especially when it comes to the Yetis. But then, a chilling presence. A white-haired figure with glowing green eyes, their stare absolutely electrifying. And the stage is set for the next challenge, the Yeti Highlands. To be continued. A soft, rushing sound fills the air, as an indistinct magical glow begins to manifest. Leading to the breathtaking sight of a powerful waterfall cascading through a lush, green environment. Bathed in golden sunlight, Elric is hit with a sudden realization about his ordeal, this is it, the ultimate test of the Demon King. Then, a dampening effect unleashes a colossal splash of blue energy or water, exploding around him with unbelievable power. He's caught off guard, reacting with a jolt of surprise, his eyes widening at the sheer, unexpected surge. As blue energy begins to intensely emanate from his very being. Culminating in a powerful, golden energy burst that explodes outwards, creating a massive, blinding splash. The aftermath leaves ripples spreading across a golden, glowing surface, a clear sign of the immense power unleashed. After that insane magical test, a profound change washes over him. A sudden, sharp crack echoing as his very being shifts and reforms. The transformation completes with another resonant snap. He emerges with a newly refined appearance, his features now sharper, more mature, and imbued with a quiet intensity. His body, now more athletic and defined, rises from the water, reflecting the profound power he has gained. Far away, nestled among towering, snow-capped mountains, a serene town lies blanketed in winter's embrace. Deep in a frozen, desolate town, a guide agency stands, and a voice booms, declaring a new arrival lucky, a group's about to head out. The agency worker spills the tea, nobody ever goes to the Yeti Highlands, so it's wild that a group's still hanging around, and he points them out. He drones on, a long, drawn-out sound escaping him, pointing Elric right to the waiting crew. Suddenly, a tiny, hooded kid blurts out, shouting that new folks have arrived. Elric's face is stone-cold, a tiny crease in his brow, taking in the intel and the random kid's outburst. He looks down, his eyes locking onto a shadowy quintet, their figures swallowed by dark cloaks. These 5 figures huddle, giving off seriously weird vibes, like they're actively trying to hide their power signatures. The kid keeps blabbing, spilling the beans that the Yeti Highlands are crawling with mana beasts, and that groups are ranked by size, with 5 being the second strongest setup. Elric, totally fed up with the non-stop chatter, growls, "This punk is way too chatty. I swear I'm gonna shut him up for good." Then, he casually asks if he can snag a communication orb around here. At the guide agency, an employee lays out the old-school communication options, pigeon or letter, take your pick. But the chatty kid just can't help himself, snickering at the employee's hilarious pigeon and letter talk. Shrugging it off, the kid dramatically announces, "It can't be helped," before adding a theatrical, "That's unfortunate." Elric, clearly at his wit's end with the non-stop blabber, snaps, "I'll just tell you myself," and decides, "Let's just get out of here." But the kid's on a roll, bragging that Sean's got it covered. Then, he dives into a wild story about a pigeon that suddenly went down the chimney, ending with a dramatic "A," as his thoughts wander. Elsewhere, a cryptic message flashes, a tyrant's money, stolen and delivered to a village chief by a mysterious group. Now, we're soaring over the brutal, frozen landscape of the Yeti Highlands, and there they are, the 5 cloaked figures, trekking through the deadly snow. Elric, soaring above the frozen wasteland, feels a strange sense of déjà vu, muttering, "This place looks familiar, have I been to the Yeti Highlands before?" as the location is confirmed. He's looking back, thinking, if I'd only known this was the Demon King's test. He could have changed everything, but even his king couldn't stop it. The Demon King's admirers were just trash, but they were the ones who faced his insane power. Now, his mind shifts to the Yeti Highlands, a place that actually had a ruler back in the day. Could the Demon King's grave still be out there? He's like, do I even know where it is? Then he remembers, nah, it's gotta be gone by now. There's gotta be some huge, powerful secret linking the Yeti ruler and the Demon King's grave. Suddenly, a flashback. His ancestors, the Safekeepers, were literally built to protect their family's legacies. His grandfather's voice rings out, telling a young Elric, once you're an adult and a family head, get to the Yeti Highlands. He kneels before a radiant altar, the weight of his family's legacy heavy on his shoulders, knowing he must honor the ancestor. Clutching a pulsating orb, he ponders the ancient Mervinger legends, certain that the truth is within his grasp. Scaling the treacherous Yeti Highlands with his companion, he remembers the first king's ultimate challenge, a trial designed for him alone. Having conquered the initial phase, a bizarre, luminous entity materializes, leaving him stunned by its sudden appearance. Hayes, his patience worn thin, yells out, furious that no one is silencing the infernal racket. The terrifying silhouette of the Demon King materializes, and Hayes, utterly exasperated, can only scoff, wondering aloud what kind of spectral entity could actually bleed. Hayes's fury boils over, roaring at the creature to finally shut its mouth. Amidst the relentless clamor, Elric's resolve hardens, focused solely on conquering this initial trial. Then, with a deafening roar, an explosion rips through the air, rocking everything to its core. Footsteps pound the ground as a menacing squad of shadowy, cloaked figures, their eyes burning with an eerie green glow, emerges from the inferno and closes in. His own emerald eyes blaze with power, Elric locks onto them, a powerful hum of energy radiating from his stare. Right next to him, Hayes, cloaked and crackling with a soft green aura, sizes up the threat, declaring that their leader is probably on par with a noble's knight. With every approaching step, the duo stays on high alert, their eyes fixed on the figures below. Hayes then turns to Elric, asking if one of them is the leader, but quickly adds that they don't look all that strong. With a curious hum, she starts to reveal herself, pulling back her hood. Elric's jaw drops in pure shock as he finally sees her face, a stunned gasp ripping from his throat. Completely unveiled, Hayes meets his gaze with a serene smile, ready to push forward. Still absolutely floored, Elric can only sputter in disbelief, demanding to know why she kept her identity a secret. A gruff voice demands to know why such a stunning young lady was hidden away, as another, clearly thrilled, exclaims this is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Elsewhere, a gloved hand tightens its grip on a massive sword's hilt, the steel gleaming with deadly intent. Then, a man's face twists in shock and agony, his eyes exploding with electric blue energy as an unseen power slams into him. The azure aura around him flares even brighter, a testament to the crushing force he's barely holding back. He crashes to the ground, the brilliant blue light dimming around him, as Haze calmly kneels, her face a mask of mystery. Then, from the encroaching darkness, the Demon King materializes, his voice a terrifying boom, "Your sin will be passed on to the young lady. Pay for it with your life." Chen, back on his feet, stands defiant against the colossal Demon King, as his allies scream his name, warning him to stay vigilant. The Demon King casually brushes off Chen's protective stance, mocking him about flirting with a single lady, earning a frustrated, terse apology from Chen. The Demon King's piercing red eyes lock onto Chen, a silent, terrifying challenge hanging heavy in the atmosphere. Amidst the fiery chaos, he continues to fight, his blue energy flaring as he thinks, if only he had known this was the Demon King's test. Meanwhile, a menacing red eye opens, its dark power roaring into existence, a chilling reminder of the true enemy. Haze, still battling the shadowy figures, looks up in alarm as a strange mist begins to envelop them, wondering what new threat this could be. Suddenly, a woman with vibrant blue hair and striking purple eyes appears, her face etched with shock and fear, her gaze fixed on the unfolding horror. Her long, dark locks frame a face contorted in distress. As her hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of a sword, readying herself for battle. With a desperate cry, the blue-haired woman yells, "Everybody, run!" Haze glances back, his expression grim, while Chen turns to face the new arrival, a question forming on his lips. He looks at her, clearly confused by her sudden appearance and urgent warning, uttering a simple, "What?" A chilling darkness descends, and one figure screams a frantic command, "Everybody, run!" The dark-cloaked figure stands firm, their gaze fixed on the encroaching shadows, hair whipping in the unseen wind. A brutal impact rocks the ground, sending the elder stumbling, but the cloaked figure instantly interposes, absorbing the blow to protect the vulnerable. Without hesitation, the cloaked figure rips a gleaming sword from its sheath, ready for battle. Then, a blinding burst of electric blue energy explodes from the figure as they unleash a devastating counterattack. The elder and the boy can only stare, their faces frozen in a mask of pure terror. The cloaked figure now stands before a mysterious, glowing orb, its light pulsing with unknown power. His eyes blazing crimson, the Demon King's voice rings out with fierce determination, "Protect the young." He takes the hit, the sheer force of the unseen attack barely phasing his cloaked form. A single tear escapes his emerald eye as the memory hits him hard, this whole mess just screams, "The nest," to him. But while he's lost in thought, a monstrous beast, absolutely blasted by blue energy, gets sent flying from the heavens. But the Demon King isn't out of the woods yet, he's facing a relentless barrage, and he's thinking, seriously, how many of these things are there? Then, with an explosive surge, he unleashes a colossal column of blue energy, blasting upwards to obliterate the incoming attack. Another monster, caught in that devastating blue aura, gets absolutely shredded and sent spiraling down. But he's not done yet. Ignoring the remaining projectiles, the Demon King charges forward, a blazing blur of blue energy ripping through the sky. Then, out of nowhere, a hand glowing with golden power intercepts an attack, blocking it with an absolute, decisive force. He stands firm, golden energy exploding around him, deflecting an unseen assault. The Demon King, locked in a brutal fight against the shadowy horde, can only voice his concern for the others. He's still tearing through the monstrous figures. But then, he's struck by a shadowy attacker, recoiling hard. But before the hit connects, Elric intercepts with a blinding burst of golden light, shielding his ally. The Demon King looks on, stunned, as Elric's emerald eyes suddenly blaze crimson. A potent red aura erupts around him. Identifying the foe, the Demon King growls, "It's the Crimson Eyes tribe." Just as Elric unleashes a devastating torrent of green and yellow energy. The forest is a death trap, and out of the inky blackness, hundreds of glowing eyes stare back, promising pure terror. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the tension, "Heard he's getting weak right in front of me." But then, the shadows explode, revealing three massive, beastly creatures, their bodies practically vibrating with raw, blue energy as they charge out of the darkness. Elric, hidden in his hood, stares down the incoming wave of monsters, a single, desperate thought screaming in his head, "This is way too many." But then, the Demon King's voice, cold and commanding, slices through the air, "Wipe them out." A beast snarls, its glowing blue eyes locked onto its target. But Elric, blazing with a fierce blue aura, charges in, his fist slamming into the monster with explosive power. This was hardcore difficulty, right from his very first battle. The Demon King, watching the chaos with a cruel smirk, needles Elric, getting scared now that it's time to fight, huh? So typical of you humans. A monster's claw slams into Elric, catching him completely off guard. His eyes blaze crimson with a mix of shock and raw pain. He recoils, but recovers in an instant, the Demon King's mocking voice ringing in his head about being frail, but Elric shuts it down, no time for that now. Then, his emerald eyes ignite with a fierce, electric blue glow, mana absolutely exploding from within him. A tidal wave of blue energy erupts from him, blasting the monstrous attackers backward, and he can't help but wonder if this is the legendary aura of the knights. The Demon King's voice cuts in again, demanding to see more, but Elric is already feeling the strain from those initial surprise hits. The forest is now a sea of glowing orange eyes, countless unseen threats closing in, and he knows one wrong move could be his last. With a crack, the blue energy vanishes, and the ground shatters beneath him as he mutters a quick apology. Red lightning crackles around his hand as he unleashes a brand new ability, igniting an armament with raw power. Then, a vibrant green aura explodes around his arm, gearing him up for the next brutal phase of this fight. He unleashes a surge of strengthening magic, a brilliant blue energy radiating from his form. The monstrous creatures recoil, their forms blurring as they react to the sudden power. One of them snarls, its eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Its massive jaws agape in a silent roar. But Elric is already in motion, a powerful kick connecting squarely with its face, sending it reeling. The other beasts flinch back, their expressions shifting from aggression to surprise. A fierce determination hardens his gaze as he vows to at least slow them down. With a renewed burst of green aura, he charges directly into the horde, a whirlwind of motion. His hand glows intensely, poised for a devastating burst of power. Kwang! A colossal explosion detonates, unleashing Elric's raw power and obliterating everything in its path. The sheer concussive force just keeps expanding, a devastating wave of energy wiping out the opposition. His emerald eyes blaze with an inferno of green energy, a burning resolve fueling his every move. Engulfed in a blazing green inferno, he unleashes a primal roar, unleashing the full, devastating power of his burst. The green energy rips outwards, shattering reality itself as it expands. Burst unleashed, he immediately shifts gears, channeling his strengthening magic, a brilliant blue aura exploding around his hand, ready to strike. He slams his supercharged fist right into a monster's face, puncturing its defenses like they're nothing. The blue energy explodes from the impact point, shattering the creature into a million pieces. Standing tall amidst the fading blue light, Elric is absolutely resolute, his determination burning brighter than ever. He's a blur of motion, a blue streak tearing through the air. Unleashing a devastating, explosive burst of magic that obliterates everything in its path. Leaving swirling, chaotic currents of raw blue power in its wake. Elric takes in the carnage, a silent assessment running through his head, just two left. Easy pickings. But one tries to bolt. Elric is instantly on its tail, a taunting challenge ripping through the air, demanding, "Where do you think you're going?" A confident smirk plays on his lips as he extends his hand, a pulsating, glowing blue orb of pure binding energy igniting in his palm, ready to lock down his prey. Elric is gasping for air, absolutely winded in this frozen wasteland. But the Demon King just watches, then drops a bombshell, asking if he's not totally awesome, and then, out of nowhere, suggests they just talk. Elric ignores him, kneeling next to this giant, sleeping panda beast, shouting, "Mephi." He spins around, totally fed up, demanding to know why the Demon King didn't tell him Mephi was still like this, then laughs, realizing the Demon King couldn't have. The Demon King just cuts him off, telling him to shut up. Then, with zero time to waste, he orders Elric to be his interpreter, leaving Elric completely baffled, asking, "For what?" The Demon King lets out a chilling laugh, promising to spill the beans on the village if Elric plays along, but Elric isn't buying it, demanding to know why he should trust him. With an intense gaze, the Demon King lays down the law, declaring this is negotiation through dialogue, not some cheap blackmail. Elric, fed up with the Demon King's games, dares him to just end it, but before he can even finish, a monstrous, guttural roar rips through the air from Mephi. The sheer, deafening force of it making the Demon King wince and clamp his hands over his ears. As the beast unleashes another earth-shattering shriek, its maw wide open in a primal display of rage. Clearly fed up with the racket, the Demon King snarls, announcing his plan to just send this little one straight back to hell, and Elric can only manage a confused in response. But Mephi isn't done yet. With a blood-curdling shriek, it lunges, a blur of fur and teeth, straight for Elric. Then, a brutal, concussive blow rings out. As Elric unleashes a blinding, glowing punch, stopping the monster dead in its tracks with an explosive impact. He pushes through, his hands still extended as fragments of ice and rock explode outwards. And then, a beat later, he lets out a ragged breath, the adrenaline fading as he realizes just how close that call was. Elric clutches Mephi, who's practically vibrating with fear, while the Demon King just stares them down, radiating pure menace. The Demon King's eyes burn with an almost palpable fury, his presence alone enough to make the air crackle. The Demon King finally breaks the silence, dropping some serious truth bombs, and Elric is all ears, knowing this could change everything. Suddenly, a searing pain rips through him, forcing Elric to grab his chest, his face contorting in agony. Then, a blinding blue energy explodes around him, a raw, untamed power threatening to overwhelm him. He's pushing past his limits, gritting his teeth against the raw power, his body screaming in protest as he struggles to hold it all together. And just like that, they're locked in a tense standoff on a frozen mountain, the silence between them heavier than any words. He clenches his fist, a fierce resolve burning within him, knowing he can't back out now. If he were to give up with just this much, he'd never be able to revive his family. He walks away, his back to the desolate, snowy landscape, the weight of his purpose heavy on his shoulders. Clutching a small, glowing orb, he reminds himself that he can't revive his family if he falters now. In any case, his emerald eyes gleam with an unyielding resolve, a silent, burning promise to himself. The stark, snowy mountains are stained with fresh blood, a grim testament to the brutal struggle. A low sigh escapes the Demon King, his face streaked with blood, as he surveys the brutal aftermath. He stands tall, his dark form casting a long shadow over the fallen Elric, who lies defeated on the icy ground. Mephi stands nearby, while the Demon King calls out, "Chen." As the Demon King looks down at the defeated youth, a chilling thought echoes through the desolate landscape. Elric's father has been gone for nearly 1 or 2 months. He must have escaped safely, Elric muses, a ghost of a smile gracing his features as he glances over his shoulder. Alongside a striking woman with cascading blue hair, he's caught in a poignant memory, a shared moment of apprehension. Her vibrant purple eyes, dilated with worry, mirror the silent anxieties they both carry. The vista abruptly changes to a brutal, snow-swept peak, where Elric now stands solitary, confronting a formidable trio of colossal, bear-like beasts. He desperately wishes for a peaceful passage. His face set with resolve, he tries to negotiate, pleading with them to avert a pointless fight and grant him an audience with their leader. But the beasts answer with nothing but savage snarls, their gazes blazing with pure aggression. A deafening roar tears through the air, a clear command for him to move. Unyielding, Elric holds his position, bracing for the onslaught of the enraged creatures. In a blinding flash of motion, one of the colossal bears is violently flung backward. If he had only known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, everything would have changed. But now, facing down a colossal, bear-like beast in a frozen wasteland, he's got to try to talk his way out. He's got a crucial question to ask. The beast just lets out a terrifying growl. And Elric's hands start to hum with blue energy, praying he won't have to throw down. His emerald eyes blaze with an intense green light as he mentally prepares to wipe them all out if talks go south. The beast actually notices, asking about his glowing green eyes. Then, with its own eyes now burning blue, the massive bear creature demands his name. Stunned, Elric pauses, then drops his last name, Melvinger. The beast just turns and orders him to follow, leading him away from the fight. After the creature's shocking command, Elric's mind raced, a silent, hanging in the air as he processed the unbelievable turn of events. Without another word, the unlikely duo set off, Elric following the colossal creature deeper into the frozen, unforgiving mountains. Mid-trek, the beast suddenly turned, its eyes burning with an inner light, and dropped a bombshell, an ancient legend, passed down for generations. Elric could only stare, utterly floored. Elric's emerald eyes flared with an inner power as he absorbed the tale, the creature's voice painting a picture of a legendary king who once dominated these icy peaks. The legend flashed into Elric's mind, a formidable, horned king, a figure of immense power, who, against all expectations, had forged an unbreakable bond with a mere human. The beast's black eyes burned with the weight of ages as it pressed on, revealing that this human was the only one the legendary king ever truly trusted. And then, the creature dropped the bomb, the human's name, a name that sent a jolt through Elric, the ancient legend tied directly to Melvinger. It turned out one of the creature's own ancestors was tight with the Yeti King, and their chiefs had kept a sacred promise, guarding the human's home for generations. The sheer weight of this ancient pact hit Elric like a blizzard, his emerald eyes blazing with a sudden, profound realization, as his family's hidden history exploded into the present. Deep in the icy mountains, the massive beast-like figure spun around, its electric blue eyes blazing, practically roaring, "Where is it?" He just pointed, a single word cutting through the cold, "Down there." Both figures leaned over the precipice, their gazes locked on the glowing abyss below. As the colossal, frozen expanse unfolded, revealing a secret valley bathed in an otherworldly blue glow. His jaw dropped, eyes wide with disbelief as he finally grasped the impossible truth: below this cliff, there's a house. The mystical blue light pulsed, enveloping him as he stared, utterly transfixed. Shimmering particles dancing, pulling his eyes deeper into the mystery. And then, it appeared, a small, ancient dwelling, perfectly preserved, nestled in the heart of the frozen valley. His eyes widened even further, a stunned realization hitting him like a blizzard: holy crap. There really is one. He stares, a silent question hanging in the air. Then, the truth hits him like a gale force wind, a monstrous updraft, right in their path. Mephi's growl cuts through the air, a stark warning, even for them, this updraft is a once-a-year gamble, a death trap until it calms. His fist tightens, the weight of the decision pressing down, what will he do? The updraft roars, a crushing truth, with his current power, it's a suicide mission. And he knows it, the brutal truth stings. But a fire ignites in his eyes, a defiant roar, reckless or not, he won't retreat, not one step. A single, determined step. He dives, a blur of motion, into the heart of the raging blue vortex. Trapped in the heart of the maelstrom, he finally understands, this isn't just a trial, it's the ultimate test of the Demon King. A fierce grin spreads across his face as he vows, I must reply in kind. Elric stares down a massive, snowy challenge, knowing his current power just isn't enough. But backing down isn't an option, he can't take a single step forward if he does, especially with his ancestor watching, waiting to see his ultimate fate. Then, with a sudden, sharp crack, he's plummeting into a massive, icy blue abyss, Mephi right there with him. His emerald eyes ignite with furious determination, and he snarls, questioning the sudden attack, but instantly decides to hit back even harder. With a primal scream, a blinding blue aura explodes from his hand, crackling with insane power. The magic engulfs him as he rockets downward, a blazing blue comet in a freezing void. A chilling voice screams a death sentence through the void, and the Demon King can only curse, utterly overwhelmed. But then, a figure like Elric, maybe an ancestor, barks a sharp order from above, demanding the Demon King grab that mana stone. The ancestor doubles down, warning of instant death if he messes up, and the Demon King can only grit his teeth and agree. Fighting through an invisible wall, the Demon King shoves onward, his determination burning with every agonizing move. Then, a tiny, glowing orb just pops into existence in the crushing darkness, a blatant dare to step forward. And just like that, a massive, stone face rips out of the shadows, its glowing eyes locked onto everything. Back to the present, Elric charges, his entire body now blazing with a brilliant golden aura, pure power swirling around him. He unleashes a blinding, golden explosion, sending sparks ripping through the dark void. The golden light just keeps exploding, crackling with raw, untamed power, blasting light into the abyss. Golden sparks explode around him, a raw, untamed power Elric just unleashed. The very air shatters with explosive force as a colossal wave of golden energy erupts from his form. A testament to the sheer, unbridled magic he just unleashed. In the wake of that cataclysm, a massive, T-shaped monolith stands defiant against the desolate landscape, a chilling monument to the trial's brutal challenge. Debris whirls around him, a chaotic storm of black and white, as he stands at the eye of the lingering magical tempest. He surveys the vast, snow-choked expanse, the only sound the whisper of falling snow, a stark contrast to the power he just wielded. Each step is a struggle, leaving deep, desperate imprints in the pristine snow as he forces himself onward, away from the crucible of his battle. Then, with a bone-jarring thud, he collapses, a raw, guttural sigh of relief escaping him, the words a stark confession, I thought I was gonna die. In a mind-bending flashback, the Demon King's booming laughter fills the dark abyss, while Elric, with an audacious smirk, throws down the gauntlet, proclaiming he'll be the next Demon King. Back in the harsh reality, Elric surveys a bleak, snowy wasteland, his gaze fixed on a rundown wooden shack, muttering about how unbelievably ordinary it looks. His hand reaches for the door, a plain wooden entrance, still baffled by the sheer lack of anything extraordinary. Inside, a radiant, cloaked entity glows intensely before him, and Elric, with fierce determination, declares once more that he will ascend to the Demon King's throne. Suddenly, a system window pops up, flashing names like Messenger, Prestigious Magic Tower, Demon King, Demon Hunter, and Yeti, making Elric's eyes widen as he questions what it all means. Deep in thought, he schemes about getting ahead, wondering just how much he could accomplish with a crucial head start. Then, a shocking realization hits him, his eyes snapping wide open as everything connects. He clutches a small, ornate metallic artifact, its true power finally understood. He's reaching out, fingers absolutely blazing as they connect with the interface, and you can practically hear the "whoa" escaping him. The energy just explodes around his hand, a blinding flash that practically swallows everything. And just like that, the light's gone, leaving him with that crazy metallic object, a stunned gasp ripping from his throat. He glances up, and his jaw just drops at the sight of this absolutely gigantic library, going on forever, only one word can describe it. Pure curiosity takes over, and he's already pulling a book from the shelf, those ancient pages practically screaming for him to read them. His emerald eyes are practically burning with focus, devouring every single word. He's found the fundamental doctrine of magic, and he's absolutely losing it over the sheer power inside, shouting about the Demon King's magic and even the terrifying black magic. He takes a deep breath, scanning the towering shelves, and then bam. Another name jumps out, Winter Sage. He's still diving deep into those ancient texts, and a mind-blowing realization is hitting him hard as he devours the doctrines of magic, even the forbidden demon king's magic and black magic. The entire history of this world is just exploding before his eyes. Dropping the bombshell that humanity's one, sacred duty is nothing less than the total eradication of demons. He's practically glowing with power as he grapples with the concept of a vessel mentioned in these ancient writings. Realizing it's a God-given responsibility that absolutely must be fulfilled. This ancient wisdom drops another bombshell: if you can properly digest every single demon, you can literally regain time. And get this, the text hints that this insane process could actually forge a harmonious combination of magic. The glowing words swirl, hammering home the idea of regaining time, over and over. All building up to one chilling, ultimate directive: eat, swallow, and drink demons. The chilling doctrine hits Elric like a shockwave, his eyes flaring with emerald power as the command rings in his mind: eat, swallow, and drink. A raw, green energy erupts around him, crackling with power, as the chilling command intensifies: continue to fill yourself with all demons. This isn't just power, it's a golden, intricate key, unlocking a whole new level of existence, a secret path revealing itself before his very eyes. His gaze sharpens, the green light around him exploding with raw energy, as he vows to usher in a new era of magic. He's completely consumed by a blinding torrent of green and white energy, his very being fracturing and reforming in a mind-bending display of power. Facing a blinding, ethereal light, he finally grasps the ultimate truth: no human truly begins until they've devoured their first demon. The light explodes, consuming everything in its path. A powerful, undeniable truth echoes through the void: this is the start of his true beginning. The blinding radiance slowly recedes. Elric lets out a guttural groan, his senses reeling as he's suddenly thrust into a sprawling, otherworldly green expanse. His eyes dart wildly, his mind screaming: where is this place? The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. Suddenly, a booming, ancient voice reverberates through the emptiness, proclaiming him the chosen descendant from the far future, destined to claim their ultimate assignment. A sharp intake of breath escapes him, as a ghostly, luminous silhouette materializes in the ethereal expanse. The spectral form pulses, its presence both captivating and mysterious. The ancestral voice deepens, a fleeting vision of a stern, mustachioed elder with piercing eyes flashing into existence, his wisdom palpable. A fierce grin spreads across Elric's face, his eyes burning with resolve, ready to embrace his destiny. The ancestral hand extends, a silent invitation, as the name Mirbinger echoes, sealing his fate. The ancestral voice booms, revealing its purpose: to watch and test future generations with epic assignments. A sharp-suited, powerful figure stands tall, hand over his heart, ready to lay down the law. This is it, the big reveal: Otto von Mirbinger. Back in the day, magic was wild, and legends like Alan the Cat and Han Ares were crushing it, their power now just a ghostly memory. Otto isn't just anyone, he's one of the 5 legendary ancestors, a family head who basically founded the Mirbinger lineage and found the progenitor's heirs, his influence still shaping everything. But back in the shadowy void, a mysterious ancestral figure hits Elric with a cryptic question: do you see the winter bird? Elric's just like, huh? Elric, trying to piece it together, asks where that name came from, remembering Mephisto dropped a similar hint. The ancestral figure's eyes widen, echoing the chilling name: the demon king of original sin. He lets out a dry laugh, the realization hitting him hard. This wasn't just any test, it was the demon king's trial. The same demon king Mephistopheles had warned him about. Suddenly, a booming laugh cuts through the air, and Otto von Mirbinger is there, looking totally hyped about something. He's practically shouting about what an amazing descendant he is, then immediately asks if he should crank up the difficulty. Elric's mind races, remembering Mephistopheles' dismissive words about the demon king being a low-rank scrub. What a joke. The truth is way different, and his hand starts to pulse with an ethereal blue glow. Otto's hand covers Elric's glowing one, a calm presence amidst the chaos, telling him to keep those questions coming, guiding him through this wild ride. Otto's got that sly grin, dropping another bombshell: the demon king can leave behind a second gift. Elric's totally flustered, letting out a little no of embarrassment, while Otto just pats his head like a proud grandpa. His hand, still blazing with that intense blue energy, reaches out, ready for whatever comes next. Then, a massive, intricate magic circle explodes into existence, pulsing with white and blue power, because what they've cooked up is like a cosmic wheel. The moment that intricate magical will kicks into gear, a blinding torrent of blue energy absolutely explodes from Elric, rocketing skyward with insane force. The raw power is absolutely undeniable, and once this thing starts, there's no stopping it. Otto's voice booms, laying down the law: they can't just leave this kind of power to fate. They're forced to meticulously check every single boundary, no matter how much time it devours. Then, he locks eyes with Elric, dropping the bombshell: because he aced their test, the final, monumental decision rests solely on his shoulders. The pulsating magical will dominates his vision, forcing a brutal choice: shut it down, or let it rip. He's passed the test. But now, the real decision falls squarely on his shoulders. The massive wheel looms, and he has to decide, stop it. Even though he has no idea what kind of test he's actually been given. One wrong move, one thoughtless plunge. And his entire life, everything he knows, could just disappear. But with a determined grip on the glowing chain, he knows this is his one and only way out. He looks to his ancestor, the weight of his family's legacy heavy on his mind, knowing he must revive them. To fulfill the dreams of his grandfather and all the legendary heroes who came before him. He stares into the abyss of his past choices, realizing this was no ordinary trial, it was the Demon King's test. And his ultimate goal? To carve his name into history as the greatest magician of his era. Now, standing before the colossal statue of his ancestor, the gravity of his decision weighs heavy. His eyes ignite with an unyielding resolve, burning with the fire of his ambition. Clutching the enigmatic wheel, he knows this dream has fueled him for an eternity. Suddenly, the artifact flares to life in his grasp, a golden radiance erupting. The light explodes, crackling with raw, untamed power. A torrent of golden energy bursts forth, spiraling into an unstoppable force. The entire space is consumed by an overwhelming, blinding flash of pure, unadulterated magic. The golden light Elric unleashed absolutely explodes, engulfing everything in a blinding, overwhelming flash. His ancestor, Otto, watches the insane spectacle unfold, a knowing, almost smug glint in his eye. Very good. Otto shouts, a proud, almost taunting edge to his voice, declaring, you should at least have to call me your ancestor, descendant. But Elric? He's absolutely writhing in agony, the raw power ripping through him as he screams, URGH. It hurts, it hurts. Then, the entire world around them just shifts, the oppressive darkness instantly replaced by a vast, open expanse. His hand, still faintly glowing, trembles uncontrollably. He looks up, his vision finally clearing to reveal a breathtaking, snow-covered landscape stretching out endlessly before him. A sharp gasp escapes him as the biting cold air hits his skin, his hand now completely surrounded by swirling, magical snowflakes. Otto holds him steady amidst the sudden, raging blizzard, both of them now stranded on a desolate, icy peak. Completely disoriented, Elric can only manage a single, bewildered question. He's totally lost, spinning around in this new, wild place, asking, where are we? But Otto, cool as ever, just drops the bomb, this is your testing ground, kid. Time to earn your first appointment. Processing the insane situation, he realizes if this is a test, then he's got a real shot at his ambitions. His emerald eyes ignite with fierce determination, a confident smirk spreading across his face. Otto, seeing that fire, approves, calling that attitude excellent for a candidate. This insane, vertical world of snowy peaks and endless sky looms over them, and Elric, totally overwhelmed, asks what he's even supposed to find, only to be told to look further, to look even deeper, into the void. Suddenly, his emerald eyes blaze with an intense glow as the instruction hits him, a shockwave of surprise washing over his face. The entire world around him shatters, blurring into a chaotic, mind-bending vortex of black and white as he gasps in pure, unadulterated shock. His vision snaps into focus, revealing a massive, dark, snow-covered mountain range, shrouded in an eerie mist, and he can only gasp. What is that? A monstrous, horned figure with blazing red eyes and matted white hair rips through the darkness, its form drenched in blood. This formidable entity is none other than the legendary Ice Mountain King. He was once the first and last king to unite the scattered Yetis, dominating them with an iron fist. Yet, despite his burning ambition and his previous status as a demon king, he was demoted, now confined to reign over this desolate ice mountain. His ambition ultimately devoured him, transforming him into the very Ice Mountain King he now is, a terrifying sight that leaves Elric staring up in utter disbelief. He wonders if this is the second demon he's destined to face. Otto's voice slices through his thoughts, explaining that this isn't just something he has to kill, it's something he has to consume. Otto challenges him, asking if he's scared, before dropping the bombshell of his true task. From now on, he will hunt and devour demons, extorting their power for his very existence. Out of the primordial chaos, born from fear, depression, and pure resentment, a monstrous, skeletal entity with shadowy tendrils bursts forth. This is no ordinary being, it's an entity forged with pure evil will, its very essence manifesting as a torrent of dark, viscous blood. And that, my friends, is what makes a demon. Every single one possesses a unique seal, the very blueprint of their body, soul, and domain. The more powerful the demon, the heavier their evil, and the more unbreakable their seal. Elric stares at his arm, a dark, ominous mark now etched into his skin. The seal of original sin, it's Mephistopheles. His arm flares with an intricate, vibrant blue pattern, confirming the terrifying power of the seal. He stares at the glowing mark, a chilling voice declaring it the seal of a demon king. From this moment forward, defense is no longer an option. Otto stands beside him, his hand gripping Elric's arm, a silent, powerful reassurance. Elric's eyes blaze with fierce determination as Otto's words echo, all of these abilities will become yours. Dark, shadowy tendrils writhe and twist, symbolizing the immense, untamed power now within his grasp. Surrounded by raw, surging blue energy, Elric's mind raced. How much power would he unlock by conquering this monstrous trial? Otto, his ancestor, just smirked, a silent challenge to discover the truth for himself. Then, Elric's emerald eyes flared with an intense green glow, Otto's voice booming, remember. Unlock this moment. The green energy around him exploded, coiling into wild tendrils, hungry for power. Elric was consumed by a maelstrom of green and black energy, his eyes now blazing crimson, as Otto's voice roared, you're not defeating them. You're swallowing them. Otto's face was set with fierce resolve, but Elric's mind screamed, gnaw at it. What the hell am I supposed to do, just bite it? His crimson eye burned, surrounded by an inferno of mana, as the name clawed at his mind, me, Phi, Sto, Merlin, Gur. A booming, demonic voice demands proof, then abruptly cuts itself off, ordering him to halt. Elric plummets through the abyss, consumed by a blinding blue energy, as the voice declares its dominion as their temporal keeper. His emerald eyes blaze with an unholy, predatory glow. One chilling command echoes in his mind, kill them. He slams down with explosive force, his energized foot shattering the very ground. Suddenly, a terrifying horde of horned, deer-like monsters, eyes burning red, materializes from the darkness, spears at the ready. Still radiating a faint blue aura, he stands his ground, assessing the overwhelming new threat. One look is all it takes, these things are leagues beyond anything he's ever fought. And that massive, bearded one? He's an elite among the Demon King's own forces. If he'd only known this was the Demon King's test, he would have wiped out everything, even the original sin, with the Demon King's power. Damn it, he curses, frustrated by this pointless struggle. Suddenly, a terrifying roar rips through the air, as a massive deer-like monster charges. But wait, this is the Demon King's test, so he can't just unleash his full power. Instead, Elric taps into his own surging power, a brilliant blue orb igniting in his hand. And unleashes a cataclysmic explosion, obliterating the horde around him. The sheer force of the blast tears through everything. Leaving him with glowing green eyes and a razor-sharp blade, ready for more. His face a mask of pure determination as he stares down the remaining threats. The cloaked figure stands, a raw aura of power already starting to surge around him. Then, a sudden, overwhelming surge of energy hits him, and he can only react with a single, stunned sound. Suddenly, blue lightning explodes around him, a raw, untamed power unleashed. But the energy shifts again, morphing into swirling black and white currents, his eyes burning with an otherworldly, terrifying glow. His face contorts in agony and ecstasy, tears of pure energy streaming from his emerald eyes as the sheer, overwhelming power consumes him. Elric, absolutely swarmed by shadowy forms, is about to unleash something devastating. As golden energy absolutely explodes around his clenched hand, tribal blue markings practically screaming power on his forearm. Then, a powerful burst of magic just erupts. Sending those demonic figures absolutely flying in a blinding flash of golden light and explosive force. The blast just keeps on expanding. His emerald eye burning with an almost terrifying golden glow. As the last of his enemies are utterly annihilated by the sheer, overwhelming power of his magic. Elric's hands surge with a brilliant, light blue energy, ready to unleash a spell. Raise, he commands, the power building to a crescendo. But in a flash, he's blindsided, slammed into a jagged ice wall, shards exploding around him. The crystalline prison shatters under the force. His eyes ignite with electric blue, ancient tribal markings blazing on his arm as golden energy explodes from his very being. He stands tall amidst the wreckage, completely unfazed. A chilling voice taunts him, asking if he was ambushed, then mockingly declares he must be fine. Elric's gaze hardens, unwavering. The Demon King reveals its terrifying, red-eyed form, snarling that when you're thrown away, you're just thrown away. Engulfed in a blinding golden aura and marked with fierce blue tribal patterns, he unleashes a guttural roar, his resolve burning brighter than ever. He knows he has to get stronger. He stands firm, a beacon of defiance amidst the encroaching shadowy figures, knowing this trial is exactly what he needs to ascend. His hand ignites with an intense golden light. And his eyes blaze with fierce determination, vowing to smash through any obstacle, no matter how many times it takes. With a surge of raw, unbridled power, Elric unleashes a devastating golden energy blast. The explosive force tearing through the shadowy forms around him, obliterating them. The impact continues to ripple outwards, clearing the immediate vicinity with overwhelming force. As the golden light fades, it reveals a colossal, jagged ice structure, from which a monstrous horn protrudes, confirming the terrifying presence of the Demon King. Out of nowhere, a devastating blow connects, sending a shockwave of blue energy across his face as he's caught completely off guard. The hit lands with an explosive "kwang," propelling him violently through the air, a brilliant blue streak in his wake. While he's still airborne, a menacing shadowy figure, wreathed in crimson energy, stands ready, and Elric's mind screams, "Damn. It." He slams into the ground with a guttural "Kugh." His body sprawled, defeated, as the blue energy around him flickers and dies, shadowy figures closing in. One terrifying thought pierces the pain: if I lose. But then, a spark of pure defiance ignites. Blue energy flares around his eye as he clenches his jaw, a fierce resolve burning within him. No. I can't fall here. Not in my first trial. With a raw, primal surge of power, he forces himself upright, blue energy exploding around him as he roars, "Though my body is shattered, I won't give up." Now fully upright, surrounded by an ominous aura of dark energy and crackling blue power, he stands ready to unleash hell. The Demon King unleashes a devastating, sweeping attack, a massive burst of blue energy exploding with an earth-shattering crash. The sheer force of the blow sends him absolutely flying. Elric Mervinger is slammed backward, engulfed in swirling blue mana. Even with the agony contorting his features, a burning, unyielding resolve blazes in his emerald eyes. The Demon King, his crimson eyes burning with pure malice, snarls his intent to rip out even more mana. Another brutal, direct strike connects with a sickening thud. Elric Mervinger takes the full force of the impact. But his eyes explode with renewed power as he unleashes the true source of his strength, the dragon heart. A colossal surge of blue energy absolutely erupts from him, engulfing him in a blinding, powerful aura. With a primal roar, he unleashes a ferocious counterattack, smashing into the Demon King with a deafening impact. The sheer force of his blow leaves a blazing blue trail, carrying unimaginable power. His dragon heart-fueled attack explodes, a blinding flash of blue energy ripping through the air. Elric Mervinger, a conduit of raw power, unleashes a devastating wave of ice and mana. The Demon King, caught completely off guard, can only grimace in agony, a raw, guttural cry tearing from his throat. The explosive impact subsides, leaving Elric floating serenely amidst the fading energy and debris, the echoes of his triumph ringing out. A relieved "phew" escapes his lips, the desperate gamble paying off. He closes his eyes, a faint, satisfied smile spreading across his face, the adrenaline rush finally subsiding. But then, his eyes snap open, emerald green burning with fierce resolve, his gaze now razor-sharp with purpose. He hovers high above the utterly defeated horde, surveying the carnage he unleashed, and he's ready for more. Even after his epic counter, Elric is getting absolutely crushed, his heart screaming as the pressure mounts, wondering if this first round is already too much. The sheer force slams him backward, sending him tumbling into a vortex of dark, swirling power. Then, a sudden, shocking realization hits him, his jaw dropping as something incredible begins to happen. But just as he's about to fall, a blinding, electric blue aura explodes from him, annihilating the dark energy around him. This isn't just any power, it's surging through his veins, etching itself onto his arm in glowing, arcane symbols. He stands tall, bathed in the ethereal blue glow, the dark energy now nothing more than a fading memory. He stares at the glowing marks on his arm, and it all clicks. This is the legendary seal of the dragon heart his dad told him about, a power only the Mervinger family can wield. Now he gets why their family name carries so much weight, because of the insane talent they've got, a talent that forces everyone to know their true power. With a fierce glint in his eye, he makes a silent vow: he's not the same kid he used to be, and he's about to prove it. He's facing down a colossal, shadowy demon, its horns scraping the heavens, and a voice booms, telling him he'll just know when his power is ready. Then, bam. The world changes, and he's staring up at a monstrous, multi-limbed beast, armored and glowing with an icy blue energy, all while surrounded by a frozen wasteland. That freezing energy just keeps swirling around the beast, making everything even colder. But Elric Mervinger isn't backing down. A blinding blue aura explodes from him, his hands blazing with the raw power of the dragon heart. A lone snowflake floats down, landing right on his open palm. He confidently states, surrounded by his swirling blue power, that he can't explain it, but he just gets it. His emerald eyes are now blazing with an intense blue glow, showing off his absolute confidence. With a laser focus, he reaches out, showing everyone he instinctively knows how to wield the seal, the blue power bending to his command. The massive, snow-capped mountains loom endlessly ahead, a brutal reminder of the epic challenge he's about to face. He grapples with the shocking revelation that this entire ordeal is the Demon King's test. And the terrifying truth of their real name. A guttural roar tears from his throat as the horrifying truth finally dawns on him. He hardens his very soul, praying for the cold, ruthless heart needed to crush this trial. Then, a terrifying surge of dark, raw power erupts around him, the very word evil manifesting in crackling energy. The sinister power intensifies, twisting into jagged, menacing forms that promise destruction. Then, with a deafening whoosh, the pent-up power detonates in a blinding, blue explosion. A searing, expanding flash of pure white light consumes everything in its path. As the light dissipates, Elric is left gasping for air, utterly drained. The sheer power he just unleashed was almost too much to bear. The Demon King's face twists into a chilling smirk, his emerald eyes practically burning with dark amusement. Meanwhile, Elric is absolutely dwarfed by this colossal, glowing blue structure, its intricate patterns blasting immense power across the desolate ice plain, and he's left wondering, this is the power of a seal. The seal itself is just pulsing with an ethereal blue light, its complex design screaming ancient, forgotten magic. Around it, massive chunks of ice and rock are just floating, suspended, caught in the sheer, raw power blasting from that glowing barrier. Then, a chilling voice echoes in his mind, dropping a bombshell, now you have the only eyes left. Elric's eyes snap wide open in pure shock, a sudden, terrifying realization hitting him like a truck. His vision blurs, and then his emerald eyes just explode with a fierce, crimson glow, the dark energy he just unleashed now fully manifesting within him. He's left with one burning question, why? Blood explodes across his vision, his emerald eyes blazing with a desperate, raw intensity as he stares up. The glow in his eyes flickers, a chilling horror dawning, replacing all desperation. A single, disbelieving word escapes him, a quiet question of utter shock. As his world fades to black, leaving only another bewildered, echoing query. Then, a guttural, raw scream tears from his throat. His face contorted in pure anguish, sweat beading on his brow as he gasps for air. Finally, Elric lies utterly defeated, a small, broken figure curled amidst scattered papers, his energy completely spent. His eyes snap open, emerald green burning with utter confusion. What just happened? The Demon King looms over him, a chilling smirk on his face, declaring, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? The Demon King turns, his gaze fixed on the swirling abyss. The Demon King's voice drips with sarcasm, supposing the assignment was too tough since Elric just fell asleep. He thought it would be easy, but guess not, huh? Elric's eyes widen in pure dread as the assignment flashes back to him, and he realizes he totally failed. The Demon King extends a hand, holding a mysterious card, but wait for it. Then comes the bombshell, his power is sealed. He can't even use magic. Elric is utterly devastated, screaming internally, how can I be a mage without magic? Facing the ominous Demon King, Elric demands to know how to wield the Seal of Original Sin, which only makes the Demon King wonder if his true name had been spilled. The Demon King's face twists into a sneer, challenging, if Elric seriously thinks he'd just hand over that kind of power. He declares that no matter what Elric thinks he knows, he'll never get another shred of information about the seal from him. Elric quickly corrects him, stating he never said that, just that the Demon King had sworn to reveal the test secrets. The Seal of Original Sin, Mephistopheles, had its power ripped away ages ago, and the Demon King, with a hint of regret, admits he's powerless to assist Elric now. Elric's frustration boils over, his fist clenching tight, he knows he blew the test, and without the veto power, he's completely helpless against the Demon King's magic. A sudden, sharp sound cuts through the air, and the Demon King abruptly asks, weren't you the Ice Mountain King? Elric, completely blindsided by the sudden shift, demands to know why he's asking about that now. This place? A grave. And he's gotta catch someone. What? The Demon King just keeps going, like, I knew Mephistopheles was dead. But this guy? He dared to make you catch the one I let loose. Elric's like, any good methods? And the Demon King just shuts him down, none. He then drops the bomb that some Demon Kings are trapped in a Seal of Original Sin, but even he can't break it. Elric explodes, what are you talking about? Because the Seal of Original Sin should be able to break anything. But here's the kicker, the Seal of Original Sin is the true name of Mephistopheles, and its power was stolen. The Demon King just brushes Elric off, don't contradict me when I'm being so well behaved. He's like, I didn't steal it. And then, a cryptic, 5-day mention. He's getting seriously annoyed by Elric's contempt, then just snaps, forget it. But Elric? He's just stuck, his divinity so low he can't even lift a finger. Ugh. Wait, a 5-day exemption lol. What's that about? Ahem, ahem. Then the Demon King drops the real bomb, with our deal, you're about to clear the 100 graves. But you won't even become the Ice Mountain King. He keeps dropping truth bombs, and Elric is clearly not having it. But hold up, the Demon King's smirk tells us there's a whole lot more going on than Elric even knows. Then, bam. The scene changes, and Elric is hit with a freezing gust, the sound of a blizzard engulfing everything. The cold just keeps getting more intense, a powerful whoosh echoing through the frozen wasteland. Elric is now totally alone in this frozen hellscape, shivering, and all he can think is, it's so damn cold. I gotta get out of here. He knows he's gotta follow up on that crazy hint Mephistopheles dropped, his mind already racing to figure it out. Just as he makes up his mind, a massive burst of blue energy explodes around him, with a deep, echoing thrum. A system alert pops up, raise your achievement. And then, a crucial info dump, seals can be divided into common, advanced, rare, and legendary depending on their rarity. Elric is engulfed in a vortex of blue and red power, as the system drops another bombshell, that a seal of original sin is a legendary grade seal that allows the user to steal the power of other demon kings. He faces down the shadowy threat, recognizing the raw power of the seal of cruelty, but his own achievement level? Just 1 star. But that's not stopping him. He's about to crank that achievement level way up. A fierce smirk spreads across his face, the challenge accepted. Suddenly, a vortex of electric blue energy explodes around him, power surging. He's completely consumed by a colossal, blazing blue aura, ascending like a god. The energy detonates, a blinding, all-encompassing wave of pure force. Everything is swallowed by an intense, searing white light. Then, as the light dissipates, shimmering blue motes descend like cosmic snow, revealing a brutal, frozen wasteland. He drops, a lone silhouette, into the unforgiving, icy expanse with a resounding impact. He bursts into the frozen wasteland, and a chilling voice booms, "We finally meet." A monstrous, shadowy form rips through the blizzard, and it's none other than the Ice Mountain King. Elric's mind races, there's no way around it, his achievement level is totally outmatched. He has to beat this guy. This is it, the ultimate achievement test, and he's ready for it. Suddenly, the shadow strikes, tendrils exploding towards him. "What the hell?" he yells, realizing this isn't just some illusion, it's a real entity. A flashback hits him, his mentor's words echo, "The Demon King isn't the only one who can test you." Was he seriously telling him to fight this guy? The wind screams through the icy peaks, a brutal reminder of this frozen hell. Even after that surprise attack, he stands tall, a fierce glint in his eyes, ready to fight. "I'll give it a shot." His eyes burn with determination, he knows if he just keeps pushing, he can definitely win. His gaze is locked, a storm of determination and bewilderment brewing within him. Across from him, the Demon King, a chilling smirk gracing his features, sizes up his fallen opponent. A jolt of realization, or perhaps shock, flashes across Elric's face, his eyes widening. High above, the Demon King gazes down at the utterly defeated Elric, a cold, derisive laugh echoing through the desolate landscape. He sneers, "Just grab the achievement and quit the mission. Seriously, how are you this pathetic?" Pressing on, he adds, "You finally get it, don't you? Just give up, but even then, to extract the seal from someone like you." A brutal slap cracks across the air as the Demon King delivers a humiliating blow, his voice dripping with scorn, "My own offspring, or even a mere dog, wouldn't be this weak." Amidst the pain and humiliation, a startling thought pierces Elric's mind, "Wait, that's unexpected. The Ice Mountain King is a woman." A sharp, disdainful snort escapes the Demon King, his powerful horns dominating the frame. Elric's mind is reeling, a shocking truth hitting him hard, if he'd just known this was the Demon King's twisted test from the beginning. Things would have gone down so differently, as the Demon King just stares him down with that chilling, unreadable gaze. Those piercing red eyes hold a silent, terrifying judgment. Elric lets out a frustrated scoff, his face contorting in pure annoyance as he practically yells, "Seriously, why are you looking at me like that? What's with those eyes, huh? Why, damn it?" But the Demon King just brushes off his rage, a shimmering orb materializing in her hand as she coolly states, "I'm sealing your memories of this place." Elric flinches back, a desperate cry tearing from him as the Demon King casually adds, "Relax. I'm not wiping everything. Just the memories of this specific place." He lets out a frustrated, "Ugh," then shouts, "How am I supposed to remember who I am then?" As his memories of the confrontation begin to blur, Elric is swallowed by a blinding green and yellow light, plummeting through the shimmering void. "Oh, you think you can take me down, huh? Bring it on." He scoffs at the whispers of some mountain king, declaring he's never even heard of the guy. Elsewhere, a sleek, metallic compass, pulsing with hidden power, is clutched tight, its secrets about to be unleashed. As Elric stares down at the artifact, the Demon King's words still ring in his ears, "They talk about a mountain king, but I don't know him." Then, his eyes ignite with an intense, emerald glow, a powerful green aura erupting around him as he declares, "Guess I'll just have to beat the living hell out of him to get my answers." With a primal scream, he rockets forward, a blazing streak of blue energy, ready to unleash pure devastation. The very air shatters around him, twisting into a vortex of raw, icy blue power, as his attack takes form. A colossal, spectral beast, forged from pure, freezing energy, erupts and charges, crackling with devastating power. The Demon King's power explodes, a chilling blue aura ripping through the air, consuming everything in its path. Caught in its deadly grip, Elric Mervinger screams, clutching his head as the agony rips through him. The pain is absolutely unbearable, his mind screaming that his head is about to explode. But even as his body convulses, a flicker of pure defiance ignites within him. Meanwhile, the magical energy he unleashed continues its deadly trajectory, a focused blue blast tearing through the darkness. Slowly, through the haze of pain, Elric Mervinger pushes forward, gaining razor-sharp clarity as he finally perceives his opponent's true form, thinking, I can finally see her face. With a guttural cry, he unleashes another devastating surge of blue energy, a thunderous kwah echoing. He now understands how to wield the Ice Mountain King's seal of cruelty, yet acknowledges the immense, crushing difficulty for one who has just attained a seal to surpass its master. Despite the overwhelming challenge, his eyes blaze crimson, a fierce, unyielding resolve hardening his expression into a snarl. He glares forward, his determination absolute, ready to absolutely crush whatever stands in his way. A guttural roar tears from his throat as his hands slam together, erupting with a blinding, electric blue energy that spirals wildly around him. His eyes blaze with that same intense blue, downloading every single habit, action, way, and theory. With an explosive burst, he rockets upward, engulfed in a maelstrom of azure light, a thunderous crash announcing his full power. He charges ahead, a searing blue aura ripping through the air, smashing through an invisible wall. His hands lock together again, a chilling promise echoing in his thoughts, he'll take everything from her. A deafening crack signals his triumph, obliterating the icy barrier. He strides away, a dark, satisfied laugh rumbling, leaving nothing but shattered fragments in his wake. An older, distinguished figure watches, his gaze sharp behind round glasses. But Elric isn't just standing there, he's exploding with a massive surge of electric blue energy. The observer can't help but acknowledge his insane innate talent, his unshakable will, and an insatiable hunger to get stronger. A devastating impact ripples outwards from Elric, making the older man realize this kid is going to be a huge problem for their family. The blue energy absolutely detonates. As Elric's eyes blaze with pure power, his entire form engulfed in a dynamic, crackling blue aura. A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he declares his new rank, he's hit 3-star. If he'd only known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, Elric barely has time to think as a devastating blue energy wave absolutely rocks him, sending him flying. The Demon King doesn't let up, unleashing a furious barrage of azure magic, frustrated that Elric's too fast to even let him set up his diamanti. Pure, raw energy continues to blast from the Demon King's outstretched hand, smashing into Elric with such force it triggers a hexagonal shield, leaving him shocked and reeling on the ground. Then, a cataclysmic explosion of blue light detonates, consuming everything. But Elric isn't out yet. Dark, swirling shadows erupt around him as he grapples with his own limits, realizing just stealing power won't cut it. His eyes blaze crimson as the shadows twist into a terrifying, monstrous shape, a desperate resolve burning within him, knowing he has to go beyond. The transformation accelerates, his will unyielding. As a primal scream echoes in his mind, I have to become her. The magical test rages on, blue energy exploding and crashing all around him, leaving Elric Mervinger in the eye of the storm, his body now blazing with a furious red glow, steam erupting from his very being. A chilling thought pierces his mind, did he just die again? Then, with a terrifying presence, the Demon King materializes within a hellish red, thorny forest, his eyes burning with pure malice as he demands Elric prove his worth. A terrifying close-up reveals his true demonic form, horns and razor-sharp teeth on full display, as he declares himself Mephisto. Elric can only stammer, why is Mephisto here? But the Demon King just grins, declaring his purpose, to see if Elric is worthy enough to join his race. His imposing, shadowy form pulses with a crimson glow, a terrifying display of raw power. A final, chilling close-up confirms his true identity, the dreaded Ice Mountain King. And just like that, the intense magical energy surges again, the relentless test resuming its brutal assault. The magical test was absolutely relentless, a torrent of brilliant blue energy surging and pulsing with raw power. And amidst that overwhelming power, a familiar voice screamed in his mind, a memory of his father, a desperate, "Dad, no." He gritted his teeth, the sheer strain of the ordeal ripping out guttural sounds of pain and exertion. His mind absolutely reeling from the intensity. What in the world was this test? The Demon King had just dropped the bomb, identifying himself as an overlord, a title that screamed immense power, and whose legacy he was now meant to follow, even as he fought tooth and nail against the crushing pressure. More sounds of his struggle ripped through the air, a brutal testament to the sheer force he was enduring. The revelations kept coming, the Ice Mountain King was here, his presence a chilling, heavy weight in the ethereal space, a deep, resonant hum vibrating through everything. He was born as the king destined to rule the Ice Mountain, a destiny Elric now defiantly challenged, vowing internally, I'll take the Ice Mountain King's place. However, the path to such power remained shrouded in mystery, and the true challenge was yet to come. He remembers a time when he, the first to unite the demon tribes, refused to settle for just being an overlord. No, he knew he had to reclaim their former glory. His voice booms with a primal roar, declaring that since they were once part of the almighty demon race, they would once again rise. Occupy their rightful place. Beyond the ice mountain, he sought to reclaim their former glory, before anyone else. And at last, they would once again become part of the demon race. And even further, he tried to become a demon king. However, the demon king, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of many, remembers a time when his very presence was a thunderous declaration of power. Even as Mephistopheles, his ambition was already legendary, a force that shook the very foundations of the world. But even a demon king faces setbacks. He was forced to endure the crushing weight of defeat. But you can't keep a good demon king down. He never stopped, doing whatever it took to forge his true name and evolve his seal, relentlessly pushing forward. He saw the impossible wall of an almighty demon king, but with burning resolve, he took that crucial first step. Just a little further, and he could have seized ultimate power, but then, it all just stopped. His entire journey, his ultimate aspirations, laid out before him like a distant, shining beacon. But then, his unstoppable rise was suddenly, brutally blocked by an imposing, hooded figure with eyes burning like hellfire, a force that was an absolute, unyielding wall. It was a wall, steeper than. Suddenly, a sharp-dressed man with slick-back hair and glasses appears, his gaze piercing anything he had ever encountered in his entire existence. He remembers pushing himself, just a little further, so close to getting Mephistopheles' acknowledgement. But then a voice, sharp and commanding, cut through the air, ordering him to stop. The memory shifts to a desolate, ruined landscape, bathed in stark light, a place where his ambition had met its limit. As he recalls the moment, his glowing eyes reflected the impossible challenge before him. He was blocked by a wall steeper than anything he had ever faced before. The cloaked figure stands amidst the ruins, the memory of that insurmountable obstacle still vivid. A stern-faced man with dark hair and glasses, the very embodiment of the challenge that had halted his progress. The flashback hits hard, the Demon King's voice booming, a terrifying charge to his endless army. And just like that, the attack lands, a brutal hit that sends blood flying, leaving Elric completely overwhelmed, forced to look up at the monstrous Demon King. He's down, surrounded by shadows, a desperate scream tearing from his throat, the agony too much to bear. But just when it seems over, a raw power explodes inside him, his eye burning with a furious red, a defiant ripping through the air. He's a blur, moving with impossible speed, striking back at his attackers. His counterattack exploding in a violent burst of pure energy. But even that isn't enough, the odds are too stacked, and he crashes down again, begging for salvation, screaming that he doesn't want to die here. Out of the shadows, a skeletal monstrosity with blazing eyes erupts, its sheer power chilling to the bone. With fear gripping him, Elric stretches out a hand, a raw, desperate cry for power tearing from his throat. Then, a flash of pure, unadulterated speed, leading to a devastating, explosive impact that rips through the air. But in the heart of the storm, Elric's arm ignites, his eyes blazing with an infernal, electric red. Then, from the demonic horde, a brutal, ornate axe is revealed, brandished by a monstrous demon general leading his infernal army into the fray. The general roars, his voice echoing, igniting the pride of his demon race, declaring them unstoppable. His eyes burning with fury, the general screams, commanding his forces to unleash absolute terror on their foes. Elric's world explodes in a chaotic impact, his eyes igniting with a furious, crimson power. Blood sprays across his face, leaving him stunned, a choked gasp escaping his lips. A deafening, glitching roar tears through reality. As the assault relentlessly pounds him, his crimson eyes blazing with raw, desperate power. He's completely overwhelmed, shadowy, clawed hands erupting from the void to drag him into the abyss. His bloodied face twists in defiance, his eyes burning with an infernal glow as he fights back against the crushing tide. Then, the scene shifts. Otto Ran Mervinger stands, hand extended, as the crushing reality hits, they were utterly defeated in the war. The crushing defeat forced a desperate retreat, hounded all the way back to the desolate ice mountain. But elsewhere, a monstrous demon general, eyes burning crimson, unleashes a guttural scream, demanding answers for this unexpected turn. He's absolutely seething, roaring about how these humans already know what he wants and that they'll never get their hands on it. But elsewhere, someone is breaking down, choked sobs escaping him, a faint blue glow surrounding him as he plunges into the abyss. His blue energy shatters around him, as he plummets deeper into the crushing darkness. He crashes down, kneeling in the swirling shadows, still glowing with that faint, otherworldly blue. He looks back, thinking, if I had only known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, would he have been ready for the countless hardships that followed? A lone figure, engulfed by jagged, dark energy, plummets through the void, a desperate blue glow emanating from within. But even as despair threatened to consume him, that blue light flares, a defiant beacon of his unbreakable will. He flashes back to a younger self, crying in the arms of Otto von Merbinger, a heavy duty weighing on his soul, the mission to reclaim their race's glory. After that fateful day, Otto von Merbinger set out on his own path, a path paved with endless battles. And the two, after countless battles against the Ice Mountain King, finally confronted their destiny. Otto von Merbinger, the legendary ancestor, once found common ground even with his enemies, forging an unexpected bond with a powerful demon general. But even with that history, a dark power screams its return, its presence erupting in a maelstrom of red and blue energy. And as the crimson power flared, someone, ensnared by the Demon King's irresistible temptation, met their brutal end right by his hand. Then, with a terrifying surge, the Demon King himself appears, his hands blazing with ominous red energy. He stands there, head bowed, a chilling clap breaking the silence. Elsewhere, a hand carefully clutches a pair of glasses. Back to the present, Elric's emerald eyes sharpen, a sudden, profound realization hitting him. He stares down at a shadowy figure, the full weight of his ancestors' words finally crashing down on him. The scene shifts, plunging into a brutal flashback. The demon general looms over a battered Otto von Merbinger, proclaiming that because the human dared to risk his arm, his life would be spared. He coldly assesses the damage, a broken arm, not just a scratch, then offers a chilling apology for the injury as Otto cries out in agony. A deep, ragged breath escapes the demon general, his face a mask of grim exhaustion and a flicker of something akin to remorse. Turning his back, he asserts his royal authority, proclaiming he needs no mercy from any foe. Otto von Merbinger stares up, his gaze a blend of agony and shock. A ghost of a smile plays on the demon general's face as he gazes skyward, whispering that the endless war is finally over, and he owes his people an apology for these strange exceptions. His hand, clutching a pulsating orb, trembles as he reflects, a haunting question echoing, why did he ever succumb to the greed of the demon race? His mind drifts to a forgotten past, where simple happiness with loved ones would have been all he ever needed. Then, a terrifying shift. A shadowy figure with blazing red eyes erupts into view, unleashing a primal, earth-shattering roar. Suddenly, a surge of raw, untamed power explodes, unleashing a primal, earth-shattering roar. Then, the Demon King's voice, cold and absolute, slices through the chaos, proclaiming his ultimate victory, I am the one who conquered the Demon King. Elric's mind races, overwhelmed by the sheer audacity, a single, desperate question burning in his thoughts, what do I do now? The air itself seems to ignite as another explosive burst of power rips through reality, a fiery maelstrom of red and orange. But Elric refuses to break, his inner voice screaming no. His emerald eyes blaze with fierce resolve, commanding himself, get yourself together. The Demon King's chilling declaration echoes once more, asserting his absolute rule, I am the Ice Mountain King. I am the one who united the Ice Mountain. Elric's gaze hardens, acknowledging the terrifying truth, this is, the greatest conqueror of the Vedas, an enemy he genuinely fears. The Demon King's monstrous visage snarls, a chilling command to swallow. He laments, not only can I not make him my friend. Then, with a surge of crackling blue energy, Elric's ultimate decision is made, so. I must kill him. If he'd known this was the Demon King's ultimate test, he'd have unleashed everything he had, his blade already blazing with power. The immense power he'd forged, the Demon King's colossal presence loomed, unmoving, within his frozen domain. His sheer presence was a direct challenge to Elric, who now stood face to face with the legendary Ice Mountain King. The Demon King's colossal figure remained a silent, unyielding threat. But Elric exploded into action, launching himself forward to begin their final showdown. His face twisted with pure, unadulterated fury, ready to forge his own legend. A blinding flash of speed and raw impact erupted, signaling the start of their epic clash. A chilling voice booms, ancient and powerful, proclaiming that Elric is the descendant from the distant future. Elric's emerald eyes snap wide open, the sheer gravity of the revelation hitting him like a truck. The Demon King presses on, his voice laced with dark amusement, musing that he shouldn't have lost his arms after Elric tore a piece of his very soul. Enshrouded by sinister tendrils, the Demon King's gaze sharpens, realizing Elric's actions were no mere blunder, they were something far more profound. Elric lets out a choked gasp, a guttural groan escaping him as the chilling truth of the Demon King's words hits him hard. The Demon King's voice turns to steel, his declaration ringing with ancient power, proclaiming himself a king and a warrior who once commanded an entire race, even in his current, diminished state. His crimson eyes blaze with unyielding ambition, a fiery testament to his unbreakable will. Elric's stare is locked, his mind reeling from the earth-shattering truths he's just absorbed. The Demon King, scarred and weary, declares the epic battle's end is finally here. A solemn moment to atone for his people and honor their sacrifices, questioning why he ever craved the demon race's power. When all he truly needed was the simple happiness of a little love. Then, his inner conflict explodes outward in a cataclysmic burst of raw power. Elric is left utterly speechless, reeling from the sheer force of the vision. His emerald eyes ignite with a defiant glow, sharply rejecting the Demon King's self-pitying words as utter nonsense. A raw surge of power pulses, forcing a shocked, "What?" from Elric. But Elric's resolve only strengthens, his eyes burning with defiance as he flatly refuses. The Demon King, now wreathed in furious flames, his colossal shadow stretching behind him, declares his true, unyielding nature remains unchanged, the very creator of the colossal ice mountain. With a blinding flash of blue energy, Elric Mervinger goes all out, screaming that the Demon King is just another foe to be crushed, like the legendary great ancestor of the Yetis. But the Demon King, radiating pure crimson power, snarls back, "You won't touch him without getting through me first." Elric just laughs, channeling even more raw power, his eyes blazing, disrespectful, "Huh." Power surging, he declares, "I'll show you." His magic explodes, a direct assault on everything the Demon King stands for. Elric's attack connects with devastating power, sending the Demon King flying in a chaotic burst of magic. The sheer force echoes, leaving behind only swirling remnants of raw power. Crimson energy explodes from the Demon King, a brutal testament to the hit he just took. The chaotic explosion of red and blue rages on, as the Demon King takes the full, brutal force of the magic. Still reeling from the previous impact, he's hit with a fresh wave of power, as Elric unleashes a blinding torrent of blue energy, absolutely blasting him. The young mage pushes even harder, the blue aura going absolutely wild, his resolve screaming through the magical storm. With a fierce determination etched on his face, Elric screams, "Become her." The Demon King gets absolutely slammed backward by the sheer force, his body reeling under the relentless magical pressure. A guttural growl rips from his throat, his crimson eyes blazing with pure rage and pain, as he fights against the insane power. The struggle rages on, Elric's blue aura slamming into the Demon King's dark energy, a brutal stalemate of raw magical power. He digs his foot into the ground, resisting the push with everything he's got, a bewildered thought flashing through his mind. Still, the growl persists, a testament to his absolute defiance. Locked in a desperate dance of power, both combatants know this is a battle with their lives on the line. Elric's face is a mask of pure determination, every muscle straining as he unleashes an even greater torrent of power. But the Demon King? He's not just resisting, he's reveling in it, a wild grin spreading across his face as he roars, "But why is it this fun?" Then, a cataclysmic burst of azure energy detonates, ripping apart everything in its path. The sheer magical pressure is relentless, hammering against an invisible shield. Huge fragments of the world itself are blasted into oblivion by the overwhelming force. And through it all, Elric feels something profound, a deep, undeniable connection. He can feel it. His emerald eyes blaze with an unholy light, the blue aura around him exploding as he taps into an even deeper well of power. He surges forward, a beacon of raw energy, fueled by a torrent of forgotten moments. The days full of happiness that she spent with Otto. With his power absolutely exploding, he plunged downwards, a blinding, azure maelstrom ripping apart everything in its path. His leg became a weapon of pure, unadulterated magic, slamming down with impossible velocity. The sheer force of it created a cataclysmic shockwave, launching colossal debris skyward, as the azure power around him reached critical mass. Then, the full, unbridled fury of the assault connected, swallowing the Demon King whole in a blinding, earth-shattering blast. The raw, unholy kinetic energy of the impact tore through the air, shattering the very ground and sending shockwaves through reality itself. As the dust began to settle, the Demon King remained standing, gasping for air, a raw, defiant snarl twisting his features. Even after taking that monstrous hit, he clenched his fist, a silent, burning declaration, "This isn't over." After absorbing the full force of the previous onslaught, he exhales a guttural gasp, his features twisted in a raw display of agony and unyielding resolve. He knew this was it, they had pushed each other to the absolute brink, and the final, decisive blow was about to be struck. Unleashing everything he had left, with this ultimate, desperate blow, a monstrous, crushing wave of ice energy erupts, poised to obliterate all. In a cataclysmic collision of raw power, the Demon King unleashes the devastating Ice Mountain King's secret art. His eyes blaze with an infernal red glow, as he funnels unimaginable power into the core of his assault. Opposite him, Elric's emerald eyes ignite with a blazing resolve, steel himself against the crushing, escalating magical pressure. A focused, frigid blue energy blast explodes from the Demon King, culminating in the earth-shattering technique known as Icebreaker. The attack absolutely obliterates the very ground, leaving behind a desolate wasteland of splintered ice and swirling blue particles, a chilling testament to the Demon King's cataclysmic power. The Demon King's Icebreaker unleashes absolute devastation, swallowing Elric Mervinger whole. A deafening roar of ice and pain rips through reality as the explosion detonates. A maelstrom of frigid power tearing everything apart. Elric is blasted backward, crashing into the ruined earth, utterly overwhelmed. A chilling silence falls, the Demon King's gaze sweeping over his victory. But then, from the heart of the destruction, Elric's eyes ignite with a fierce, defiant glow. The Demon King looms, his triumphant laughter echoing over the fallen hero. And from the shadows, a mysterious observer with piercing purple eyes watches, a chilling whisper escaping, at last. Even as the devastating blow rocks him to his core, a defiant thought echoes in his mind, thank you. His emerald eyes, blazing with an unshakable will, refuse to break. As he plummets, the very fabric of reality around him shatters into countless shards. And despite his burning defiance, tears stream down his face, a raw, visceral display of the sheer agony and overwhelming might he just endured. Suddenly, beneath him, the ground ignites with an intense, blinding golden light. Exploding in a cataclysmic impact, that sends shimmering debris hurtling through the air. This golden energy expands, transforming the shattered battlefield into a boundless, cloud-filled expanse, from which the Demon King casts his gaze down upon the unfolding spectacle. Within this breathtaking, golden dimension, the Demon King stands triumphant, an imposing silhouette towering over the kneeling, defeated Elric. Yet, even in this moment of crushing defeat, bathed in the radiant golden light, Elric's expression solidifies with an unbreakable, burning resolve. A burning agony rips through him, but Elric Mervinger's mind races, if I had only known this was the Demon King's ultimate test. The Demon King, radiating pure golden power, strides away, his victory echoing with a resounding roar through the golden realm. But Elric's not done yet. A guttural cry escapes him as a brilliant, electric blue energy ignites on his hand, revealing an intricate, glowing tattoo that pulses with raw power. The golden realm itself seems to acknowledge this shift, focusing on a single, defiant plant pushing through the earth. Now bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, a beacon of hope. The harshness fades, replaced by a serene cluster of delicate white flowers. As a solemn voice whispers, rest in peace. And with that profound statement, his first assignment, his first true trial, finally came to an end. The sound of applause rings out. As Elric can't help but think this first assignment was way too hard. But an older, stern voice cuts him off, reminding him that a true Mervinger wouldn't even question such a challenge, it's in their blood. Elric just stares, a bit surprised, thinking, is this why everyone calls us Mervingers egotistical? The elder continues, emphasizing that even with raw talent, it usually takes a decade to master magic. But then he drops the bombshell, a genius, who only started learning magic a month ago, somehow defeated the Demon King. Elric confirms it, a slight narrowing of his eyes, yes, just 1 month. He repeats it, almost to himself, it's only been 1 month since I started learning magic. He'd been here a month, making it 2 months since his arrival. The elder just laughs, finding the idea of taking down the Demon King in that timeframe absolutely hilarious. The elder's amusement is palpable, as he can't stop chuckling. He then declares his keen eye for talent, but Elric just internally shrugs it off, thinking the elder's just stating the obvious. The elder's laughter explodes, as he jokingly tells Elric to protect his beard. Elric's left wondering what the elder's getting at. His eyes locked on the elder's back as he walks away. The elder, now mostly out of sight, lets out a sigh of relief. Elric drops a heartfelt thank you to the elder, acknowledging all the help he's received. The elder, ever the wise one, tells him to watch his back on the way out. Elric's face shows a moment of deep thought, while the elder casually drops a line, saying he gets the beard thing, but it's just one, right? Then, a beat of silence. And the elder just turns and walks off, disappearing into the glowing, otherworldly scenery. Elric stands there, watching him leave, totally alone in this huge, open world. When it suddenly hits him, and he's like, wait, how do I even get out of here? But then, the elder's voice booms back, totally amused, asking if he's forgotten, because he's gone out countless times already. If he had only known this was the ultimate test of the Demon King, things would have gone down so differently. Suddenly, a blinding blue energy explodes around him, his eyes blazing with an insane, otherworldly power. He glares at a stack of papers, a single word slipping out, soaked, before it all clicks into place. A primal scream rips from his throat, goddamn esteemed ancestor. He's absolutely losing it over his face and fan art. He points a furious finger, shouting, ahaha, it looks like that crazy bastard, OPPA, killed him. The masked Demon King, clearly annoyed, snaps back, who the hell is someone without manners? Holding up a glowing blue ring, the Demon King asks if he's forgotten his incurring ring, then drops a casual, well, it just happened, with a smirk. Just like that, Elric's whole vibe changes, and he shouts, this is all thanks to my support. Yeah, our great Demon Lord is the best. A chilling close-up of the Demon King's glowing red eye exposes his true scheme, he's totally flipped the main character. Just a few words, and now he's turned the Demon King into a monster. Elric, still trying to figure things out, blurts out, I thought I was the only one who could see the old man's memories. But you can see them too, Sir Demon King. How do you even do that? The Demon King drops a bombshell, declaring himself nothing less than the absolute dregs, the lowest, most worthless part, of his entire race. He flashes back to a pivotal moment. When pure terror gripped him, surrounded by a chilling landscape of bones. But then, whispers reached him of a legendary figure, someone capable of flipping the formidable ice mountain, and he just had to see them. Now, with Elric listening intently, he reveals his intention to meet her again, but only if she gives the green light. Pressing on with a burning desire to confront another like himself, another true Demon King. And just like that, he abandoned her. Elric, utterly bewildered, demands to know what he means by "in the world." The Demon King's chilling response, "Meet her." A chilling realization hits him, this whole time, he's been in the Demon King's test, and he had no idea. But the Demon King's face, oh, it's changing. A sly smirk starts to creep across his face. He's taking it all in, something big clicking into place for him. Then, a low chuckle escapes him, like he's just figured out the ultimate secret. But just as quickly, that smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock, a single, incredulous word bursting out. Meanwhile, Elric's mind is totally elsewhere, conjuring up a hilarious, childish thought, bullying girls who are stuck in one-sided love. Suddenly, the Demon King's eyes ignite with a furious crimson glow, his calm facade absolutely shattering as Elric's ridiculous thoughts hit him like a truck. Absolutely livid, the Demon King slams to one knee, his voice exploding with rage, screaming at Elric for daring to mock him, especially when he's about to live for 1,000 years. Elric's thoughts were a brazen taunt, echoing through the Demon King's mind, forever single. Forever alone. The Demon King's fury exploded, blasting Elric backward in a chaotic storm of debris and raw power. He was sent flying, a mere ragdoll against the sheer force. Then, a brutal, bone-shattering punch connected, a blur of pure destruction. The Demon King stood tall, his voice a low growl, what an ungrateful descendant he was. The air crackled with the aftermath, a chilling silence descending. He closed his eyes, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression. But the fight wasn't over. Elric's eye snapped open, blazing with an intense, emerald light, a new power awakening. The Demon King looms over the defeated Elric, his voice dripping with malice, "Don't you resent me?" But Elric, battered and broken, can only stammer out a desperate denial, and no. We are, only human." The Demon King's eyes narrow, a cold, hard truth in his voice, "Don't lie to me." He then declares his true identity, the chilling name echoing in the void, Ice Mountain King. Suddenly, the Demon King unleashes his power, a torrent of crimson energy blasting towards Elric, warping reality itself. Elric is swallowed whole by the inferno, his body racked with agony as the red magic consumes him. He's launched like a ragdoll, slammed across the void, leaving a blazing red streak in his wake. The Demon King watches his prey soar, a chilling pronouncement escaping his lips, "It's no use." Utterly shattered, Elric collapses to the ground, his voice a desperate plea, "Please kill me." Completely shattered, he can only muster a silent, desperate apology, hands clasped in a final, crushing surrender. Then, a chilling sound cuts through the silence, the Demon King's slow, deliberate clap, a sinister red energy pulsing from his palm. His gaze, utterly devoid of warmth, remains fixed, hands clasped, a silent, terrifying judgment. But then, the perspective violently snaps to a different time, a different place, as an older man with glasses lets out a guttural cry of pure agony, his eyes burning with despair. A chilling voice, dripping with absolute finality, cuts through the void, commanding him, "Leave your regrets and duty to that child, and rest in peace." He stands, a solitary figure bathed in a shimmering, ethereal green glow, his eyes still locked on something unseen, consumed by grief. A lone tear streaks down his face as he whispers a final, heartbreaking plea, "Let us meet again in the next life." The vibrant, glowing particles around him begin to fade, shifting to a melancholic orange and pink. Then, a blinding, all-consuming flash of light erupts, and a single, desperate thought reverberates, "I hope." As the light recedes, it leaves behind a chilling, ominous promise, "It'll be even more beautiful than before." Suddenly, a voice booms, demanding to know what he's even looking for. Elric, desperate, scrambles through the wreckage, knowing he has to find something, but what? Then, his fingers brush against it, a shimmering, pulsating ice crystal. He knows this power. The voice confirms it, an ice crystal. And with it, a new, epic quest, find the God of Camellia. The Demon King himself stands, confirming the crystal is his ultimate guide, and Elric, ever the warrior, asks if this is yet another mission. Mounted and ready, Elric's resolve hardens as he confirms it. His eyes burn with determination, his one true goal echoing, get back to his world, back to his wife. But the price is steep, he must ascend to the legendary power of their ancestor. He's looking up, totally confused, as the Demon King lays out this insane mission. Find a ton of people, bring them back, or his life is basically over. And get this, the Demon King's like, the last guy. Total legend, left a ton of stories. And he's not done, explaining that they've already got a whole crew lined up for him to follow in the predecessor's footsteps. So all he's gotta do is just walk the path, easy peasy. Feeling the pressure of the mission, Elric's like, okay, got it, but you can tell this mission is weighing heavy on him. He's feeling the pressure. But the Demon King, pushing him further, tells him this is his challenge, one only he can conquer, a path even the Lord of Camellia could walk. Go, he commands. And with one last, chilling word, the Demon King just smiles, declaring everything perfect. Later, in a totally different, shadowy room, Elric's holding this glowing ice crystal, and it hits him, he's gotta take this thing to the god of Camellia. Meanwhile, the Demon King is just cackling like a madman. The Demon King, in full demon mode now, is totally chilling, talking about the god of Camellia, figuring he's just trying to create more hunters. Back in a huge library, Elric's still deep in thought with the crystal, but the Demon King, from some dark, ethereal place, is rambling about abominable tour seasons. He drops another bombshell, his voice dripping with dark authority, haunted demon kings like myself. Elric's eyes flash, processing the sheer weight of this new revelation. The tension hangs heavy in the sleek, futuristic room, the city sprawling beneath them. Pushing for details, he demands, how long do you think that exemption can last for? The Demon King's answer is chillingly precise, a long duration, for 4 days. Elric throws his hands up, utterly fed up, okay, even a mute exemption. No more than this. The Demon King lets out a sinister chuckle, hee. Very well. Listen carefully. He then reveals a crucial piece of history, 4 powerful retainers once aided Elric's ancestor in forging the very foundation of Merbinger. As the Demon King speaks, a spectral, glowing figure, cloaked in mystery, materializes, representing the forces of spring and summer. And then, 3 more shadowy, hooded forms appear, embodying autumn and winter, completing the ancient lineage of formidable allies. He drops another bombshell, revealing these legendary retainers were dubbed the 4 seasons, their very essence aligning with the seasons themselves. And get this, one of them, Seto Han, was a total ice king, chilling in a frozen wasteland. His power perfectly embodying the brutal, unforgiving force of winter. The Demon King then drops a chilling thought, some of these ancient powerhouses. Elric's mind races, fixated on the ice crystal. What's its deal for the god of order? Do they really need it that badly? He's thinking about all the other insane treasures he can't even dream of getting right now. But if he can just get his hands on this ancient record, he's convinced he can shatter seals that even held back beings way stronger than him. A fierce, determined grin spreads across his face. With this kind of power, he knows, rebuilding his family won't just be possible, it'll be inevitable. The legendary ice crystal, fueled by the rare glacial camellia, holds the power to freeze even the mightiest beings. And for such raw power, there's no better conduit than the crystal itself. The Demon King schemes, wondering where to find this camellia, his thoughts turning to the fabled Valley of Flowers in the north. Elric, staff in hand, doubts the legend, but the Demon King is certain, that Nicky bastard is definitely holed up in its temple. Elric vows to scour the Imperial Library's records for answers, but a chilling thought strikes him, what if his enemy is hiding something, planning a sinister move? A jolt of power. The Demon King's spirit form is solidifying, growing stronger by the second. He revels in the surge of energy from the ancient ice crystal, his spirit form returning. But then, a menacing challenge, what's your plan, even if you manage to hold me? A monstrous, shadowy form of the Demon King towers over Elric, a chilling ultimatum, you'll be forced to get stronger to break these chains. Elric stares up, the grim truth dawning on him, every step he takes to grow stronger also fuels Mephisto's power. He's hit with a chilling thought, could he actually be reviving a legendary Demon King? A shadowy figure erupts with raw, red power. He's hit with a shocking realization, he's not the only one leveling up, the Demon King is getting stronger too, and that's a massive problem. Then, it clicks, his own power-up is directly linked to the Demon King's insane surge. Across the void, the Demon King, now fully formed, grins, realizing he can siphon even more from Mephisto, knowing that Elric's growth is the key to unlocking his own ultimate power. A wild, almost unhinged grin splits Elric's face as he embraces the madness, declaring that if this is the game, he'll just power up even harder. With his mind made up and his inner demon squared away, he's ready to bounce back to reality. The magical realm starts to fade, leaving behind only the echoes of power and a clear path ahead. A raw surge of power explodes through him. As Elric strides forward, reflecting on his journey and how this space, once a challenge, is now a mere walk in the park after a month of grinding. He can't help but wonder if this insane power-up is from his own growth. Or if it's the sheer boost from swallowing the Ice Mountain King's seal. A confident, almost predatory smirk spreads across his face, a dangerous thought sparking in his mind. He wants to see them all. His emerald eyes blaze with an intense, hungry light, ready for anything. The magical space shatters, revealing a scene of absolute, mind-blowing devastation, a world utterly wrecked, buried under ice and debris. He stares, jaw dropped, at the apocalyptic landscape, a single, stunned question echoing in his mind. Staring out at the desolate, frozen wasteland, Elric's thoughts race back to the cataclysmic event that had unfolded right here. But a chilling voice cuts through, a phantom presence remarking on the utter madness of those who've lost their minds, feeling absolutely nothing, because the Demon King's power is simply immeasurable. Back with Elric, a heavy sigh escapes him, as he bluntly admits, "I feel a bit like shit." He trudges onward through the desolate ice, muttering that even after slaying beasts far beyond his league, he's never once seen them as mere toys. They were always more, and he's got his reasons. A chilling voice, the Demon King's, commands him to calm down, Ice Mountain King, but Elric scoffs, "I have no wish to feel sympathy for them." His emerald eyes flash with icy resolve, his conviction absolute. He presses on, a lone figure against the frozen expanse. A soft, otherworldly glow ignites in his palm, a silent testament to the immense power simmering beneath his skin. He's locked in, hand blazing with power, a terrifying realization hitting him, if he'd just known this was the Demon King's ultimate test. His face twists in a silent, gut-wrenching scream, the past threatening to swallow him whole. The frozen world shatters around him, a maelstrom of blue and white consuming everything. He's thrown back into a nightmare of his past, a younger him, wrapped in fur, tears carving paths through his frozen cheeks. A chilling voice from his past echoes, demanding a new sacrifice. The young Elric, eyes blazing, confronts the looming shadow, screaming he won't be sacrificed, that he's too young to be weak. The flashback snaps shut, plunging him back into the desolate, frozen wasteland, where he instantly recognizes the vile work of those same monsters from his childhood. He drops to a knee amidst the jagged, dark spikes, a chilling realization dawning as he surveys the grim, ravaged land. Yes. Elric's eyes snap open, a raw, intense expression burning across his face as the full weight of his realization hits him like a truck. And he can't help but think, seriously, are they trying to make me feel like absolute garbage? Elric Mervinger is absolutely plummeting through a snow-laden forest, a total blur against the stark white and dark trees. He twists mid-air, his body contorting as he descends rapidly, the frigid wind just whipping around him. His face, illuminated by a faint, internal glow, shows the intense strain of his fall. With a heavy thud, he crashes into the deep snow, sending a massive plume of white powder into the frigid air as he lands. Meanwhile, a young woman is down on the snowy ground, her dark cloak spread around her, as Sito Han kneels beside her, his voice filled with concern, asking if she's even alright. Her blue eyes reflect a deep sorrow, as she laments that she only has him, feeling like a mere leaf on a blue leaf, and not wanting to be a burden any longer. A memory flashes, a different man, with dark, swept-back hair, his face resolute, echoing the exact same sentiment, "I only have you." The young woman's expression hardens, her gaze unwavering as she acknowledges the many lives lost because of the assassins chasing her, resolving that she absolutely cannot afford to collapse now. The young miss, battered but unbroken, stands defiant in a frozen wasteland, Sito Han a silent guardian by her side. She's been hunted for over a month, and the pressure is crushing. Her eyes blaze with a desperate fire, a single, burning question tearing from her soul, where in the world is it? Those piercing blue eyes, usually so fierce, now hold a deep, aching yearning. And a single, raw word escapes her lips, a desperate plea to the sky, "Father." A memory flashes, her father's words ringing in her ears, a stark reminder that as the eldest Mervinger daughter, she had to be perfect, always. Her eyes fix on the distant, looming Mervinger castle, a symbol of her cursed heritage, a legacy that has cost her everything, yet she vows to stand strong, no matter the pain. She whips her head back, and Sito Han lets out a frustrated sigh, demanding to know what she'll do when the demon lord inevitably catches up. A stark, chilling blue light pulses around them. Her face twisting in pure agony as she desperately clutches her arm. They push on, a frantic, gasping sprint across the desolate, frozen expanse. Why, she despairs, does she feel so utterly powerless, so devoid of the strength needed to survive this nightmare? The brutal truth slams into her, the eighth daughter of the Blue Lion, a Mervinger, yet she can't even swing a sword. The family's iron rule dictates only the strong survive, and she's barely putting in any effort. How can she, a strengthless heir, even dare to call herself a child of the mighty Blue Lion? Then, a memory flashes, her father's voice, clear as day, calling out, "Isabel." A desperate, longing whisper escapes her, "Father." Before the epic Blue Lion Hermanville estate, she's just, silent. While Sito Han drops a heavy apology for the insane burden she's carrying. Flashback. A younger Isabel is straight up telling her dad she's not good enough, and he's like, "Daughter," regretting she has to follow the Blue Lion path. He hits her with the family legacy, "We're the Blue Lion, you're the vile heir," and she's just, "But father." Back to reality, she lets out a harsh laugh, calling her old dreams a total joke, and Sito Han just casually agrees, that's a given, child. Her dad's voice echoes from the past, telling her not to sweat the whole Blue Lion Hermanville thing. But young Isabel's got that fire, straight up declaring she'll always push to be the continent's top successor. Now, tears are just streaming down her face, a silent scream of all those past promises and a brutal present. Her mind's stuck on one chilling question, why isn't father waking up? His mana flow is going haywire, and his body is just giving out. A concerned figure notes, seeing symptoms just like mana blockage disease. And warns that without immediate action, his body will just waste away. Isabel knows this is what happens when you push your mana too far, but finding a magic tool strong enough to save her father. That's practically impossible. At this point, she's got no other option but to rely on one of those tools. Desperately crying out to save her father, with a determined group of figures behind her. Normal healing magic is useless against her father's condition, so in a desperate gamble, she sought out the legendary magic tower of the Blue Lion Hermanville. She even hit up an academy professor, but it was all for nothing. Even after tearing across the entire continent, day and night, her relentless search came up empty-handed. She scoured the entire continent, leaving no stone unturned, yet Isabel found absolutely nothing to save her father. Even the fabled magic tower of the Blue Lion, whispered to hold secrets of the Demon King, was a dead end. Some scoffed, calling it a fable, but others knew legends always held a grain of truth. While she buried herself in dusty tomes, a dismissive voice cut through the silence, calling the Demon King a fairy tale character, but he was instantly shut down, told not to give up on the quest for truth. She crisscrossed the entire continent, but her desperate hunt for a cure for her father's worsening illness came up empty, forcing her to witness his agonizing decline. Even as despair threatened to consume her, a tiny, but echoed in her mind, a desperate defiance against the odds, a burning hope that somewhere, somehow, a cure still waited. Elsewhere, a hand casually swirled a glass of dark, ominous liquid. Then, chaos. A sudden report, news reaching her uncle, Sito Han, who screamed in a desperate warning, shouting for the young miss to flee. Frozen in terror, she watched as her uncle lunged, screaming for her to save herself, convinced this was his one chance to protect the young miss. Assassins. Sent to eliminate her, the rightful successor. Isabel, completely blindsided, lets out a sharp gasp. Recoiling violently as an unseen force closes in with terrifying speed. But her uncle, Sito Han, is faster, leaping to intercept the blow with a lightning-quick parry, his voice a desperate shout to hide, leaving Isabel stunned and only able to stammer, "Pardon." His hand shoots out, a silent, powerful command to stay back. The shadowy assassins swarm closer, their leader's chilling voice cutting through the air, "We've been looking all over for you." Then, the terrifying truth is revealed as the unit identifies itself, the infamous Blue Wolf's 6th unit. Sito Han holds his ground, blade ready, defiantly warning them that the elite knights of the Fall View are already in motion, even as he acknowledges Isabel's royal blood. Suddenly, the scene shatters, replaced by a furious, disbelieving roar in a chaotic void. Elric, his emerald eyes burning with pure fury, dark energy swirling around him, unleashes a thunderous vow of vengeance. "Hanul, you'll pay for the lives of." The hooded assassin snarls, threatening to wipe out Isaac and Zard. But Sito Han, already beaten, screams at the young miss to just run, to never look back. A brutal "CJK" rings out, as he desperately warns his comrades, "Don't fight. The Blue Wolf's 6th unit is too much for us." The assassin's glowing blue eyes gleam with malice, mocking Sito Han, telling him he's just throwing his life away, with no time left to even join his fallen friends. Another brutal "CJK" hits, and all Sito Han can manage is a choked, but a gut-wrenching scream of pure desperation, Sito Han's last, agonizing cry for the young miss echoes. The assassin looms over the defeated Sito Han, his voice dripping with venom, daring the young miss to show herself, or her loyal servant will die like a dog. A twisted smirk spreads across the assassin's face, as he sneers at the defeated Sito Han, calling him an idiot for his futile sacrifice, knowing the young miss has already vanished. With a final, brutal stomp, the assassin's foot crushes Sito Han's hand, a sickening crimson spreading across the ground. The smirk turns into a full-blown sneer, as the assassin coldly judges the young miss for abandoning her loyal servant, then prepares for whatever comes next. His hand crackles with dark power, ready to unleash a devastating final strike. A blinding, lightning-fast blow rips through the air. He stands, his dark cloak stained crimson, a silent victor over the fallen. But then, a sharp, urgent command cuts through the silence, "Stop." The assassin turns, melting into the desolate, snow-swept forest, his mission seemingly complete. Elsewhere, Isabel, her face streaked with tears, desperately offers herself, begging for Chloe's life. Her eyes, now blazing with an intense purple glow, harden with a chilling resolve, understanding that her sacrifice alone won't be enough to save them. The chilling truth of the assassin's orders echoes in her mind, eliminate every single witness. The horrifying realization dawns, everyone who saw them, everyone who aided her escape, is now doomed because of her. A torrent of distorted, ghostly figures swirls in a chaotic, blue-white glow, hinting at a profound, otherworldly struggle. The ethereal forms twist and writhe, their silent screams echoing a truth that is truly terrifying. A flash of white hair and a sharp, anguished face appear amidst the chaos, a single, desperate cry escaping his lips, "Ack." Meanwhile, Isabel, her blue eyes glowing with unshed tears, looks down, consumed by a crushing sense of guilt. It is a profound pity. Kneeling amidst shadowy figures that seem to mock her, she whispers, her voice trembling, "Innocent people are dying because of me." Far away, the cloaked assassin moves with blinding speed, a red streak following their path through the darkness. Their glowing red blade poised for a decisive strike as they declare, "Let's end this." A cold, detached realization settles in, "I see." The assassin stands alone in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, a new target in sight. A mysterious blue orb pulses with raw energy on a twisted branch, unleashing a dark, spreading force that kicks off an epic transformation. Suddenly, a cloaked figure steps out of the darkness, eyes blazing with electric blue power, dropping a chilling line. Then, bam! The figure explodes in a blinding, cerulean energy burst, radiating pure power. High above, the hooded warrior glares down at the shadowy figures below, a single, enraged thought burning in their mind. Elric's radiant form is fully unleashed, a shining beacon, stepping onto the stage like the ultimate savior. Yeah, his whole vibe just screams benevolence, a powerful, protective aura radiating from him. Unleashed and radiating pure blue power, he thrusts a blazing hand forward, utterly obliterating his unseen foe with a single, devastating declaration. If only he'd known his first mission, the one that brought on winter, was a twisted test from the Demon King, he never would have left the Elric Mervingen family. But no, he stumbled right into the Yetis, and that's where he lost his original magic, forever changed. His companions, the humans who were with him, were brutally, mercilessly murdered. But on the other side of the world, Isabel, completely oblivious to the horror, was already on her way to find him. Her uncle, Paul Vol-Soot, was with her, but he was suddenly being hunted by the infamous Blue Wolves assassins. That her uncle, Paul Vol-Soot, was now a target, caught in their deadly pursuit. If he'd only known this was just another twisted game by the Demon King, he might have played it smarter. But right now, in this frozen wasteland, all he knows is danger, and he's demanding to know who's lurking. Heart hammering like a drum, he pushes through the brutal snow, magic particles blazing around him. But a tiny, shadowy beast is already watching from a frozen branch, making a chilling little noise. Elric's eyes ignite with a fierce electric blue, his senses screaming as he scans for the hidden danger. Then, a blinding light explodes from above, and he snaps his head up, cloak whipping around him, ready for anything. That tiny creature. It's now a monstrous, ape-like beast with glowing red eyes, perched right above him, and Elric lets out a primal, enraged curse. Is this another one of the Demon King's sick games? A giant orc? A demon? He scoffs, deciding this thing is just a lost cause. Amidst a desolate, icy landscape, a hooded figure stands, his eyes burning with an ominous red glow. Then, a powerful surge of blue magic erupts around him. The magical energy crackles and swirls, as he looks up, completely overwhelmed by the raw power. Meanwhile, Isabel is supporting a weakened Sito Han, urgently asking if he's okay. He tries to reassure her he's fine, but his body language screams trouble. A group of hooded figures gathers around a glowing blue spot, baffled by how a magician could just disappear, and why they aren't getting back up. Elric Mervinger trembles, blue magic still swirling, muttering about a bad call and the blue wolves making their move. Isabel's eyes widen in shock as the realization hits her, screaming Chen's name, confirming someone is gone. Her expression hardens with fierce determination, vowing she can't let him get caught up in this mess. She turns her back on the wounded, her voice cutting through the tension, declaring this isn't her problem. But her eyes blaze crimson, a dark aura erupting around her as she vows to eliminate the Demon King, her true fury unleashed. She explodes into motion, a blinding streak of blue energy. Only to be slammed back with a desperate NNO, as a shocking truth or unseen force hits her, making her question if this twist of fate is some twisted form of benevolence. She stares upward, a fierce resolve hardening her gaze, a chilling whisper escaping her lips, "Looks like we're in luck, huh?" Then, from the abyss, shadowy figures lunge, their dark, claw-like energy ripping towards her, a whirlwind of chaos. But she unleashes a devastating burst of blue energy, meeting their assault head-on, a brilliant, explosive counter. The forces collide in a maelstrom of light and shadow. Until her fist, crackling with raw blue power, smashes into an unseen foe, delivering a brutal, decisive blow. Suddenly, a violent burst of blue energy absolutely explodes, ripping through the very fabric of reality. And through that shimmering chaos, Elric Mervinger is a lightning-fast blur, his emerald eyes blazing with intense power. His sudden, shocking appearance makes a nearby woman absolutely freeze in terror, her voice barely a whisper as she screams, "What in the world?" But even Elric, his glowing eyes wide with disbelief, can only utter, "What in the world," at the sheer insanity around him. Before he can even think, he's swarmed by shadowy figures, their leader screaming for his death. But Elric's not going down without a fight. A cheap shot from one of them sends him crashing to the ground, but he snarls back, "Who allowed that?" A sharp gasp escapes him, his glowing green eye flaring with a sudden, fierce resolve. He channels raw, potent blue energy into his open palm, ready to unleash a devastating counterattack. With a powerful surge, a devastating blast absolutely erupts, obliterating a shadowy assailant in a blinding flash. Elric is right in the thick of it, surrounded by a maelstrom of chaotic blue energy, his silhouette a beacon in the storm. Then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air as those blue energy shards absolutely obliterate an unseen foe, sending them flying. Another shadowy figure tries to put up a desperate block, but this blue energy is just too much. But hold on. Even with his attack going wild, Elric gets blindsided, slammed to the ground, a desperate cry for help ripped from him. That blue energy finally detonates, absolutely obliterating one of those shadowy attackers in a gruesome explosion of dark blood. But before he can even recover, another shadowy figure is already on him, a lightning-fast, brutal follow-up attack. Then, out of the swirling chaos, a new, cloaked figure emerges, those red eyes burning with menace, straight up challenging Elric and asking who the heck he thinks he is. But Elric isn't backing down. He gets right back up, his emerald eyes blazing with pure defiance, staring down the new threat, and drops the mic, "I don't care who you guys are, I'll kill you." One of the shadowy goons just scoffs, like, "Why didn't you just give up," while another screams, "Get him. Don't let him get away. He's getting swarmed, the speed of these guys is insane." His emerald eyes blaze with pure determination, he can't afford to be caught slipping here. In a blur of motion, he unleashes a devastating slash, his blade a streak of electric blue energy. But one of the shadowy assassins, its red eyes burning with pure malice, snarls a death threat. He can barely keep up with their insane speed, mentally screaming at himself to keep his distance. Even as a shadowy voice screams to keep his distance, he rockets forward, a blur of blue energy, closing the gap in an instant. His emerald eye flares with raw power, as he unleashes armament reinforcement. The powered-up blade rips through the air, slamming into a shadowy figure with bone-shattering impact. The hit sends the shadowy assailant flying, its glowing red eyes wide with pure disbelief. Amidst an explosion of shattered ice and dissipating energy, he lets out a triumphant cry as the shadowy figure is utterly annihilated. The fight intensifies. A cloaked assassin, eyes blazing crimson, snarls at Elric, daring him to comprehend the sheer scale of what he's up against. But Elric's power is just too much. The assassin is instantly overwhelmed, feeling an impossibly thick, magical wall, a pure energy barrier crushing down. Elric, cloaked and determined, unleashes even more raw power, his entire being engulfed in a maelstrom of electric blue energy. But the assassin isn't giving up. With eyes burning with pure rage, he roars, promising to finish Elric off for good. No chance. Elric just keeps pushing, unleashing a devastating torrent of blue energy, blasting from his hands. Boom. The magic connects, exploding into a shower of crystalline shards. A colossal, glowing blue crystal erupts at the impact zone, blinding everything in its radiant glow. Elric surveys the chaos, a silent question mark hovering over his head. The shadowy figures below start to dissolve, their forms flickering as they shriek in utter confusion, blinded and bewildered by the overwhelming power. Even after that blast, the assassin just smirks, utterly convinced he's about to bury his opponent's head in the ground. But Elric, eyes blazing with electric blue energy, just scoffs, ready to absolutely demolish him with an even bigger power surge. The crystalline blue magic absolutely explodes outward, swallowing the shadowy figures whole and twisting their forms as they desperately fight against its raw power. The energy just keeps on expanding, a blinding, swirling vortex of pure ice and light. Standing tall amidst the fading blue particles, Elric is still there, a lone beacon of insane power. What Elric didn't know was that the Blue Wolves' 6th unit was already there, and Chen, Isabel, and Sito Han just saw his insane power firsthand, leaving them absolutely speechless at what he could do. Chen just gasps, amazing, while Isabel, totally blown away, can't believe someone so young has this much power. Elric himself is thinking the same thing, reflecting on the absolutely insane, limitless power now coursing through his veins. His magic's after effects are still spreading, creating a total sensory blackout that leaves his enemies blind, deaf, and completely lost. His gaze drifts, lost in thought. His expression unreadable. A quiet sigh escapes him, as he looks up at the vastness above. A fleeting image of a smiling child in a snow-covered world flashes through his mind. Followed by the stark silhouette of two figures standing against a desolate, frozen landscape. Back in the present, a silent plea forms on his lips, please, he thinks, rest in peace. Suddenly, a figure with dark horns and glowing red eyes addresses him, noting, "They're staring at you so uncomfortably, don't you say something to them?" Elric turns, a bead of sweat tracing his temple, and asks. "Hello." After the last intense moment, Chen, Sito Han, and young Miss are suddenly on the scene, their faces etched with shock and a hint of worry. Young Miss barely manages a soft, as Chen coolly observes that he didn't see this finishing touch coming. A smirk spreads across Chen's face, as he drops a loaded, "It's been a while." What does he know? The pressure is insane. An unseen force is staring them down, and a voice in his head is screaming for him to do something, anything, to make the unbearable scrutiny stop. He spins around, peering into the oppressive darkness, a hesitant "hello" escaping his lips into the void. Out of nowhere, a grinning face pops up, catching the young woman completely off guard, who lets out a surprised, as she recoils from the unexpected touch. A wide, knowing grin spreads across his face, as he casually remarks, "It's been a while." Elric's mind races. This is his uncle, Sito Han, but he's practically a stranger, a ghost from the past he hasn't seen in ages, and just like before, he can sense the hidden agenda simmering beneath that friendly smile. The young woman lets out a shocked, her annoyance palpable at his playful teasing. Sito Han, still grinning, teases about their leader, then directly calls out to the visibly irritated young miss. Still bowing dramatically, he's like, "No, you don't get to go that far," shouting out to Chen and Ed. He keeps up the over-the-top act, declaring, I thank our savior." He tries to play it cool, saying he just did what anyone would, telling them to get up, but then he totally refuses to let go of his precious young miss, calling them wicked. Then, he smoothly drops the bomb, saying it might sound rude, but he needs their favor for a bit, while young miss, looking totally awkward, tries to cut in. She tries to get a word in, but Sito Han just shuts her down, announcing he's going to commission her. His grip, still on her hand, stays locked as she tries to yank free. Elric is totally watching this go down, with a super worried and suspicious look on his face. Then his eyes lock onto some mysterious, glowing symbol. A carriage rumbles through the pitch-black forest, its wheels pounding a steady rhythm into the night. Inside, Elric's eyes are locked on the scene, as Sito Han's intense stare makes young Miss squirm, with the horned figure silently watching on. Sito Han's grin is pure mischief, declaring he sees right through her, but young Miss, clearly on edge, can only stammer about his commission offer. She swallows hard, the memory of the mysterious gift flashing through her mind. Her eyes widen at the gold coin in her palm. This isn't just gold, it's top tier, incredibly valuable. Sito Han closes the distance, gripping her shoulders, his voice a low probe, "Were you a lady from the novel, Hannah?" And with a blush, she can only confess, "Oh, yes," to my shame. Her eyes fall, the weight of these exceptionally valuable items pressing down on her. Behold the tragic tale of Isabel Whale, the scentless flower, whose beauty was legendary. So captivating that even the crown prince himself sought her hand in marriage, only for her to be utterly abandoned. A scentless flower, barren and forgotten. All because she lacked the one thing that truly mattered, talent. Because what good is a lion's lineage if it lacks the fangs and claws to back it up? Its worth plummets just as swiftly. Her engagement shattered, she was banished to her estate, a chilling echo of the past that now resonates as Elric steps forward, extending his hand. "My name is Eric," he declares, his eyes locked on hers. "It's an absolute honor to finally meet you, the young lady of the Blue Lion." She averts her gaze, a flicker of self-doubt crossing her face. Why would it be an honor to meet someone like me? But Elric, ever the optimist, just smiles, his words a gentle push, "It's okay to have confidence." Even with her self-doubt, Elric drops a truth bomb, telling her capacity is totally worthy of the Blue Lion name. Leaving her absolutely floored. She barely whispers, "Thank you," then snaps back, asking if he just said, "Blue Lion." He brushes off her question, playing it cool as just a nobleman, only needing her name for the imperial report, while his companions watch the whole scene unfold. But her anxiety spikes, as she cries out that her soul isn't worth anything near that much, and she's terrified of leading him to greed, promising to try her absolute best not to let him down. Elric just stares, his voice laced with worry as he calls out her title. Meanwhile, Chen points out that these knights look exactly like Whale family members, raising the question of some serious internal drama within that powerful house. That comment triggers a sudden memory for Elric, who remembers hearing about someone from the Whale family suffering from reflux and blockage disease, a tidbit Sean had mentioned earlier. A massive realization slams into him, making him shout, "Wait." He quickly decides this information is way too dangerous to use. Breaking news. The Mervinger family, back from the dead, has officially teamed up with the Blue Lion in an exclusive, game-changing alliance. Breaking news. The Mervinger family just pulled off a miracle, curing the Blue Lion's death-flux disease. Duke Mervinger and the Blue Lion leader are all smiles, sealing an alliance that's going to be huge. But back in the shadows, a faint creak sounds as he watches her, a mix of fear and thrill swirling within her. Meanwhile, his crew is already talking business, hyping up the fact that even if their skills aren't top tier, the payout for this job is literally double the gold. Back to the young woman, he presses her, asking if she really can't handle it, a slight letdown in his voice. He reaches out to her, and she just mumbles, totally unsure. Suddenly, a new player enters the scene, a confident smirk on his face as he greets a dear customer, promising a safe journey. A heavy thud. He then questions the need for bodyguards at all, given the sheer number of travelers already out in the forest. The tension builds as Elric, with a fierce look, drops a bombshell, I have a plan. But the smirking man isn't buying it, throwing shade with a sarcastic, don't say something like that. You must have been cold and hungry, right? A flicker in his eye betrays a hidden agenda. Elric brushes off the worry, declaring, I wasn't not interested, but I didn't think it was right now. And just in case you forgot, the story reminds us, this is the protagonist. The smirking man drops some philosophical truth bombs about humans. And admits, I am more worried for the guest than for the host. He keeps going, revealing his motivations, I only taught you because I saw your potential. Seeing your potential when I make eye contact around. Elric, now with his adorable demon sidekicks, fires back, no wonder you hated being muted, you chatterbox. A tiny voice pipes up, H how dare you. He then drops the ultimate mood, what am I supposed to do, I'm bored. The smirking man watches, a new realization dawning, is it because concerning him? His jaw clenches, a grim resolve hardening his features as he faces the brutal truth, he needs help, and he needs it now. The stakes are rising, and he knows it. If his uncle unleashes even more powerful blue wolves, they stand no chance, the three of them can't possibly hold them back. A massive, ancient fortress stands defiant against the moonlit night, a silent witness to the brewing storm. Gothic spires claw at the night sky, a bastion of power and shadow. Within, a cavernous hall stretches into the gloom, bathed in the eerie, pale glow of moonlight from colossal arched windows. A gloved hand clutches a pulsating blue orb, the grim reality sinking in as the report confirms, Squad 6 has been utterly annihilated. A fist tightens, knuckles white, as a cold voice cuts through the silence, demanding, if you're truly sorry. The smirking man, now humbled, drops to his knees, his dark robes rustling in the oppressive silence as the dominant presence looms over him. Then you should have done something to stop it in the first place. The shadowy face, barely visible, is dominated by eyes that blaze with an infernal, crimson light. Blood. A brutal impact rips through the air, setting the stage for what's coming next. Then, a chilling voice emerges from the darkness, demanding, Hilton, what's Isabel's next move? Spill it. He presses on, confirming, because we've got solid intel she's already bolted from the capital. With his shadowy forces arrayed, the leader makes the call, she's definitely heading back to the imperial capital. Meet Hilton, the absolute unit leading Blue Wolf Squad 1, his eyes burning with an intense red glow. Hilton sneers, utterly disgusted by Isabel's audacity, she's just a stupid kid. How dare some low-tier noble try to play mediator? A lightning-fast blur streaks through the air. While Hilton dominates the scene, perched high above his loyal, silent army. His voice, a death knell, rings out with a terrifying finality, you get one shot. That's it. One word hangs heavy in the air, a terrifying whisper of chance. The horses gallop, their hooves pounding a relentless rhythm as the carriage speeds across the landscape. Inside, the young miss stares out, lost in thought, while Elric keeps a watchful eye behind them, the journey pushing onward. At last, the carriage rolls up to a vibrant, sprawling town, its structures reaching for the sky. After a non-stop, grueling journey, the young miss lets out a weary sigh, complaining about how stiff she is. Which makes Elric raise an eyebrow, retorting, huh. A floating ghost like you. She whips around, a flash of annoyance in her eyes, demanding to know if he even knows how to talk properly, and why on earth he'd call her a floating ghost. Outside the carriage, a magnificent archway stands tall, signaling the town's entrance. Where a whole host of mounted figures are already waiting for them. He stares down the approaching mounted figures, their dark cloaks a chilling sight in the fading light, wondering just who these mysterious riders could be. When suddenly, a chilling voice echoes, barking, Blue Wolf Squad 2, assemble. The shadowy riders snap to attention, one of them confirming, understood. His Highness's elite, most powerful squad, just as you commanded. But Elric scoffs at the notion of her weakness, a thought flashing through his mind, the Ice Mountain capital's young lady? She's just a floating ghost of darkness, then, his eyes narrow, identifying one of the charging figures as a hound. And just like that, one of the hooded figures, Hilton, explodes forward, a blazing red eye burning through his cowl, a blur of lethal intent, living up to the hound title with terrifying precision. The young miss lets out a sharp gasp, her expression a mix of shock and alarm, as the sinister plot to drag her through Black Gate to the imperial capital is laid bare. Elric's emerald eye flashes with fierce determination as he starts to bark an order, his voice cutting through the tension, "Turn that place." His jaw clenches, the gravity of the moment etched onto his face. While Hilton, flanked by his menacing squad, delivers his own brutal final order, "Into their graves." He knew this wouldn't be easy, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. A thought flashes through his mind, should they just bail, for the young miss's sake? But outside, the cloaked figures are already making their move, planning to just snatch her and go, even though they've already made a scene. One of the assassins, totally overconfident, just shrugs off any need for stealth, leaving his buddy completely baffled. Then, bam! A blinding blue light explodes, and everything changes in an instant. Elric is gone, moving with insane speed, just a streak across the ground. The assassins don't even know what hit them, their heads whipping around as he just disappears. But before they can even blink, he's back, right behind one of them. A blinding, explosive flash erupts. A sharp, piercing sound rips through the silence. He's moving, cutting through the city's chaos with his escort. Each step is a silent declaration of intent. Inside, the escort lays out the plan, a quick mission, leaving Isabel with Elric, assuring him she's safe, but Isabel herself drops a bombshell, revealing she's practically powerless, barely able to protect herself. Outside, by a waiting carriage, the escort makes a snap decision to handle some urgent business, telling Elric he'll be back, and Elric just tells him to stay safe. Later, amidst the throng, the escort challenges Elric, demanding to know why he bothered with elaborate illusion magic when a simple trick would have sufficed. Elric's response: a flat denial. Back again, Isabel confesses her mana is critically low, needing to save every last drop for absolute emergencies. The escort then hits her with the ultimate question: "You're the last of the Whale family, why are you like this?" Finally, the escort locks eyes with Elric, a heavy question hanging in the air: "Can you really protect Isabel?" Elric's only reply is a thoughtful "HM." He lets out a heavy sigh, a single bead of sweat dripping down his face, the pressure clearly getting to him. Suddenly, the smirking man's voice cuts through the tension, hitting Elric with a cold dose of reality: "Why are you even surprised? You knew this was coming." Then, a chilling vision erupts. Dark, shadowy tendrils rip through a town square, sending citizens scattering in pure terror. A sinister cloaked figure, radiating pure darkness, coolly surveys the devastation, uttering a chilling thought: "Surprising. Still people here. Guess I should have just wiped them all out." He then raises a glowing orb, dropping his chilling philosophy: "Mana is a blessing for all, sure. But in this cursed land, only we, the chosen, get to wield it." Meanwhile, a witch-hatted mage, eyes blazing with raw power, is actively siphoning the life out of others, her magic devouring anyone who dares to touch mana, a system alert confirming mana absorption activated. Their mana is being drained. The cloaked figure presses on, now wielding a glowing sword that slices through a shadowy beast. It's like a sword for a warrior, or a staff for a mage. With the cloaked figure looming over a defeated foe, Elric charges in, staff ready, demanding: "So, only you, the chosen, get to use mana?" The figure's cold reply: "That's right." Then, the cloaked figure's form twists, revealing a terrifying horned, demonic face as he eyes a cluster of shadowy beings, his voice laced with a chilling query: "Only 5 of them?" With eyes burning crimson, a shadowy figure ponders the impossible: "Usually, only one person ever forms more than one core." Then, a chilling question escapes him: "Who is the Golden Lion?" The shadowy figure reveals more: this Golden Lion has conquered the entire continent, yet never truly set foot in the realm. Impossible. This monster's power defies the continent's mana itself, a chilling truth the figure simply accepts with a knowing "I see." Elsewhere, the horned figure, a wicked smirk on her face, declares her burning desire to meet this Golden Lion. The shadowy figure, orb glowing in hand, brushes off some old man's schemes as irrelevant, his gaze fixed on a far greater priority. The horned figure, still smirking, reveals their true, sinister objective: to uncover the secrets of the holy city. He's fixated on Sean Mervinger, that ungrateful punk, admitting that finding the nest is a nightmare now that the kid's dad is gone. But he's playing the long game, using scarab circles and chilling out, convinced his patience outclasses everyone else's, just waiting for their move on the nest, because he's going for total domination, not some brute force win. The horned figure, eyes blazing red, just cuts to the chase, demanding the next order, a guttural growl rumbling from her. His chilling reply is swift: "Crush the Nestor family even harder." Elsewhere, Sean Mervinger is deep in thought, realizing the Golden Lion's arrival has flipped the script, and he's got to teach him a lesson, while his escort just nods, calling him "young master." His uncle's voice rings in his head: "Nephew, you're the only hope. You're the only one who can shield the Mervinger family. You're the only one who can save your sister." But deep down, he's not so sure he can actually pull it off. He'd already said no once, but now he's determined to push through. Buried under mountains of paperwork, the weight of his duties is crushing him. He glances at his chaotic team, thinking they're always a mess, and Sean Mervinger's success is all thanks to him. The smirking man, cool and collected, throws a jab at Hilton, declaring that the older Hilton gets, the worse he becomes. But then admits he's getting used to this new game, even acknowledging Sean's surprising resilience under pressure. A flicker of something almost like concern crosses his face as he wonders if he can even help Sean. Suddenly, Elric's emerald eyes ignite with a searing, internal power. As he stares through a magnificent window, a chilling truth slamming into him. The golden light outside only highlights the raw anguish etched across his features. As he gasps in disbelief, then roars that this isn't just a room, it's a prison. He knows he has to escape, a desperate plea for his uncle's help tearing from his lips. His gaze hardens, the emerald glow in his eyes flaring with an unyielding resolve to break free. Then, out of nowhere, a terrifying force explodes, making him gasp, "What?" As a massive inferno instantly engulfs a distant structure, sending debris flying through the air and prompting a horrified, "What the hell?" Elric's system screen pops up, showcasing his insane, swallowing magician talent at level 30. But a chilling thought cuts through the data: if I knew this was the Demon King's test. Back in the real world, outside a massive estate, the young miss confronts her escort, demanding to know if he actually trusts Elric. Inside, the escort admits Elric saved their lives, but he's still wary, pointing out that even if Elric isn't a direct heir, he might be the only one not trying to seize the main estate. With a grim look, the young miss concedes she can't be 100% certain, but they have to be ready for anything. She gets his doubts, but time is running out, and they have no other choice. Her escort gives a curt nod, getting her drift, but he's got one last, critical warning for her. Even with all the lingering suspicion around Elric, the young miss makes her stand, she trusts him completely. After a beat, her escort finally, grudgingly, gives in. Meanwhile, Elric's face twists in pure agony, a heavy burden or a terrifying threat clearly weighing him down. He's grappling with a truth, a deep understanding that only the truly powerful grasp, and now, it's hitting him hard. Back with the escort, a glowing orb in his hand, he's totally questioning Elric's motives. Was it just mercenary work, or was there a deeper, calculated play here? The young miss is totally lost, demanding to know what he's getting at, pointing out that Elric literally saved them from assassins, when he could have just left them to die. Still staring at that medallion, the escort remembers Elric's whole vibe changing the second he found out they were from the Whale family. He's convinced Elric totally played the long game, calculating the hit to their reputation, and deliberately lowering himself for some hidden agenda. The young miss takes it all in, her face set with determination, ready to drop her own truth bomb. Then, bam. A blinding orange flash explodes, with an earth-shattering quang. Whoa! A system message just pops up, with a sick wolf emblem, announcing that swallowing magician talent is live. The roar gets even louder, as a terrifying vision of a city burning, marked by a glowing red symbol, explodes into his mind. The nightmare vision of a city engulfed in flames, a brutal, Demon King's test, just keeps burning, a terrifying glimpse into the future. But back in the present, the smirking man taunts Hilton, saying it's way too late for regrets about the advent of Behemoth at the sixth circle, because the payoff is going to be huge. Hilton, still shrouded in his hood, challenges the smirking man, asking if all this chaos was really for this thing, and the smirking man just shrugs, claiming there was no other way to get his hands on it. The smirking man lets out an exasperated sigh, wondering how he's supposed to get his prize now, then abruptly changes the subject, asking Hilton about the young Mississippi Hilton, ever the pragmatist, simply says to leave her be, she's already made up her mind. But the smirking man just grins, holding up a mysterious, glowing orb, brushing off Hilton's worries and boasting that even the 6 squad's small fries won't be able to touch her, calling their concerns totally overblown. His eyes burning with a chilling, yellow glow, he darkly whispers that after coming all this way, it would be a total waste if she couldn't even put up a good fight. His glowing eye narrows with predatory intent, as he coldly announces, then let's begin. Standing before a colossal structure, flanked by their shadowy subordinates, Hilton barks out the order, find her. A faint TSK whispers through the air, as, unbelievably, everyone has completely forgotten about her. Shifting from the ominous discussion, Elric is suddenly plunged into a nightmarish vision, sprawled on the ground, a faint glow emanating from him, while a colossal shadow towers above, and a desperate voice screams, young miss. I messed up. They're coming for you. A choked gasp escapes him, his eyes snapping open in pure terror and bewilderment, as the nightmare intensifies around him. The vision explodes into a hellish inferno, desperate shouts tearing through the cacophony, with screams of fire and save me, mixing with the anguished cry, my store is ruined. Through the blazing chaos, a voice challenges the very nature of their assailants, as a frantic shout urges, run. Just as quickly, the nightmarish vision flickers, and Elric jolts, disoriented, a hand extending towards him as he weakly mutters, ugh, hey. He squeezes his eyes shut, a pained expression on his face, grappling with the horrific scenes, a silent question forming, is this really what you wanted? His eyes fly open, resolve burning in their depths as he lunges forward, a desperate hand outstretched, shouting a dire warning, "Watch out, young miss." His arm shoots into the heart of the fiery maelstrom. His face contorted with desperate urgency as he pleads, "Please, run away." He clenches his teeth, his grip tightening on the sword, a burning rage igniting within him at his own powerlessness. He wants to take them head on, to absolutely obliterate them. But the crushing reality hits him, he has neither the power nor the talent to stop them. Still, a fierce vow burns in his heart, he will avenge this, he will never forget. He glares at the smirking man, a furious challenge in his eyes, "How dare you defy my tenacity and shame the name of the Blue Lion?" The name resonates, a powerful symbol of his unwavering defiance. With a burst of golden energy, he boldly declares his identity, "I am a member of the Whale family, the nobility of the Empire." He charges forward, his blade a blazing streak of light engulfed in a fiery aura. His eyes blaze with fierce resolve, absolutely ready to face anything. He stands firm, engulfed in a building inferno, his resolve absolutely blazing. He's screaming it, he'll fight until the very end. Then, with a deafening kaboom, a massive, fiery explosion just detonates from him. The horned figure gets absolutely rocked, her face twisting in pure agony or shock as the blast hits. Elric, meanwhile, is absolutely pushing it, sweat pouring down his face as he maxes out his power. The smirking man, watching this insane power-up, can only stammer out, "WH. What?" Then, just like that, the fiery chaos switches to a blinding torrent of blue, icy energy, exploding from Elric with bone-chilling power. That frigid power just explodes outwards, swallowing everything in its path. It all comes together into a destructive wave, a concentrated blast of pure, freezing power. The impact hits with insane force, shattering the very air around it. The frozen ruins of a city become a battleground, desperate shouts of, "To the cave entrance. We're surrounded," clashing with a sudden, hopeful cry of, "We're saved." A young woman's eyes widen in utter shock, her mind reeling, what in the world? A single, glistening tear streaks down her cheek, a testament to the sheer terror. Then, a cloaked figure emerges from the blizzard. "Elric." She whispers, her voice filled with a mix of awe and fear. His face, a mask of grim resolve, reveals the immense strain, "I don't know how long I can hold." But the thought of protecting them ignites a fierce determination. With a primal roar, he unleashes a torrent of dark, icy magic, his hand blazing with raw energy. The ravaged city screams a silent question, why are monsters killing innocent civilians? The Mervinger family's rage? Usually chill, but when it pops off, it's an absolute inferno that just won't quit. But back in the present, a shadowy crew is huddled up, their horned leader totally locked in on the vision, and someone's dropping the intel that this guy is way tougher than their last opponents. The horned boss, with those intense glowing red eyes, is totally dialed in, and she's nodding along, confirming this new enemy is no joke. The smirking dude next to her is like, "Found him yet," and then casually drops that it was easy, but he's not sure how long the target's power can hold out. Then Hilton, the hooded guy, grumbles that he's stuck, can't just jump in with all these eyes on him. The horned leader then challenges Hilton, asking why he's not in the thick of it, dropping a family motto, "They always gotta get the job done." Back in the vision, Elric is holding the young miss tight, protecting her from the chaos, his determination absolutely rock solid. He just goes full throttle, unleashing a fiery storm, turning himself into a blazing inferno. Because the Mervingers? They're always gonna carry that heroic burden, no matter what.